The fierce cannibals of Fiji have seen a great light. The gospel is changing their savage hearts. Who will go and carry this message to them? The harvest is plentiful, but the laborers are few.
I am ready to step into the unknown for the sake of the gospel.
James Chalmers, The Missionary Who Feared No Island. Written by Richard Lovett. Originally published in 1907 under the title Tamate, the life story of James Chalmers told for young people. Audiobook produced by scrollreader.com. Preface. James Chalmers was as brave as any soldier or sailor who has fought for Britain. He was a true hero, as worthy of honor as any explorer, scientist, or leader in history. This book aims to tell his story in a way that will interest young readers, especially boys. Tamate, as he was called, dedicated his life to helping others. He was bold, courageous, and lived to share the love of Jesus Christ with people who had never heard of him, some of whom were fierce and dangerous. He endured hardship, hunger, fever, shipwreck, and exhaustion. Many times he even risked his life. His story should inspire young hearts to live bravely and faithfully. This book includes much that has already been written about Tamate, but it also contains letters and diary entries that have never been published before. The author is grateful to Reverend H.M. Harrison Chalmers and Reverend A.T. Seville for sharing valuable materials, including details of the difficult voyage on the John Williams, which ended in shipwreck. It is the author's hope and prayer that Tamate's courageous life and words will inspire many young readers to follow his example, bringing truth, hope, and light to those still lost in darkness and the sorrow of sin. Chapter 1. A Spirited Boy. In April 1901, when the telegraph carried the news from Australia to England that James Chalmers had been killed by cannibals in New Guinea, countless people mourned. Many felt they had lost a personal friend, while others saw his death as the fall of a great champion for truth and freedom. For weeks, newspapers around the world reported the tragic end of this remarkable missionary, his young colleague, and the native helpers who had landed with him that fateful morning at Dopima. Yet James Chalmers was born in 1841 into a humble Scottish family in a remote village. What made him the man he became? How did he gain such influence that his death made headlines worldwide? This book aims to show that it was because, as a young man, he surrendered his life to God's guidance and devoted himself wholeheartedly to helping others. His deep commitment to duty and passion for serving people made him one of the great heroes of the 19th century. James Chalmers was born in the village of Ardrishaig in Argyllshire. His father was a stonemason from Aberdeen who had moved to Inverary to help build a stone quay there. His mother, a Highland woman from the beautiful village of Luss on the shores of Loch Lomond, was a strong and devoted parent. The landscape of his childhood, famous for its connection to the poetry and stories of Sir Walter Scott, was filled with adventure and beauty. His early years were spent near Ardrishaig. "My first school," he later wrote, "was on the south side of the canal, and I can still remember my mother leading me to the teacher and telling him not to spare the rod." That teacher later immigrated to Australia. Chalmers' next teacher was well liked by his students, partly because he often gave them sweets, but also because his love of whiskey meant that the boys enjoyed many unexpected holidays when he was too drunk to teach. Chalmers was raised with the strict discipline and simple lifestyle of a Scottish peasant home, but he also grew up surrounded by some of the most beautiful scenery in Great Britain, breathing fresh, invigorating air. From an early age, he learned self-reliance, as he had to stand his ground against those who might try to dominate him. This free-spirited, active boyhood gave him the strong body, fearless courage, and tireless energy that defined his later years. My father, he recalled, was very seldom at home. I still remember how I earned the first money I ever had. One Sunday, when he had walked from Inverary to Ardrishaig to visit us, he promised to give me 6 pence if I could memorize and recite the 23rd Psalm by nightfall. I did it perfectly and won the prize, but 6 pence was considered too much for me to handle, so I had to give it to my mother, who kept it safe and gave me 1 penny as my share. Life in those days, though less than 70 years ago, was vastly different in beliefs, customs, and knowledge. Chalmers recalled that the people of his childhood were deeply superstitious. If a child fell ill, instead of calling a doctor, they would find a donkey, stand on either side of it, and pass the sick child under and over the animal, believing this strange act would bring healing. A dog's whine was seen as a sure sign that someone would soon die. Chalmers remembered a time when he and his friends were playing and heard a dog cry. They immediately stopped, wondering who had died. As they stood by the canal, a horse came along pulling a canal boat, and in that boat was a coffin. The eerie coincidence left such a deep impression on him that even as an adult, the sound of a dog's cry always unsettled him. Though he became a great missionary, young Chalmers was no storybook model of a well-behaved boy. He lived a wild, free life near one of Scotland's great lochs, often playing pranks and getting into trouble. He developed a deep love for the sea, happiest when in a boat, or if no boat was available, using a log or plank of wood instead. I have had, he admitted, many narrow escapes and many thrashings from my mother and others because of these adventures. 3 times I was brought home, thought to be dead from drowning, and my father used to say, "You will never die by drowning." I was restless and loved adventure. The greater the danger, the more thrilling the experience. It is no surprise that Chalmers was a favorite among the hardy fishermen of Loch Fyne. His keen eyes, open face, and fearless love of adventure made him a natural companion for men of the sea. They often took him out in their boats, where he quickly learned their skills: how to handle a boat, read the winds, understand the tides, and predict the weather. One of his school-day adventures has been remembered through the years. He and 4 friends decided to build their own boat, but when they realized it was too difficult, they instead tried to make a herring box seaworthy by sealing it with tar and caulking. Eager to test their creation, they launched it before properly finishing the work. As the self-appointed captain, Chalmers had the honor of the first ride. "We tied a long line to it," he later wrote. "I sat inside, trying to steer as my friends pulled me along the shore. But suddenly, the line snapped, and the current carried me out to sea." The strong tide made rescuing him difficult, but he was eventually saved. This was just a glimpse of the many daring adventures that would come later. when he guided New Guinea natives through fierce ocean surf or navigated his small mission schooner through the wild storms of the Gulf of Papua. When Chalmers was about 8 years old, his family moved to Glenaray, near Inverary. The village lay almost beneath the towering walls of the Duke of Argyll's great castle. In later years, Chalmers took great pride in considering himself a clansman of the Duke, cherishing his connection to one of Scotland's most historic places. Life in Glenaray around 1850 was rough and wild. "I remember," Chalmers said, "that it was a terrible place for whiskey drinking. It was also a busy fishing center, but the constant drinking during the buying, selling, and curing of fish was harmful to everyone involved. Fights were common, arrests were frequent, and many who were taken into custody were soon sent off to Inverary." Despite this, Chalmers spent several happy years in his Glenaray home. He had 2 sisters, and the 3 of them walked together each day to the village school. Their teacher, John MacArthur, was well known and represented the fine tradition of Scottish schoolmasters. At that time, even country schools in Scotland were often better than all but the top grammar schools in England. Under Mr. MacArthur's instruction, the students learned not only the basics, but also subjects like Latin and Euclid. Chalmers took great pride in the fact that his school frequently won first place in district-wide competitions. Many of its students went on to important roles around the world. "Our teacher was proud of us," Chalmers later wrote, "and we were certainly proud of him, and we loved him." The schoolmaster had his hands full with a rowdy group of boys. The wild blood and warrior spirit of their Highland ancestors lived on in them, leading to constant rivalry and frequent fights. Disputes were settled with fists, not words. Beyond individual scuffles, the village schoolboys saw the town schoolboys as their sworn enemies. Whenever the 2 groups crossed paths on their way to or from school, a battle was sure to follow. Chalmers recalled that their teacher often punished students who came to class with black eyes and bruises from these encounters. Even the minister of the parish discovered that his own son was one of the ringleaders. In this rough-and-tumble world, Chalmers was a natural leader. He played a key role in these schoolyard battles, and many of their victories were due to his energy, strategy, and strength. But despite his mischief, he was honest and brave. He never forgot an injustice done to him by his beloved schoolmaster, who mistakenly accused him of a fault. Convinced of his guilt and frustrated by his refusal to confess, the teacher became so angry that he broke several canes while thrashing him. More than 30 years later, when Chalmers visited the glen, he met his old teacher again. The man admitted that he had later realized Chalmers had been innocent and deeply regretted the punishment. Even as a boy, Chalmers's courage and quick thinking helped save lives. When he was about 10 years old, he rescued a boy from a rival school who had fallen into the River Array. That day, heavy morning rain had swollen the normally small stream into a raging torrent. By the time school let out, the sun was shining, and the boys rushed outside. At a place called the 3 Bridges, Chalmers heard a shout. A boy had fallen in and was being swept away. Without hesitation, he ran toward the bridge, tearing off his jacket as he went. Seeing the boy tumbling through the rushing water, Chalmers sprinted to the lower side of the bridge. Holding onto the timber, I stretched out just as he passed under and managed to grab him with my left hand, he later wrote. Realizing he couldn't pull the boy out immediately, he let the current carry them both downstream until he could reach a low-hanging branch. Gripping it tightly, he pulled himself and the boy toward the riverbank, where others helped haul them to safety. Why I ran to the lower side and acted as I did, I cannot say, Chalmers later reflected. But it was the only way he could have been saved. This event, happening when Chalmers was only 10 years old, revealed a trait that would define him for life: his instinctive ability to recognize danger and act without hesitation. This same quick thinking and courage would later save not only his own life, but also the lives of those who worked alongside him in his missionary journeys. Not long after this, another incident proved his bravery and readiness to help. One afternoon, while standing on the quay at Inverary with only a few others nearby, he suddenly heard a loud scream. Turning around, he saw a woman crying out in terror. Her child had fallen into the water and was drowning. By this time, Chalmers had become a strong swimmer. Without a moment's delay, he sprinted along the quay, throwing off his coat as he ran, and leapt into the sea. Spotting the child being carried away by the current, he grabbed hold of the boy's clothes and pulled him to shore. Though the child was nearly lost, he was eventually revived and restored to health. Chalmers' early years were filled with this kind of vigorous, open-air life. They gave him strength, sharp instincts, and a ready hand. Even as a boy, his heart was quick to sympathize with those in danger, and even quicker to act in ways that made a real difference. Chapter 2: A Call and the Answer. At 13, Chalmers left the Glen School to attend a higher-level grammar school. His father had hoped he would become a civil engineer, but the family's limited finances made this impossible. Other career options were considered, and at 15, Chalmers was placed in a lawyer's office in Inverary. He remained there for about 3 years, but nothing in his later life suggested that the study of law left a lasting impression on him. During this time, however, the course of his life changed completely. Raised in a strict Scottish home, Chalmers' father was a member of the Old Kirk, the Church of Scotland. Yet, unlike many of his peers, he had broad sympathies and deeply respected the minister of the United Presbyterian Church in Inverary, a man named Mr. Michael. Some of Chalmers' former schoolmates persuaded him to attend Sunday school at the United Presbyterian Church. He went regularly for several years, and it was there that he made what he later called the great decision of his life. Each Sunday afternoon, Chalmers attended a class held in the vestry of the church. One particular afternoon, after the lesson ended, the students moved into the main church for a short address and the closing hymn. Mr. Michael, who was leading the session, took out a copy of the United Presbyterian Record and read aloud a powerful letter for Unarmed from a missionary in the Fiji Islands. The letter described the terrible lives of the cannibals there, their savage customs and violent ways, but it also told of the transforming power of the gospel, how some of these very people had abandoned their cruel practices and begun to live changed lives. When Mr. Michael finished reading, he looked around the room and asked, "I wonder if there is a boy here today who will become a missionary and one day bring the gospel to cannibals." In that moment, Chalmers felt a deep and unmistakable call. In his heart, he silently answered, "Yes, God helping me, I will." He showed no outward sign of his decision and told no one. But as he walked home, the moment stayed with him so strongly that when he reached a certain spot along the road where there was a wall, he climbed over it, knelt down on the other side, and prayed. He asked God to accept him and to make him a good missionary to the heathen. Many young people are deeply moved by a powerful sermon or a stirring story, only to forget it soon after. This was true for Chalmers as well. Though he had been greatly impressed that afternoon in church, the feeling gradually faded. Eventually, he forgot about it altogether. For a time, he fell into bad company, stopped attending Sunday school, and even stopped going to church. But the call he had once felt was not lost forever. It returned to him in a striking way a few years later. In November 1859, two evangelists from Northern Ireland came to Inverary to hold a series of revival meetings. They had been invited by Mr. Michael, who longed to see a spiritual awakening in the town. At the time, such meetings were a rare event in Inverary, and Chalmers and his rowdy group of friends decided they would disrupt them and prevent anyone from being converted. That afternoon, before the first meeting, Chalmers stopped by the shop of a friend, as he often did for a chat. The shopkeeper asked him why he wasn't planning to attend the meeting and urged him to go that night. Chalmers resisted, giving several excuses, but his friend was determined. He even handed him a small Bible and insisted that he take it with him. In the end, Chalmers agreed to go. It was raining heavily when he arrived at the meeting place. As he approached the stairs leading up to the hall, he could hear the congregation singing, "All people that on earth do dwell," to the solemn yet joyful tune of Old Hundredth. "I thought," he later said, "I had never heard such singing before." Drawn in by the sound, he climbed the steps and entered the crowded room. The people inside were deeply earnest, and as he took his place among them, one of the evangelists stood to speak. His sermon was based on Revelation 22:17. "And let him that heareth say, Come, and let him that is athirst come, and whosoever will, let him take the water of life freely." As Chalmers listened, it felt as though the preacher was speaking directly to him. The words struck his heart, stirring something that had long been buried. Deeply moved, he slipped away quietly at the end of the meeting and went home. The following Sunday night, Chalmers attended the Free Church, where he was deeply convicted of his sin. "I was pierced through and through," he later wrote, "and felt lost beyond all hope of salvation." The next day, Mr. Michael came to him, speaking kindly and pointing him to God's promises. As he quoted, "The blood of Jesus Christ, his Son, cleanseth us from all sin," a glimmer of hope entered Chalmers' heart. Gradually, the light grew stronger. He felt God speaking to him through his word, and he believed, finding salvation at last. For a young man like Chalmers, such a powerful spiritual experience could not remain hidden. Almost immediately, he began speaking at religious meetings in both the town and countryside. Then, one day, the memory of his childhood vow returned. The promise he had made to become a missionary to the heathen. "Never again," he said, "was this forgotten." James Chalmers belonged to a remarkable group of Scottish young men who made the bold decision to dedicate their lives to Jesus Christ and to the service of others. Each made this choice early in life, and it gave their work great strength and influence. Among them was David Livingstone, the first white man to travel deep into Africa. Through God's blessing, Livingstone awakened the world's conscience to the horrors of the Central African slave trade and paved the way for the incredible transformation of Central and Southern Africa in the late 19th century. David Livingstone had been preceded by another extraordinary missionary, Robert Moffat, who went to Africa in 1817 and spent 50 years working tirelessly in Bechuanaland. His mission was not only to bring the light of the gospel, but also to uplift the people through education and civilization. The progress of Bechuanaland and the wise leadership of Kama, the great Bechuana chief, stood as lasting evidence of Moffat's impact. Another member of this remarkable group was James Gilmore, who, after studying at Glasgow University and Cheshunt College, dedicated his life to Mongolia. His extraordinary devotion and tireless efforts brought light to one of the most difficult and spiritually dark regions of the world. James Chalmers took his place among these great men, playing a significant role in the work of transforming lives. Once his conversion had set the course of his life, nothing could turn him from it. His strong will and determination drove him forward, even when obstacles arose that would have discouraged a weaker person. One of his greatest struggles was education. His parents, though supportive, were too poor to send him to university. By this time, Chalmers had become a member of the United Presbyterian Church in Inverary, under the ministry of Reverend Gilbert Meikle. He was also a regular Sunday school teacher in the very school where he had once been a student. Still, the question of how to prepare himself for missionary work weighed heavily on his mind. Mr. Meikle did all he could to help, especially by tutoring him in Latin and Euclid. He also encouraged Chalmers with stories of students who had managed to put themselves through college by working in connection with churches in Glasgow. In 1861, during one of the religious meetings in Inverary, Chalmers met Master William Turner from Glasgow. Turner was the brother of Dr. George Turner, a well-known missionary who had spent 40 years serving in the Samoan mission. As they spoke, Turner shared stories of his brother's experiences in the South Seas, further strengthening Chalmers' already deep desire to become a missionary. When a young person possesses such a strong calling, especially early in life, a determined will is sure to find a way. Later that year, Chalmers secured a position as a worker with the Glasgow City Mission. Around the same time, Dr. Turner was in Glasgow overseeing the publication of a new edition of the Samoan Bible. Through his brother, Chalmers met the missionary, who quickly recognized in the young Scotsman the qualities that would make him a valuable worker in the South Pacific. They had many long discussions, and in the end, Dr. Turner provided the key to solving Chalmers' greatest challenge: his education. He advised Chalmers to apply to the London Missionary Society. If accepted, they would send him to college for training and later appoint him to one of their mission fields. Carrying out this plan took time, and throughout the process, Chalmers remained entirely self-reliant. He took pride in supporting himself, refusing to be a financial burden on his parents. Living on the small wages he earned from the Glasgow City Mission was difficult, especially since his work placed him in some of the most challenging areas of the city. It is a sad reality that in every major city, whether Glasgow, Liverpool, or London, there are districts nearly as degraded as the worst parts of the heathen world. Many men and women in these places live in deep spiritual darkness, knowing little of true goodness or hope. Chalmers' work with the Glasgow City Mission took him into the worst slums of the city, where he faced some of the most desperate and hardened men and women. His task was to bring hope and help to those living in the darkest corners of Glasgow. He worked closely with a mission church connected to Greyfriars Church, where Dr. Calderwood was the pastor. Unfortunately, Chalmers never recorded his experiences from this time. He spent nearly a year in Glasgow, and the challenges he faced there would later prove invaluable in his missionary work. He often said that he never encountered anyone in New Guinea or Rarotonga more degraded or difficult to reach than some of the people he met in the alleys and cellars of Glasgow. After about 8 months, his correspondence with the London Missionary Society led to an important step. He traveled to London to meet with the Society's directors, and in the end, he was accepted as a missionary student. He was sent to Cheshire College, a theological institution about 13 miles from London, where many influential missionaries had been trained. Cheshire had produced a remarkable group of men who went on to serve in mission fields around the world. Among them were Dr. Muirhead and Dr. Chalmers of China, James Gilmore of Mongolia, G.O. Newport and Edward Rice of South India, and Wardlaw Thompson, who later became the Foreign Secretary of the London Missionary Society. These men played a vital role in spreading the gospel, and now Chalmers was stepping onto the same path. When Chalmers entered Cheshire College, its president was Dr. Reynolds, a man of great intellect, but even greater personal warmth and spiritual influence. More than any textbook or lecture, the character of a college leader shapes the students who pass through its halls. From 1860 to 1895, those who studied at Cheshire were blessed to come under the guidance of such a remarkable and inspiring man. Chalmers later described his first meeting with Dr. Reynolds. He asked me many questions about Greek, Latin, and mathematics, and, being satisfied, then said, his whole face speaking, "But, brother, the most important thing of all is your state in relation to our Lord Jesus Christ." Looking back on those days, Chalmers wrote that every student from his time at Cheshire held holy and blessed memories of the experience. Chalmers remained at Cheshire for only 2 years, though the full course at the time was 4. As education advanced, the training was later extended to 5 or 6 years. But Chalmers' early schooling had not prepared him for long academic study. From the beginning, his strengths leaned toward action rather than scholarship. It quickly became clear that his abilities were best suited for pioneer mission work, bringing the gospel to the untamed regions of the South Seas, rather than ministering in established centers of ancient civilization like Benares, Calcutta, Peking, or Hankow. Financial struggles added to Chalmers's difficulties. Although the London Missionary Society covered tuition and board for its students, each was responsible for their own personal expenses. The society provided a small allowance for missionary trainees, but even with his frugal habits, developed through years of hardship, Chalmers found it difficult to make ends meet. Still, he faced the challenge with his usual determination. "I have no doubt," he wrote, "that I will get this session battled through in some way, and it may in after life prove one of the best lessons I had while at college. It teaches how to economize, but in rather a difficult way. Perhaps this kind of financial discipline would benefit many students today, in contrast to those who receive large allowances and risk falling into habits of extravagance. Those forced to carefully consider every expense often develop a stronger sense of responsibility. Many who struggle through hardship in youth grow into men and women who make a real impact on the world, while those for whom life is made too easy sometimes accomplish little of lasting significance. Though never destined to be a scholar, Chalmers approached his studies with great energy. "I am beginning," he wrote, "to make use of the Greek for my testament, and I rather like it, although I cannot say I like the languages as well as theology and mathematics. But by the blessing of God, I am determined to master all the languages I have to undertake." His mastery of Latin, Greek, and Hebrew may have remained limited, but the discipline of language study at Cheshunt prepared him for the linguistic challenges he would later face. When he arrived in the South Seas, he learned Rarotongan so thoroughly that it became as familiar to him as his native tongue. In later years, many Rarotongan missionaries sent to New Guinea found comfort, strength, and encouragement in Chalmers's ability to speak their language with beauty and power. His fellow students at Cheshunt still remembered his boundless energy and strong personal influence. One recalled that at the time, Chalmers was tall and thin, not yet the broad-shouldered, portly figure he would later become. His complexion was pale and freckled, his hair black, and his hazel eyes full of a constant sparkle. He was active and athletic, an excellent skater and a powerful football player. Every aspect of his body, mind, and spirit marked him as a natural leader and a true pioneer. Chalmers' fellow students all agreed on one thing: he was always ready for pranks and practical jokes. The only way to maintain peace in the college corridors near his room was to appoint him as a kind of unofficial college policeman responsible for keeping order. Ironically, he was often the cause of the mischief himself. One prank in particular left a lasting impression. A fellow student wrote, "Who that was at Cheshunt at the time can forget the terrifying sight of the great brown bear?" Chalmers had befriended Mr. Tugwell, a curate at Gough's Oak, who had once been a missionary among the North American Indians. Tugwell had brought back several Native American artifacts, including an enormous bearskin, complete with head and paws, which was used in tribal dances. Seeing its potential for mischief, Chalmers promptly borrowed it. Late one evening, after prayers, when the students were gathered in the dining hall for supper, the door was suddenly flung open. A massive bear, standing on its hind legs and growling ominously, lumbered into the room. The startled students froze as the creature shambled forward, seized one of the quietest among them in a powerful embrace, then turned to pursue the others. Just as panic took hold, the Confederates switched off the gas lamps, plunging the room into darkness. What followed was sheer chaos. When the lights were turned back on, the bear was unmasked. It was Chalmers inside the skin, roaring with laughter. For days afterward, the incident was the source of endless jokes. The prank reached its peak when the bear encountered an old Irish fruit seller in the corridor, suddenly grabbing both the man and his basket in a fearsome hug. The vendor's face, one student recalled, was a picture of sheer terror. all the qualities that had defined Chalmers' boyhood. His physical strength, quick decision-making, and ability to see the right course of action and take it without hesitation proved just as valuable at Cheshunt. One fellow student later recorded how Chalmers' quick thinking saved the lives of 2 men. One hot afternoon in late April, 8 students, including Chalmers, went boating on the River Lee. After an hour of rowing, they decided to swim. But Chalmers, feeling unwell, stayed on the riverbank. Of the 7 who entered the water, 6 were strong swimmers, while 1 could not swim and stayed close to the shore. After 10 or 15 minutes, the 6 swimmers climbed out to dry off, leaving the non-swimmer alone in the water. Suddenly, there was a splash and a scream. At first, the others assumed he was playing, but one student, who was standing apart, saw that the man had gone beyond his depth. He ran to the river's edge and jumped in to help. But as soon as he reached him, the drowning man clutched onto him in panic, making it impossible to swim. Though he pleaded with him to loosen his grip, fear only made the man cling tighter, dragging them both under. The 2 struggled toward the middle of the river, and Chalmers immediately recognized the danger. He shouted for the other students, who were still undressed from swimming, to form a human chain in the water, positioning themselves so that each man could reach the next. Throwing off only his coat and waistcoat, Chalmers leaped into the river and swam towards the drowning pair. Just as they were sinking for the last time, he grabbed hold of one of them. With his free hand, he seized the outermost swimmer in the human chain and called for them to pull. Thanks to his quick thinking, both men were safely hauled ashore. His courage and skill had turned a near-certain tragedy into a dramatic rescue. Alongside the academic work at Cheshunt, Dr. Reynolds maintained a strong spiritual atmosphere at the college. Some of the more serious-minded students found it difficult to reconcile Chalmers's lively spirit and love of practical jokes with the solemn purpose of training for the ministry. They would see him causing an uproar, pouring water on fellow students from a window, only to witness the same man deeply engaged in prayer at a devotional meeting or earnestly preaching in the college chapel. Yet this contrast was one of Chalmers' greatest strengths. He embraced life's humor and adventure, but when the moment called for it, he was just as passionate in his faith, as devout in prayer, and as serious about his calling as anyone could hope to be. Cheshunt College had a number of small village churches connected to it, and each year a student was appointed to oversee one of them, earning the title of dean. Perhaps due to his physical stamina and ability to walk long distances, Chalmers was assigned as the dean of a small chapel in Hartford Heath, about 7 miles from the college. This station held special significance because it was under the care of Professor Johnson, a renowned Sanskrit scholar from Haileybury College, which at the time was a training school for the Indian Civil Service. A deep friendship developed between Professor Johnson and Chalmers. Despite the 14-mile round trip, Chalmers frequently made the journey to Hartford Heath, preaching with enthusiasm and working tirelessly for the small congregation. For more than a generation, the people of that village chapel cherished the memory that the great heart of New Guinea had once been their dean. During his time at college, Chalmers became engaged to Miss Hirkus of Greenock, a woman who, as later events would show, was perfectly suited to be his companion and partner in mission work. After leaving Cheshunt, he spent a year at a missionary college at Farquhar House, Highgate, under the training of Dr. John Wardlaw. A fellow student who knew him well at that time later described his character at the close of his studies. He had his faults, as we all do. He was too impulsive, sometimes stubborn in his opinions, and once he had made up his mind, it was difficult to change it. But these were only small flaws on the surface of a remarkable character. What truly defined him was his deep love for people, his absolute fearlessness, his simple and selfless nature, and his complete devotion to the work of the Lord Jesus Christ. He had given his life to this cause and was willing to do whatever was needed to advance it. Some of Chalmers' old classmates were amused when they later heard that he had become the head of a training school for native evangelists in Rarotonga. It was hard to imagine their energetic and adventurous friend confined to a classroom, methodically teaching and lecturing. Yet one of those classmates, visiting him years later in New Guinea, saw firsthand how Chalmers adapted to every challenge. I found him at Saguane, pacing up and down the sanded floor of his little school chapel, teaching arithmetic, geography, and English to about 23 wild young New Guineans. It was almost comical to see the great missionary explorer, known for his daring journeys, giving simple lessons to his students. But he didn't see it that way. The work needed to be done, and there was no one else to do it. So, without hesitation, he took it up, ready to hand it over if someone better suited came along, or to continue for as long as necessary. I laughed and teased him about it, but in that moment, I gained a deeper respect for him. His devotion to duty, no matter how small or unexpected the task, made me admire and honor him more than ever. Many influences shape a boy or a man, but the most powerful is coming into close contact with a noble and saintly personality. For Chalmers, this experience at Cheshunt left an unbreakable bond between him and the college. No two men could have been more different in outward character than Dr. Reynolds and James Chalmers. Dr. Reynolds was a quiet scholar, an English gentleman, and a man of deep spiritual insight, great in prayer and in applying Scripture to life and character. Chalmers, on the other hand, was a man of action, full of high spirits, happiest when out in the open, whether rowing a boat, climbing a mountain, or confronting a hostile crowd. Yet, despite their differences, Dr. Reynolds left a lasting impression on him. Years later, when Dr. Reynolds sent Chalmers a copy of his book, The Lamps of the Temple, Chalmers responded with heartfelt gratitude. "I've been listening to you again and again, and drinking in new life from the water of life flowing through you. I have read all these addresses, and today I begin them again. At times of devotion, may they be to me as the very lamp of God. These lamps will bring to every college fellow the past, and flash anew through his soul thoughts and inspirations that in the past were his through you." Dr. Reynolds, in turn, remembered Chalmers with deep admiration, writing many years later, "Chalmers gave me the idea of lofty consecration to the divine work of saving those for whom Christ died. His faith was simple, unswerving, and enthusiastic. While he could throw a giant's strength into all kinds of work, he was as gentle as a child and as submissive as a soldier. He used to pray for help as if he were sure of the message he had then to deliver." If Cheshunt did not provide Chalmers with extensive academic learning, it nevertheless deepened his devotion, enthusiasm, and passionate longing for the salvation of others, largely through the spiritual influence of Dr. Reynolds. At the same time, Chalmers' vigorous energy, love of fun, and disregard for rigid formalities made him a refreshing and uplifting presence among his fellow students. His free-spirited nature and boundless enthusiasm left a lasting impact on those around him. One of his classmates later reflected, "I count it one of the great joys of my life to have known James Chalmers." Chapter 3. In Danger on the Sea. Before Chalmers finished his college training, the directors of the London Missionary Society decided to send him to the island of Mangaya, one of the Hervey Islands in the far South Pacific. But before it was time for him to leave, his assignment was changed, and he was sent instead to the island of Rarotonga. In October 1865, he was ordained as a minister at Finchley in North London. 2 days before his ordination, he married Miss Hercus. Although only 40 years have passed since then, travel and communication have changed so much that it is hard to imagine what things were like at that time. In 1865, there were no steamships or even regular sailing ships traveling to the South Pacific Islands. Even today, only a few island groups have regular mail service. Because of this, the missionary societies working in the South Pacific had to provide their own ships. These ships carried missionaries to and from their stations, and also delivered supplies, goods, and books needed for their work. When John Williams, one of the most well-known missionaries of the London Missionary Society, returned to England on furlough in 1834, his powerful and exciting speeches about the amazing progress in the South Sea Islands stirred great enthusiasm. As a result, a special ship called the Camden was bought and dedicated to carrying missionaries, their wives, native helpers, and teachers to the various mission stations. John Williams sailed again on the Camden's first voyage, but in 1839 he was killed by fierce and hostile natives on the island of Eromanga. The Camden returned to England in 1843 and was then sold. To honor John Williams, the martyr, the children of England raised £6,000 to build a new and larger missionary ship. When it was launched, it was named the John Williams, and from 1844 to 1864, it served the mission work faithfully. But on December 10th, 1864, it was completely wrecked on the coral reef of Puka Puka, also known as Danger Island. When news of the shipwreck reached England, the children of a new generation, just as eager and generous as those before them, raised the money to build an even larger and better John Williams. It was on this new ship that Chalmers and his wife sailed for Australia on January 4th, 1866. The first John Williams, Chalmers writes in his autobiography, was wrecked on Danger Island. To replace her, a fine clipper ship was built in Aberdeen and also named the John Williams. On January 4th, 1866, we left Gravesend in her. The ship was commanded by Captain Williams, and his mate was Mr. Turpey, who later became well known as the captain of the third John Williams. We had a rough time in the English Channel. At one point it seemed certain we would be wrecked and everyone on board lost. We sailed through the same storm in which the ship London was lost. We were badly damaged and had to stop at Weymouth for repairs, where we stayed for over 2 weeks. The other missionaries and their wives went ashore, accepting the warm and eager invitations of many kind friends. but my wife and I chose to remain on board. Mrs. Williams, the captain's wife, also stayed with us. The bad weather continued through January. Near the end of the month, we raised anchor and set out for sunnier skies. We had a long, hard sail getting south, but how we enjoyed the warm weather once we reached it. Our group included Mr. and Mrs. Mitchie Mister, and Mrs. Watson, and Mr. and Mrs. Davies, who were headed to Samoa, Mr. and Mrs. Saville going to Huahine, and my wife and I going to Rarotonga. I am now, writing in 1900, the only one still left in the field. A letter dated Ship John Williams, near Australia, April 25, 1866, gives a cheerful picture of life on board after the rough beginning. We are now within 900 miles of Adelaide, and hope to arrive in a few days. It has truly been a happy, pleasant, and blessed time for us all. We have not felt the dull routine of sea life that people often speak of. Instead, we have enjoyed constant change and beauty in the sky, sea, and air. The Bible class and prayer meetings with the crew have been deeply blessed. The prayers offered for us have truly been answered, and God has worked in people's hearts. Those who were once careless have begun seeking salvation, and those already praying have been stirred to greater devotion. Our Sunday services and prayer meetings in the saloon have been like fountains of living water for thirsty souls. I have been greatly encouraged and helped by this voyage so far, and I sincerely hope the whole journey will be a deep spiritual preparation for the work ahead. All we desire is the salvation of souls and the glory of God. God has greatly blessed us with good health. We've been well the whole way. After leaving Weymouth, we had a little seasickness, which I believe actually did us good. I hope we won't be like sailors who get landsick after a short time ashore. Mrs. Chalmers has been the best sailor among the ladies in the saloon, better even than some of the men. We are able to add more detail to this brief account of their long and fascinating journey, thanks to a diary kept by Mr. Saville, one of Mr. Chalmers's fellow missionaries, who kindly shared it with the author. His notes help us picture what sailing to Australia was like in 1866. The following event happened in the area sailors call the Doldrums. Friday, March 2nd, latitude north, 1 degree 58, longitude west, 23 degrees 40. Yesterday passed quietly, like many other days at sea. It was extremely hot, and at times there wasn't a breath of wind, but today brought excitement and interest. Early in the morning, we saw we were close enough to signal a well-built iron clipper bark. Though we didn't expect the ship's master to respond, our captain gave it a try. We raised our flag, and before long, they answered with theirs. Before breakfast, we were exchanging pleasant and friendly signals. We learned from the captain's messages that the ship's name was Arequipa, that she had sailed from Liverpool and was heading to Arica, a port in Peru on the west coast of South America. She had been at sea for 31 days. We answered several of his questions, thanked him for his kindness, and wished him a good voyage, little knowing we would soon have an even closer meeting with him before parting for good. After breakfast, we rushed on deck to see how far our friendly ship had drifted, and to our surprise, while we were completely still in the calm, she had caught a strong breeze that brought her almost within speaking distance. At first, she was on our starboard side, but in a short time, She passed across our bow and soon came close to our port side. While we were below for prayers, the wind carried her around our stern, and shortly after, she was again on our starboard. These unusual movements were a vivid example of the strange and shifting winds often found in this part of the ocean. Once both ships were caught in the same breeze, they signaled to ask if all was well on board. Then they asked if we would come aboard their ship. We hadn't expected such an invitation, but Captain Williams quickly signaled back that he would send a boat. That's when the excitement began. A change like this in our sea routine was a real delight to us all. We could hardly have been more eager if we were preparing to go ashore at Adelaide. The boat was quickly lowered, manned, and we were soon rowing toward the Arequipa, about half a mile away. As we pulled away, the John Williams looked beautiful, her sails fully set and gently filled with the light wind. We were warmly welcomed on board the Arequipa by the captain. He had only one passenger and didn't seem especially interested when he found out we were from a missionary ship. His main reason for inviting us over was to find out how we had managed to outpace him. The evening before, he had seen us far behind, but by morning we were ahead of him. He said he had overtaken every ship he'd seen since leaving port, until ours appeared. We weren't surprised, because we had passed every ship we'd met since leaving Gravesend, no matter how light or fast they were. Many a captain has been frustrated after watching us sail by, including the master of the Arequipa. We told him proudly that no ship on the sea could beat us for speed, and I don't think one could. He didn't believe it, and talked proudly about his own ship. To be fair, she was indeed beautifully built. After some friendly teasing back and forth, we returned to our boat. As we pushed off, the crew of the Arequipa gave us 3 loud cheers, and we answered with 3 even louder ones. Just then, a breeze picked up, and as soon as we were away, the Arequipa's captain set every sail he could to try and get ahead of the John Williams. But his effort was in vain. For a short time he stayed in front, and even signaled us, jokingly, to ask if we wanted a tow line to help us along. But soon he was behind, and we replied by asking if we should send him 2 tow lines to help him keep up. Before nightfall, he was far behind us. The next story shows the kind of entertainment that was common on sailing ships, amusements no longer possible on the fast steamships of today. We had great fun early yesterday morning. Right after I took my bath on deck, a shark was spotted near the stern of the ship. Everyone was eager to catch this one, since we'd missed a smaller one a few days before. A big hook was baited with pork and fastened to a strong rope. The shark soon noticed it, sniffed around, then rolled onto his back, opened his huge mouth, and took the bait. Everyone pulled hard on the rope, but just as we had lifted him part way out of the water, he shook free and swam off. Still, he couldn't resist the bait. Back he came. Again he sniffed, rolled over, clamped his massive jaws around the pork and hook. And this time, we pulled him far above the water. A noose was thrown over his head, another over his tail, and the creature was hauled onto the deck. He fought furiously, opening and snapping his jaws with terrible force. If anyone had been caught by them, they would surely have lost a limb. When we measured him, he was 6 feet 10.5 inches long, what sailors call a small shark. He was quickly cut up, though even after his tail, fins, spine, and insides were removed, he kept struggling violently for over an hour, opening and closing his mouth in a way that still made him dangerous to be near. Later that afternoon, parts of the shark were cooked for the sailors, and they seemed to enjoy it as much as we enjoy a good piece of salmon. The following paragraph is especially noteworthy, since the society publishing this book occasionally sends gifts of literature to the people living on the remote island mentioned. Soon after breakfast, a few of us were on deck and were surprised to see, through the mist hanging over the sea, a large ship not far from us. We hoped to signal her, but to our disappointment, she quickly passed ahead and left us far behind. This was the first ship since we left Gravesend that had outpaced us. The mist and clouded sun also spoiled what we had hoped would be a pleasant treat. Around midday and for much of the afternoon, we were less than 20 miles from the small island of Tristan da Cunha. The island has a mountain as tall as the one in Tahiti, and on a clear day, it can be seen from as far as 90 miles away. As the mist thinned, some of us thought we could just make out the peak, but it was very faint. We saw in our almanacs that a total lunar eclipse was expected early Saturday morning. We agreed we could spare an hour of sleep and arranged for Mr. Turpey, the chief officer on night watch, to blow the fog horn when the eclipse was nearly total. At 4 a.m., we were suddenly woken by a loud blast of the fog horn, and before long most of us were on deck. A few dark clouds passed over the moon now and then, but otherwise everything was perfect for viewing an eclipse at sea. It was a beautiful sight to watch the shadow slowly cover the moon's silvery glow, and to see the moonlight fading gradually from the surface of the water. We stayed on deck for about an hour, then gladly returned to our warmer rooms below. Here is another example of how, on the old sailing ships, it was possible to study sea life in ways that are rarely possible on modern steamships. During part of the morning, there was no wind at all, and our ship lay still on the water, except for the gentle rolling caused by the swells. It was a perfect chance to try catching birds. The boatswain, Mr. Mishi, and I made the attempt. We let out a line from the stern with several small hooks, each baited with pieces of raw pork. For a while, the birds noticed the bait but refused to take it. Finally, a fine albatross swooped down towards the floating pork, tried to swallow it, and, to our great satisfaction, got the hook firmly caught in its beak. We quickly hauled in the rope while the great bird struggled, unable to spit out the bait that had trapped him. When we brought the bird over the stern and set him on deck, we were amazed by his great size and beauty. While flying around the ship, he didn't seem much bigger than a goose, but once on deck, he turned out to be the largest bird I had ever seen. We spread out his wings, and I measured from tip to tip. They spanned over 10 feet. From his tail to the tip of his beak, he measured 3 feet 4 inches. His beak alone was 6 to 8 inches long. The feathers beneath his wings were a beautiful white, while the rest of his body was brown. His feet were large and webbed. His legs were useless to him on the deck. Whenever he tried to stand, he would fall forward onto his beak. These birds can only take flight from the water. Though he opened his massive wings again and again to try and fly, he couldn't lift off from the deck. The albatross didn't seem frightened by us at all, and sat calmly among us. But if anyone came close enough to touch him, he let out a harsh noise from his throat, something like a goose, and snapped his beak fiercely. Had he caught anyone's fingers, he likely would have bitten them clean off. Some of the men begged to keep him so they could make what they called a sea pie, but sailors often have strong superstitions about albatrosses. Many would rather give up their own meals than harm one. Some of our crew held to these old beliefs, and once we had finished observing our strange guest, we threw him back into the sea, to his great relief. He was very sick once he hit the water, and had also vomited while on board. The sailors say these birds almost always become sick after spending time on a ship. The well-known and always dreaded rolling 40s gave the passengers on the John Williams a harsh reminder of the rough conditions that can come with sea travel. Thursday, April 12th. None of us are likely to forget today's hardships. The rough days we experienced in the Channel came freshly back to mind, and once again we were reminded how uncertain and fragile our ship is, and how fully our lives depend on him, who holds the mighty oceans in his hands and calms the storm with his word. Long before we got up this morning, we knew things had changed. The wind and sea had risen during the night, and we were being tossed from side to side in our berths so violently that sleep was impossible. After breakfast, I went up on deck and saw the sea, higher and rougher than it had been for many weeks. The sun was shining beautifully, and as I watched the mighty waves roll in with their foaming crests, glistening like snow-covered hills sparkling in the sunlight, I thought I had never seen anything more glorious, even on land. As far as the eye could see in every direction, great hills of water tossed their snowy heads high into the sky. Sometimes our ship was lifted to their towering peaks. Other times we dropped deep into valleys of dark blue water. As the day went on, the sky stayed clear, but the wind grew stronger, and many sails had to be taken in. A few smaller waves washed over the deck in the morning, making it wet, but otherwise we were fairly comfortable, even in the strong wind. Some of us went back on deck after dinner, but thankfully we didn't stay there past 3 o'clock. Not long after that hour, a massive wave crashed over the ship. It hit the deck with a thunderous sound, like a loud clap of lightning. The full force struck the saloon skylight, shattering 3 panes of glass and sending water pouring into the saloon like a waterfall. We were all startled, and the ladies were especially frightened. As the ship rolled, 4 or 5 more waves followed, each one pouring more water into the saloon and adding to the alarm. The water soon found its way into the cabins, and before long, light boxes, bags, shoes, slippers, and other items were floating everywhere. For a few moments we were stunned by the sudden and miserable situation. But we quickly pulled ourselves together, and everyone got to work bailing out the unwelcome visitor. By 4:30, we were all seated comfortably at the tea table again. Some of the cabins were badly soaked, but nothing of real value was seriously damaged. The second mate had been on deck when the wave struck. He saw it coming before it broke over the ship and expected the full force would sweep everything from the deck. Thankfully, only a portion of the wave actually came on board, and even in the midst of our trouble, we felt we had much to thank God for. Religious life on board was not neglected. Regular Sunday services were held, along with daily morning and evening prayer meetings. At times, special meetings were arranged for the crew, which led to real spiritual change in some of the sailors. Tonight I went forward to the weekly prayer meeting held by our men in the forecastle. It was a time of great spiritual refreshment. I don't think any of us who were there will easily forget the joy we shared. God's presence was deeply felt. For some time now, we've seen clear signs that God is working powerfully among many of our crew. And tonight, we witnessed even more moving proofs of that. Mr. Chalmers and I led the meeting. Many of the men prayed with deep feeling. I felt humbled by their sincerity and simple faith. Toward the end of the meeting, Mr. Chalmers said we were sure that God was stirring the hearts of some who, until recently, had not known the love of Christ. He invited any such person to kneel and pray with us. No sooner had he spoken than one sailor dropped to his knees and, for the first time in his life, prayed aloud. His prayer was short, but heartfelt, words from a wounded soul. As soon as he finished, another sailor, who had come aboard as an ungodly man, also began to pray. He had never joined us in prayer before. Our hearts were deeply moved to hear his voice. I'm not sure whether he or we were more affected during those few moments. His words were broken by sobs and emotion, so that we could hardly hear them, but we knew God was at work. On May 20th, the John Williams arrived in Adelaide and was warmly welcomed by the Christian community of that beautiful city. Mrs. Chalmers's father traveled from New Zealand to meet his daughter and her husband. The group of young missionaries also visited Melbourne, Geelong, Ballarat, Hobart, and Sydney, spending several weeks in Australia. In each place, they were met with great kindness and interest. They left feeling they had made many lasting friendships. The following letter, published in the Australian Christian World on May 17th of 1901, recalls their visit to Sydney and reveals a side of Chalmers's character that stood out throughout his life. About 35 years ago, 5 missionaries from the London Missionary Society arrived in Sydney. 3 young men and 2 returning missionaries. Among them were Mr. J. Chalmers and Mr. A. Saville. They were warmly received by the congregational churches in the city. At Bourke Street Congregational Church, a large meeting was held, with the pastor, Reverend Thomas Johnston, presiding. That was the first time I saw or heard young Chalmers, and I have never forgotten him. Mr. Saville was the first to speak. He made some remarks about the mission work ahead and ended his short speech by saying he hoped to live to see the Australian colonies united under one federal union. At that, the chairman stood up and said sharply, "Come, come, sir. We'll have no republicanism here." Mr. Saville immediately sat down. I was a young man myself at the time, and I felt indignant at how he had been treated. But I didn't have to wait long. The chairman next called on the Reverend James Chalmers to speak. He rose at once, full of energy and confidence. A strong young man of 25, about 5 feet 9 inches tall, with a solid, well-built frame. He said, "Mr. Chairman, before I speak on my topic, I want to make something clear on behalf of my friend, Mr. Saville. On the matter of the Federation of the Australian Colonies, I agree with every word he said, and I too hope to live to see the colonies united under one federal union. Mr. Saville is no more a Republican than I am, and I believe he is as loyal to the throne of England as anyone in this room. I have never forgotten the fire in his tone and the strength in his words and presence. I believe I've recalled his exact words, and they left a lasting impression." Young Chalmers was met with applause for his bold and loyal defense of his friend. I clearly remember turning to someone beside me and saying, "Chalmers is every inch a man, and he will make his mark in years to come." His speech that night made a strong impression, and there's no doubt that his open, generous, and manly spirit won the hearts of the whole audience. In August, the John Williams left Sydney and set sail for the New Hebrides. On board were Dr. and Mrs. Getty and Mr. and Mrs. Nielsen, who were to be dropped off at the island of Antietam. That afternoon, as the ship entered the harbor, the weather was clear, with a steady southeast breeze. For those seeing the South Seas for the first time, the beauty was breathtaking. The passengers stood at the stern, watching in wonder as the light danced across the brilliant colors of the nearby coral reef. Then suddenly, several of them were thrown backward onto the deck. The ship had struck an unseen reef. At full sail, she came to a stop, lodged fast. For several days she remained stuck. Her forefoot was broken, and a large part of her false keel was torn away. Mr. Saville's diary once again gives fuller details of this serious incident. Sad and unexpected events have taken place since I last wrote. The ship we had been so proud of, boasting of her beauty and strength, is now anchored here in the harbor, damaged and leaking. She has been emptied of her cargo, and the sound of the pumps echoes day and night as the crew works to keep her free of water. Last Wednesday morning, just after we had sighted Tana, we were thrilled to see the hills of Antietam appear in the distance. By breakfast, we were only 8 or 10 miles from shore, but due to contrary winds, it took the entire day to reach the bay. As we sailed along different parts of the island, we admired its beautiful scenery. Mr. Getty pointed out the school buildings and mission houses to us, and we looked forward with great excitement to seeing them up close. In the afternoon, the wind changed in our favor and carried us to a point where, using the ship's glasses, we could clearly see Mr. Getty's house and the large, tidy-looking chapel. Soon we were well inside the bay, with the surf breaking white on the coral reefs near the harbor entrance. Our hearts were full of joy as we approached this beautiful island and looked forward to witnessing mission work for the first time. But suddenly, that joy turned to shock. With a loud crash, the ship ran hard upon a reef and stopped. Though the sails were quickly turned back, the vessel did not move. For a moment, we were all silent, looking at each other in disbelief, each of us realizing, though none dared say it, that our ship had struck a reef with great force and was now firmly stuck fast. In a few minutes we were surrounded by boats and canoes filled with natives, who quickly climbed aboard and made the scene even more lively and chaotic. None of them were dressed alike. Most wore only a small covering around their waists. Many had their heads adorned with green leaves, while others wore handkerchiefs or caps. After eagerly shaking hands with each of us, they rushed to the ropes and began helping our crew back the sails and lower the boats into the water. While all of this was happening, which took only a short time, our minds were in great confusion. The accident had happened so suddenly that at first it didn't seem real. But soon our concern turned to the extent of the damage. Was the ship leaking? Were we in danger? Should we go below to prepare to leave the vessel? It wasn't long before we were reassured that although the ship had suffered damage, she was taking in little to no water. For the moment, at least, it was safe to remain on board. A message quickly arrived from the shore, inviting us to land and leave the damaged ship behind for a while. The rest of the day was spent unloading luggage from the ship. The goods were stored in the mission schoolroom and a large boathouse on the beach. Several native divers went under the ship and packed oakum into the holes torn by the reef. They also nailed tarred blankets and boards over the broken sections. This reduced the leaking, though the pumps still had to be kept running constantly. At low tide, the ship looked pitiful. Her bow was stuck on the submerged reef, while the falling tide caused her stern to dip lower and lower, making it appear as though she might slide backward into the sea. This was our great fear for several days, but after the cargo was unloaded and she was made lighter, she was finally freed from the reef and floated again in deep water. We were all overjoyed. The natives shouted loudly as she slipped from the rock and even attempted to give 3 cheers in English style. Tuesday, September 18th. 1 week ago today, the day spring arrived with all the missionaries from the New Hebrides mission on board. That afternoon, a meeting was held with the missionaries and the captains of both ships to decide the best course for repairing the John Williams. It was agreed that she would return to Sydney for repairs. Several natives would go with her to help work the pumps, and the Dayspring would accompany her to ensure the safety of all on board. The missionaries and most of the cargo from both ships were to remain on Antietam until the John Williams returned. The return voyage to Sydney took nearly 3 weeks. 22 natives were brought on board to work the pumps, which had to be operated constantly, day and night, to keep the John Williams afloat. This was an opportunity Chalmers couldn't pass up. While the other missionaries stayed behind at Antietam, Chalmers and his wife returned to Sydney on the damaged ship. Their early return surprised their friends in Sydney, and the reason for it caused real concern. The necessary repairs took 6 weeks. During that time, Mr. and Mrs. Chalmers worked to stir up greater interest in mission work among their colonial friends. Given the dangerous storms they had faced in the English Channel and how narrowly they had escaped a shipwreck at Antietam, it would have been reasonable to hope that the rest of their journey might be calm. But that was not to be. They left Sydney on November 15th, with the John Williams fully repaired and as seaworthy as ever. Within 4 weeks, they had completed their visits to Antietam and the Loyalty Islands. Spirits were high as the ship set out for Norway. She arrived there on January 3rd, 1866, after a difficult 3-week voyage from Mare. The ship had to sail against the wind the entire way, and for 9 days they had to navigate near dangerous reefs, using only dead reckoning. On the afternoon of January 3rd, all the passengers except Mr. and Mrs. Davies, who were unwell, went ashore to visit Mr. and Mrs. Laws, the missionaries stationed on Niue. The visitors were persuaded to stay overnight. Mrs. Williams, the captain's wife, also stayed on the island, while the captain returned alone to the ship. That night the wind shifted and grew so strong that there could be no communication with the ship until the morning of Tuesday, January 8th. On that day the captain came ashore again, bringing the last of Mr. Laws's supplies. After sending back some local gifts, coconuts, taro, and yams, from the Niue people, Mr. Chalmers and his wife returned to the ship with the captain and Mrs. Williams. They were hopeful and fully expected to sail for Samoa the following day. The boats were quickly hoisted up on the davits, and the John Williams headed out to sea for the night with a fair breeze. Around these coral islands, the sea is so deep that anchoring is usually impossible. Soon the ship was far offshore. The sky looked unsettled and squally, which actually comforted those on board, since a squall was safer than a dead calm. But by 7:30 in the evening, the wind dropped completely, and a heavy swell began pushing in toward the land. Before long, the ship lost all forward motion and began drifting backward. Still, because they were far from shore, no one thought there was real danger. Every possible effort was made to hold the ship out at sea. The whaleboat, pinnace, and gig were lowered, manned with rowers, and set to tow the ship. The sails were kept ready to catch the slightest breeze. Both the sailors and the native teachers pulled hard at the oars. But it soon became clear that none of this would be enough. The ship continued drifting astern, closer and closer to the deadly reef. Around 9 o'clock, Mrs. Williams, Mr. and Mrs. Davies, and Mr. and Mrs. Chalmers gathered in the saloon for prayer, while the native teachers prayed together on the main deck. With deep earnestness, they cried out to the Lord to save the ship, their beloved vessel, his own ship, from the destruction that threatened it. They pleaded that she might be spared to carry the gospel for many more years to the beautiful islands of the Pacific. After praying, they returned to the deck and sent up rockets and blue lights to alert those on shore of the danger, though they knew the friends ashore could do nothing to help. The agony of that hour was beyond description. The strong and beautiful John Williams was slowly and steadily being carried toward destruction, and in spite of all their work and struggle, they could not save her. The night grew intensely dark. Lightning began to flash, and those watching anxiously on deck hoped the storm would bring wind to save the ship. But not a breath stirred the air. Around 10 o'clock, the gig was brought alongside, and the women were lowered into it from the side of the vessel. There was no time for formality. 72 people were on board, including several native women and children. The swell from the reef could already be felt beneath them. By 20 minutes past 11, everyone had been transferred into the boats. Only minutes later, the John Williams struck the reef with a terrible crash. The sound shattered any remaining hope that the ship could be saved and sent a deep pain through the hearts of those watching. They loved the vessel. It felt like losing a dear friend. Those in the boats were in a difficult position. They had packed a few belongings into bags, but most of these had to be left behind on deck. It began to rain, torrential rain, as only the tropics know, and they were still miles away from the mission premises. The passengers and crew rowed toward land, keeping the boats connected with ropes. Though the night was dark, they were guided by torches lit one after another along the shore by the natives. By 3 a.m., they reached the landing place. The surf was crashing heavily on the reef. No boat could reach the beach safely. But the natives came out in canoes and carefully lifted the stranded travelers from the boats, bringing them through the powerful surf. Then they carried them, one by one, on their backs across a long stretch of steep rocks, over which the waves were constantly breaking. By 4:30 a.m., all had been safely brought ashore. They were soaked, cold, and exhausted, but thanks to prompt care and precautions, none of them became ill. This account, told from Mr. Chalmers's perspective, reveals what happened on board. But Mr. Saville's diary shares what the experience was like for those left behind on Niue. We had spent a very happy evening. A group of natives had gathered in one of the rooms, and I, along with the carpenter, was doing my best to teach them a couple of tunes. They were excellent singers. In the short time we had spent with them, they had almost mastered the national anthem and the tune Evan. I planned to meet them again 2 hours before breakfast the next morning to help them perfect the tunes before we left the island. Little imagining how quickly our happy gathering would be interrupted by a disaster already unfolding, bringing sorrow and alarm to the rest of our party. Around 10 o'clock, the carpenter, who had been outside, hurried into the house and told us that rockets were being fired from the ship. We all rushed out, and after peering into the darkness for a while, we saw several rockets rise into the sky. At first, we tried to believe they were simply being fired off for the amusement of the natives. But when a blue light flared up on the ship, we knew something was seriously wrong, and that they were calling for help. The blue light also revealed that the ship was much closer to the rocks than we had realized. Fires were immediately lit outside the house, and messengers were sent in every direction to rouse the villagers. A large canoe was pushed into the water and filled with natives. Twice the strong waves threw it back onto the reef, but on the third attempt, it launched successfully. Mr. Watson, the carpenter, and I, along with a few natives, set out at a gallop for the rocky point nearest the ship's position. The night was pitch black, and the narrow coral paths were dangerous to travel in such darkness. Thankfully, some women along the way gave us sticks to make torches, which gave us a little light. As we ran, the natives shouted constantly, a strange and almost eerie sound in the middle of the night, but it served to awaken the sleeping villagers and spread the alarm. The ship was in danger. After nearly 4 miles of hard running, we reached the edge of a rocky outcrop. In the distance, to our horror, we could see the John Williams almost directly under the cliffs. We ran further along the shore, on and then, guided by the natives, we made our way over jagged coral to the top of a steep bluff. From there, we looked down. The angry sea was crashing and foaming below us, and by the faint light of the torches, we could see the ship tossing and grinding on the reef. Each wave lifted her, then slammed her down with tremendous force on the sharp coral. Her sails were still fully set. The tops of 2 masts were already broken, and we expected at any moment to see the heavy iron masts come crashing down. Wave after wave pounded her with incredible power. And yet, the masts still stood. We were deeply anxious to know whether anyone was still on board the ship, or if they had all escaped in the boats. We shouted again and again into the darkness, but no human voice answered. The lights in the saloon continued to flicker through the skylight, so we knew that the lamps were still burning. At last, to our great relief, we saw a rocket shoot up from a distant object on the water, surely from one of the boats. It was followed by several blue lights, confirming that the boats were heading toward the mission station. All the while, the darkness was overwhelming, and the rain poured down in sheets. The natives brought large leaves to try to shield us, but we were soaked through. They also gathered big logs and built fires to warm us, but the cold and wet had already taken their toll. There was nothing more we could do at the wreck site until daylight. So we turned back toward the station, our minds stunned by what we had just witnessed. It all felt like a bad dream. We couldn't believe that our ship, the new John Williams, the pride of so many hearts, was gone. All our earthly belongings were lost, except what we had carried on our backs. 1,000 confused thoughts rushed through our minds as we made our way back to Alofi, to tell the waiting friends what our eyes had seen. The rain only grew heavier, and the night seemed to get even darker. The natives continued their wild shouting and crying, which only added to our distress. At last, we arrived at the mission station, completely drenched. It was nearly 3 a.m. By then, canoes had gone out to meet the boats and brought back joyful news. Everyone had been saved. All 73 people on board were alive. Many of them were Rarotongan and Samoan teachers with their wives and children returning home. No one expected the boats would try to land before daylight. The waves were pounding so fiercely toward the shore that entering the reef's boat passage was nearly impossible. But the passengers, soaked and freezing, chose to come ashore by transferring to the canoes. We gathered all the blankets, dry clothes, and warm drinks we could find to help the shipwrecked travelers. As they were brought in, one by one, we did everything we could to revive them from their cold, faint, and half-drowned state. When things had settled down a bit, the survivors told us the story of the wreck. In short, they had been drifting helplessly toward shore in a calm, just as the old ship had been lost, and just as this ship would have been wrecked the night before, had the wind not picked up in time. On the night of the disaster, they saw that the sea swell was steadily carrying them toward land at sunset. Every sail was hoisted to catch the slightest breeze that might push them out to sea, and the 3 boats were lowered to tow the ship. But she was drifting too quickly, faster than the boats could hold her. Closer and closer she came to the reef, until it became clear there was no hope. All were then ordered into the boats, and so, in the middle of that dark and miserable night, our beautiful ship was abandoned, left to be broken on the rocks of that unforgiving coast. It has now been 2 weeks since the wreck. The ship has not yet completely broken apart, but the heavy surf and high tides have pushed her further onto the reef, into shallower water. Wave after wave crashes over her with violent force. Her masts are all down. Large holes gape in her sides, and water pours through them constantly. Her back is broken, and she is now just a twisted hulk lying helpless on the rocks. The morning after the wreck, several natives bravely climbed on board, despite the danger of falling masts and rigging. They pulled out every box they could find in the cabins and tossed them into the sea, hoping they would drift to shore. From the rocks we watched with heavy hearts as our once valued possessions floated away or lay soaked and ruined in heaps along the shore. The next day, I was carried on a native's shoulders to the ship. I climbed aboard using a rope ladder. She lay almost on her side, and every wave that struck her made her shudder and crash against the reef as if her timbers would split apart. I had to cling tightly to whatever I could, just to keep my footing. The hold was full of water, but I managed to reach a section where some goods were still dry. With help from the crew and the natives, we recovered a decent amount of supplies, enough food to last us for a little while. But the natives had no understanding of the value of these goods. They found a number of axes on board and used them to break open every crate and barrel they came across, scattering the contents in every direction once their curiosity was satisfied. In this unforeseen and unwelcome way, the long voyage, so full of dangers and delays, came to an untimely end. Mr. and Mrs. Laws, did all they could to care for their shipwrecked friends, stretching the mission's resources to the limit to meet the sudden and heavy demands placed upon them. A shipwreck in the Pacific in those days was no small matter. Communication between islands was uncertain and infrequent, and a group of shipwrecked travelers might have to wait weeks, or even months, on a remote and isolated island like Niue before a passing ship could take them all or part of the way to their destination. They remained on Niue for several weeks. During that time, Chalmers, with his usual adventurous spirit and love of physical activity, had a near brush with death. The people of Niue, like many across the Pacific Islands, greatly enjoy surf swimming, a sport that gets part of its thrill from the danger involved. The level of risk depends on the kind of coastline. On flat beaches, it's relatively safe, but on rocky and uneven shores like those of Niue, it can be very dangerous for anyone who is not a strong and experienced swimmer. The sport involves swimming far out into the sea with a small board. Once beyond the breakers, the swimmer waits for a wave of the right size and shape. At just the right moment, he positions himself on the crest of the wave with the board under his chest. Then, carried on the rushing crest, surrounded by foam and spray, he speeds towards the shore with great force. Sometimes, when the wave breaks, the swimmer slips behind it or dives under to let it roll past. The South Sea Islanders are so skilled in the water that although there are many chances for serious accidents in surf swimming, they rarely happen. It's clear that to become skilled in surf swimming, one must begin young. Chalmers, watching the native islanders enjoying the thrill of the sport, found it impossible to resist trying it himself. The result, told in his own words, was nearly fatal. During our stay on the island, I nearly lost my life. I was very interested in the surf swimming and often watched the young men doing it. One day, the sea was especially rough, and while bathing, I decided to try riding in on a wave with a plank. I got too far out and was dragged back toward the big boulders. The waves tossed me about, and I was badly bruised and cut. I remember feeling that all was lost when a great wave picked me up and threw me onto a boulder. I knew it was now or never, and with one desperate effort, I clung to the rock. Then, summoning my strength, I gave one jump and reached a spot where the watching natives could reach me. They picked me up and carried me back to the house. I was in bed for several days. I never attempted surf swimming again. Once again, Chalmers narrowly escaped death at sea, but much of the 6 weeks he and the other shipwrecked passengers spent on Niue had to be used, in his case, to recover from this exhausting and dangerous incident. Eventually, a small schooner visited Niue, and Mr. and Mrs. Chalmers, along with 2 other passengers and a few crew members from the John Williams, took passage on it to Samoa. The journey to Apia took 11 days. During that time, they ran out of water and had to survive on very limited food. Just one more example of how difficult and uncertain travel in the South Pacific was during that era. Upon arriving in Samoa, they were warmly welcomed by the small resident community in Apia. The British consul did everything he could to support the shipwrecked crew, and Mr. Murray, one of the senior missionaries of the London Missionary Society, generously hosted the entire missionary group. Chapter 4. A Pirate of the Pacific. To understand how difficult things were for Chalmers and his companions, we need to remember that they had lost all their extra clothes in the shipwreck. At that time and in that part of the world, it was very hard to get new clothing. All the missionaries were eager to reach the stations assigned to them by the directors of the society, and Chalmers and his wife were especially eager. While they were waiting in Samoa for a ship to charter, a small brig of 150 tons called the Rona arrived. It was owned and sailed by a man who later became the most infamous figure in the Pacific, known throughout the islands as Bully Hayes. Most people would have been hesitant to board a ship under the command of someone like him, but it seems that even the little Chalmers knew of Hayes at the time may have drawn him in rather than pushed him away. As a result of some business arrangements, Hayes's ship, the Rona, was hired to return to Niue to pick up the rest of the shipwrecked passengers and crew, along with the damaged cargo that had been saved from the John Williams. When the Rona came back to Apia, the salvaged goods were divided among the missionaries in Samoa, the Society Islands, and the Cook Islands. To fairly divide the goods, the missionaries drew lots. Chalmers wrote, "I had a chest of tea in my lot and believed it good. But on opening it in Rarotonga months later, we found that it had been wetted and was quite spoiled." They stayed in Apia for another 6 weeks to prepare for the journey. Then the Rona set sail, first to take Mr. and Mrs. Saville to Wahin, and then Mr. Russer, and Mrs. Chalmers to Rarotonga. There is no reliable record of the captain who took Chalmers on the final part of his long journey from England to Rarotonga. However, many adventure books have been written where this man's life and actions are at the center. Hayes was a giant, about 6 feet 4 inches tall, with a chest nearly 4 feet wide. He had enormous physical strength and took great pride in it. He was also a strikingly handsome man, with bright blue eyes, a strong nose, a well-shaped mouth, a large mustache, and long wavy hair. In both appearance and behavior, he stood out in any crowd. The strongest trait in Hayes's character was his violent temper. Once provoked, he lost all control. In those moments of rage, he became like a madman. Those who knew him well said that in an instant, his friendly face would become terrifying. His eyes would darken, and his face would turn a deep purple. In such moods, he could commit terrible acts, even killing those who angered him. But just as intense as his anger were the swings to the other extreme. He could be wildly generous and was able to charm the very people he had just frightened. He was also quite well educated, able to speak German, French, and Spanish fluently. A man like Hayes could only have had such a career in the Pacific Ocean during the mid-1800s. Years before the missionaries of the John Williams met him, Hayes was already known around the world as a dreaded sea outlaw. His shameful behavior had made him a wanted man in nearly every civilized port. If he had tried to dock in one of those places, the Rona would have been seized, and he would have been arrested immediately. At Melbourne, authorities were especially watchful after a serious fraud he had committed during a previous visit. On that trip, he had brought 300 Chinese passengers from Hong Kong. At the time, every Chinese person landing in Melbourne had to pay a £10 tax. Before boarding, each of the men had paid Hayes the £10 tax, along with their travel fare. But Hayes had no intention of giving the money, around £3,000 in total, to the Australian authorities. When the port came into view, Hayes and his carpenters secretly damaged the ship by cutting a large hole in its side. With the vessel taking on water and appearing to be sinking, it slowly made its way into the harbor. Hayes ordered a distress flag to be raised at the top of the mast. Right away, the harbor pilot and several tugboats rushed out to help. As they came alongside, Hayes shouted to them, describing the desperate condition of the ship. "For mercy's sake," he cried, "don't waste time towing us in. Save these poor, panicked men and get them to shore immediately. I don't care about my own life, if only you'll save them. Once they're safe, come back for us. We'll keep pumping water to stay afloat." So the 300 Chinese passengers were taken off the ship and transferred into the tugboats, which carried them several miles to the landing place. While this was happening, Hayes and his crew secretly patched the hole in the side of the ship. The crew worked hard at the pumps. The ship turned its bow toward the open sea, and the Rona, with its scheming captain, escaped. In the end, Hayes managed to land all 300 passengers while keeping the 3,000 pounds in poll tax money for himself, never turning it over to the colonial government. This scheme was a terrible blow to the pilot company, who were held responsible for the tax and had to pay the full amount themselves, almost driving them to financial ruin. From that time on, Hayes knew he could never return to Melbourne without facing arrest and imprisonment. In the same way, the different ports of New Zealand had become too dangerous for Hayes to return to. On one occasion in Auckland, he loaded his ship with a valuable cargo of cattle. He said he would sail the next day and promised to return early in the morning to pay the man from whom he had bought the cattle. But before morning came, he quietly lifted anchor and sailed away during the night, taking the cattle without paying a single cent. In San Francisco, his ship vanished mysteriously during the night, carrying a large cargo and a collection of valuable jewels that had been ordered for him. Once again, Hayes had tricked customs officers, merchants, and tradesmen. In most ports around the China Seas, he was not only at risk of arrest, but of being killed, because he had committed violent crimes and shed blood while carrying out his robberies. This was the man, wrote Mr. Saville, who, when the main doors of the world's trade were closed to him, turned instead to the South Sea Islands. He had visited Niue several times before Chalmers met him, and was also known in Samoa. The missionaries looked at him with suspicion. Though he seemed pleasant and polite, they weren't sure what to make of him, since the full truth about his past was not yet known. It was a strange providence that placed Mr. and Mrs. Chalmers, my wife, and myself under the care of such a man for a voyage of 2,000 miles. Though it was dangerous for us, the arrangement worked out well for him. He was paid 500 pounds for our passage, and more than that, he was able to win back the trust of traders by claiming that he was now a missionary captain. When we arrived in Tahiti, he bought goods freely and was given generous credit. If he had been the captain of the John Williams itself, the merchants could not have treated him better. During our voyage of 6 or 7 weeks, Hayes showed complete self-control. Not a single foul word or curse came from his mouth. He kept his rough crew in line the same way. Tamate and I were allowed to hold prayer meetings on deck each day when the weather was good, and on Sundays we held full services. The day before we landed at Huahin, Tamate and I each received a note, written in the captain's name. In it we were thanked for the services held on board and told that both the worship and our presence had been spiritually helpful to all. But only hours after we received these kind letters, as we were entering the harbor at Huahin, the captain's hidden rage suddenly exploded. In a fit of madness, he drove the ship onto a reef and threw his wife's jewelry and a bag of silver dollars into the sea. Thankfully, the vessel was pulled off the reef, and we were able to land safely. We were very grateful to have reached shore unharmed. Tamate and his wife still had to travel another 600 miles west to Rarotonga. We feared for their safety, and so did they. Later, my dear old friend told me that the rest of the voyage was dreadful. The captain cursed and swore daily, and his outbursts of rage terrified them. When they finally reached Rarotonga, Tamate narrowly escaped death. The captain tried to crash into the small boat carrying him ashore. Hayes bought the wreck of the John Williams for just over £100, which was an incredible deal for him. He made a large profit from the purchase. With that money, along with the £500 he had been paid for our passage, he went back to Tahiti. There he bought a small schooner named the Samoa, filled it with goods to sell in the smaller islands to the west, and put his mate in charge as captain. Hayes now saw his wife and twin children as a burden. He left them behind in Apia, with nothing to support them. After sending the Samoa on its trading voyage, Hayes sailed the Rona to Huahin and loaded it with a large shipment of oranges bound for British Columbia. But as the saying goes, the way of transgressors is hard. A few days after leaving Huahin, the ship was hit by a violent storm. The Rona was already an old and untrustworthy vessel, and in the storm she began to leak badly and started to sink. In a hurry, the longboat was lowered into the water. A compass, some barrels of water, and food were loaded in. Hayes and his crew abandoned the sinking Rona and set out westward in the longboat, hoping to find the Samoa at one of the Cook Islands. After many days and nights of suffering in the open boat, Hayes and his men finally reached Mauk and found the schooner they had been searching for. But as they drew closer to shore, they saw it too had been wrecked on the reef. The captain and crew were busy building a small boat from the broken pieces, hoping to sail to one of the islands in the Samoan group. In the end, Hayes had lost everything he had gained from our misfortunes. Once the new boat was finished, Hayes and the crews from both wrecked ships sailed to Samoa. After some time there, Hayes chartered another vessel and returned to his old trade, kidnapping. He made repeated trips to wild and unreached islands. When the native people came out to his ship in their canoes, he tricked them into boarding, inviting them below deck to look at goods laid out to catch their interest. Then he would shut the hatches and destroy their canoes. The kidnapped islanders were taken to plantations in Fiji or any place where Hayes could sell them for a profit. Eventually, British Navy ships were sent after him, but he always managed to escape. The British consul in Samoa was ordered to arrest him if he ever landed there. Not knowing this, Hayes sailed to Tutuila, another island in the Samoan group. He went ashore in a canoe paddled by natives, but before stepping in, he slipped 2 revolvers into his coat pockets. The natives noticed. While the canoe was halfway across the bay, something unexpected happened. It overturned, and Hayes went under the water. The natives quickly swam to him, pulled him from the sea, righted the canoe, and apologized repeatedly. saying it was an accident. As soon as Hayes reached shore, Consul Williams tried to arrest him. Hayes drew both revolvers and aimed to shoot, but the powder was wet and the guns failed to fire. The natives, watching, smiled, and Hayes was easily captured. But catching Hayes was easier than keeping him. The hope was to hold him until a British warship arrived. However, before it could get there, he escaped. On a bright, moonlit night, he sailed away on a ship of doubtful origin to an unknown destination. Later, Hayes was traced again, this time trading in the Torres Straits on a vessel he had acquired through fraud. Still later, newspapers reported that the Mexican authorities had jailed the notorious bully Hayes. Finally, English newspapers announced the end of his story. After being released from jail, he once again took command of a ship, but during a quarrel, he was murdered by his own first mate. Such was the kind of man who caught Chalmers's attention during his time in Samoa. Chalmers chose to rely on him to carry the Savills to Huahin and to take himself and his wife to Rarotonga, simply because no better option was available. He preferred to board a pirate's vessel rather than continue waiting week after week in Samoa. Interestingly, Hayes himself seemed drawn to Chalmers. Chalmers wrote, "Hayes seemed to take to me during our many meetings on shore. Before going on board for good, I met him one afternoon and said, 'Captain Hayes, I hope you'll have no objection to our having morning and evening worship on board, and 2 services on the Sabbath. They will all be short, and only those who want to attend need come.' He answered, 'Certainly not. My ship is a missionary ship now, and I hope you'll feel it that way. Everyone on board will attend the services.' I replied, 'Only if they are willing.' We were well treated on board," Chalmers continued. "Hayes was a perfect host and a complete gentleman. His wife and children were on board, and although we had terrible weather almost the entire time, I must say we enjoyed ourselves. Instead of sailing straight to Rarotonga, we had gone so far south that we could easily turn toward Tahiti. So we did, which made the voyage longer." The Savills were dropped off in due time at Huahin. Then the Rona sailed to Mangaya, where Chalmers and his wife were warmly welcomed by Mr. and Mrs. Wyatt Gill and their people. They arrived on a stormy Sunday, just after sunset. The next morning, Mr. Chalmers returned to the ship for Mrs. Chalmers, and by midday they went ashore together with the captain, planning to return in the evening. The wind was strong and easterly. The boat stayed outside the reef, traveling back and forth between ship and shore with cargo. By nightfall, it was wet and unpleasant, and the boat was waiting beyond the surf to return to the ship. Both Hayes and Chalmers were eager to get back on board and ready to go, but the islanders refused to carry them out over the reef. It was too dangerous. The captain offered $5 to be taken out, but neither money nor orders could persuade the locals. The pilot said, "It's easy enough for me to take you to the boat, but I'm certain that boat will never reach the ship." They had no idea that this refusal would be what saved their lives. The boat set out for the ship, which was drifting not far from the reef. That night was dark and stormy, and great anxiety filled their hearts as they wondered if the boat had safely reached the ship. The next morning, the ship was nowhere in sight. Not until Thursday did it appear again on the horizon. As soon as it drew near, the captain went aboard. A flag was raised, but only to half-mast. Then A second flag went up, also at half-mast. Something was clearly wrong. Mr. Gill and Chalmers got into a canoe and paddled out. But even before reaching the ship, they could see the cause for concern. The whaleboat was missing from the starboard davits. When they got aboard, they learned the boat had never reached the ship. There had been 2 men in that small boat. One was a native of the Sandwich Islands, who served as second mate. The other was Hughes, a native of Ireland, who had been working his passage from Joaquin. It was believed the boat either capsized or was accidentally struck and sunk by the ship. The last anyone heard from them was their calls for help near the vessel, but they could not be seen. Chalmers wrote, "We had had many merciful deliverances since we set sail from Gravesend on January 4th, 1865, and again our prayer was that life thus preserved might entirely be devoted to the service of God." The remainder of the voyage to Rarotonga passed without further trouble. On May 20th, 1867, the vessel anchored in the harbor of Avarua. Chalmers was the first to go ashore. As he was being carried from the boat by a native, the man asked, "What fellow name belong you?" or wanting to call the name to those waiting on shore. "Chalmers," he answered. The islander shouted out, "Tamate," the closest he could get to the name, and so, just as his feet touched the island of Rarotonga for the first time, Chalmers received the name by which he would be known throughout that beautiful island of the Pacific, and in years to come, across all the southeastern coast of New Guinea. Chapter 5. The Gem of the Pacific. The title of this chapter perfectly describes the island of Rarotonga, where Chalmers would spend the next 10 years of his life. Scattered throughout the vast Pacific Ocean are many islands of great beauty, and Rarotonga stands among the most striking. Its landscape is made up of steep mountains that rise suddenly to about 4,000 feet above sea level. Along their slopes are beautiful valleys, and the mountains are covered in palm trees and rich forest that stretches all the way to the sea. Encircling the entire island is a large coral reef, forming a protective barrier. This reef ranges in width from just a few feet to nearly half a mile. At low tide, much of it is exposed. At high tide, it's covered by 4 to 6 feet of water. Openings in the reef allow canoes to pass through, and 1 or 2 are wide enough for small ships. The reef forms a strong wall against the massive waves of the deep Pacific, which rise over 20 feet high and crash into it, curling and breaking into showers of white spray. Inside the reef is a calm lagoon and a long white sandy beach that wraps around the island. This beach, ranging from 10 to 100 feet wide, is lined with groves of chestnut, coconut, breadfruit, and banana trees. In terms of natural beauty, few places on earth could compare, and life on the island is such that, with very little work, a person could gather all the food and clothing they needed. But in the early 1800s, this paradise was also a place of shocking cruelty and savage customs. Several tribes lived on the island, often at war with one another. The chief's power was absolute. He owned all the land, the goods, and even the lives of the people. In those dark days, a chief was considered so sacred that he had to be carried on the shoulders of others because his feet were too holy to touch the ground. When he rested, it was on the backs of his slaves. So sacred was he that if his shadow fell on anyone as he passed, that person was killed immediately because the shadow had made them too holy to live. The religious beliefs of the people demanded human sacrifices to turn away the anger of their gods. One missionary who spent many years on the island soon after it had converted to Christianity explained that whenever famine, disease, war, or death made the people believe their gods were displeased, they would offer human lives in sacrifice. 2 or 3 natives, sometimes from their own tribe, sometimes from another, were captured. Their arms and legs were tied with green vines, and they were dragged to the great altar, where they were offered alive to the gods. As this was done, the priest confessed the sins of the people and pleaded with the gods to take away the trouble afflicting them. After the ritual, the living victims were placed on a massive oven filled with red-hot stones, and there they were burned as a sacrifice to make atonement for the people's sins. Dr. Gill, writing in 1855, recalled, "3 or 4 years ago, I visited the old national oven of sacrifice with a few elderly men who had spent their youth in the days of heathenism. The path to the place was overgrown with brush, and we had to cut our way through. When we reached the site, we found a clearing about 100 feet around, surrounded by tall trees and thick bush. In the center was a pit 5 feet deep and 12 feet across. This pit used to be filled with firewood, and large basalt stones were stacked on top. The wood was set on fire, heating the stones until they glowed red. As the fire burned down, the stones would settle level with the ground. That was the oven, and it was on this that the living victims were placed and burned alive as a sacrifice for the people's sins. As we stood there, thinking about the generations that had once lived in such darkness, our hearts were deeply moved. We sang a hymn expressing sorrow for those who still live without the light of truth. And we left the place, giving thanks to God that the message of true atonement had come to Rarotonga. Many of its people had already experienced its power and were rejoicing in its grace." In the same book, Dr. Gill gives a vivid picture of the cruelty that marked the savage and cannibal days of Rarotonga's past. When Christianity was first introduced and the people had become somewhat civilized, many still remembered the horrors of the earlier times. On one occasion, during the annual gathering of the children from the various Sunday schools, an old man, once a warrior and a cannibal, stood up and sang an ancient chant used in worship of Tangaroa, the chief god of the Rarotongans. After singing, he said, "You have often been told of the dark deeds that were done in this land before the love of God came to us. Before the word of God gave us light, we were at war with the people on the other side of the island. There was no safety then. If a man, woman, or child left home in the morning, they might be killed before nightfall. During that war, a father and mother left their home in the mountains to fish near Avarua. They brought their small child with them. Growing tired, they sat beneath a tree to rest. Suddenly, 2 men from the enemy side came near. The parents quickly placed the child up in the tree and hid in the bushes. But the men saw the child. With wild shouting, they seized it and smashed it to death on a pile of stones. Still not satisfied, they picked up the stones and crushed the child's body until nothing was left. My heart weeps for that child. If the word of God had reached us in his day, he would have lived. Perhaps he would even be with us here now." The story of how Christianity came to Rarotonga is both well known and inspiring. Early in the 1800s, an English ship discovered and visited the island. The captain and crew lived ashore for several months. But they never reported their discovery, because they had committed such serious crimes that, in the end, the islanders turned against them and forced them back to their ship. The rediscovery of Rarotonga was the work of the great pioneer missionary John Williams, the true forerunner of James Chalmers. In 1822, Williams visited the Hervey group of islands, and while anchored off the island of Atiu, the chief there told him of an island far to the southwest by west, Rarotonga. Determined to find it, Williams set out in search, but contrary winds hindered their journey. Their food supplies ran low, and the crew's patience began to wear thin. One morning, the ship's captain came to John Williams and said, "We must give up this search, or we shall all be starved." They agreed to keep looking until 8 o'clock that morning, and if no land was found by then, they would turn back. Williams later wrote, "This was an hour of great anxiety. I had already sent a native to the top of the mast 4 times. He climbed up a 5th time, and just as the clock reached 7:30, only 30 minutes before we had planned to give up, the sun burned away the clouds that had hidden Rarotonga's high peaks. Our worries vanished as the cryland, land, rang out from the masthead. At once, the mood on the ship changed. Faces brightened, hope was restored, and hearts were thankful to the God who had led them to their goal." On board the ship were several Rarotongan natives who had been living on the nearby island of Aitutaki. Williams knew how helpful they would be if Rarotonga were found, so he had brought them along. When they arrived, the leading chief of the island, Maipua, came to meet John Williams. He was overjoyed to discover that among the returning party was his own cousin. A young native teacher named Papeha, along with 2 other teachers and their wives, was left on the island in hopes of starting a Christian mission. But the very next morning, they returned to the ship in distress. A local chief had tried to seize some of them as prisoners, and it was only through the brave and determined efforts of Makea's cousin, the Princess Taperu, that they were saved from harm. At first, it seemed that John Williams would have to give up the idea of placing a teacher on Rarotonga, but Papeha's faith rose to meet the challenge. He asked to be left alone on the island, with only one request, that a fellow believer he named be sent to help him as soon as possible. He went ashore, carrying just his clothes, a native language New Testament, and a small bundle of books he hoped would help him teach the people to read. He took nothing else, knowing that if he brought any valuable possessions, he would be robbed at once. He was not entirely alone. 2 men and 4 women who had returned with him from Aitutaki had become Christians, and they promised to support him. Before long, the friend he had asked for arrived to join him. Together, they lived and worked on the island for a year. Through their daily efforts and lives of prayer, the entire island turned away from its idols. When John Williams returned a year or 2 later, he was overjoyed to find that the savage people, who had once seemed the fiercest he had ever met, were now clothed, peaceful, and in their right minds. This was the island, beautiful in appearance, terrible in memory, and remarkable for its sudden conversion to Christianity, where Chalmers and his wife had been sent by the London Missionary Society to carry on the work. But it was not the place, nor the type of work that Chalmers would have chosen for himself. The early missionaries, Charles Pittman and Aaron Buzzacott, had built wisely and faithfully upon the foundation laid by the heroic Papehas and the bold John Williams. The wild, war-loving people had become a law-abiding and partly civilized community. Long before Chalmers ever saw Rarotonga's mountains, valleys, lagoons, and reefs, the old heathenism had vanished. Many islanders had become sincere Christians, but many more were Christian in name only and still needed teaching, guidance, and spiritual help. As soon as Chalmers saw what life on the island was really like, his eyes began to turn outward. He experienced what John Williams had felt years earlier at Raiatea. In 1817, Williams had written to the directors of the society a line that would become famous: "I can never consent to be confined within the limits of a single reef." He looked beyond his own station and saw many other islands where people still lived in deep darkness and brutal savagery. His heart longed to reach them with the gospel. And soon, God opened the way. James Chalmers felt the same longing that had stirred the heart of John Williams. For years, he wrote, I had longed to get among real heathen and savages, and I was disappointed when we landed on Rarotonga and found them so much civilized and Christianized. I wrote to the directors, stating my disappointment, and begged them to appoint us to Espiritu Santo in the New Hebrides. At the first district committee meeting he attended shortly after his arrival, Chalmers shared his feelings with the other missionaries. He proposed that Mr. Green, who had formerly served in Tahiti and was then stationed on Tahai, be transferred to Rarotonga. The suggestion was approved in a formal minute, but nothing ever came of it, and so Chalmers and his wife remained on Rarotonga for 10 full years. Those years, he later wrote, were full of happiness, of life, and of work. Although he wasn't allowed to do the work he most desired, Chalmers, like all faithful, strong-hearted men, devoted himself fully to the work that lay before him. Or he taught in the training school, preached each Sunday, and often during the week, and visited the various villages around the island. He quickly discovered that even in Rarotonga, there were powerful temptations that challenged the hearts of men. In that paradise of the Pacific, he wrote, there was one fearful curse, strong drink, and we tried to fight against it. I became something like a policeman, trying to uncover where secret drinking gatherings were held. My experience is that native chiefs and local policemen are not by themselves able to enforce the laws. They make an effort for a couple of weeks, then let things slide, and before long the situation is worse than before. During the rule of Chief Makea Abela, we managed to reduce it to some extent, but he was a serious obstacle, as he himself was addicted to drink, both imported and native. When Chalmers arrived on Rarotonga in 1867, there were still people living who had witnessed and taken part in the island's savage pre-Christian past. Among them was Manarangi, who had been chief during the time of heathenism. Chalmers recounted an incident that revealed how deeply the people still held to old ideas about the sacred status of their chiefs. I remember once gathering some of the lesser chiefs and going with them to visit Makea and Manarangi. At that time, Manarangi was serving as Chief Justice, but he had fallen from both church membership and public respect due to his drinking. Both men received us kindly and listened to what we had to say. One of the minor chiefs spoke earnestly to Makea, but Manarangi interrupted him with a line of song. "Whence is Makea?" The old native responded in song, "From heaven he came." Then Manarangi concluded with, Who then can speak? We returned, reminded once more that in the native mind, Makea was above all law and beyond the reach of human judgment. It is in moments like this that we begin to understand why, in the old heathen days, even a man who accidentally stepped into a chief's shadow was clubbed to death, for the chief was believed to be divine. Chalmers also shared with the writer of this book a personal story that revealed both his boldness and the danger of unfamiliar surroundings. Just a few days after landing on the island, he was being rowed across the lagoon between the beach and the outer reef. His crew were strong Rarotongan men. As they neared the reef, Chalmers stood on the bow of the boat, and as the keel was about to touch, he leapt forward onto the reef, which was just slightly covered in water. His foot slipped. He fell forward, right over the edge of the reef into the open sea. At that exact moment, one of the natives, a strong and alert man in his prime, heard the sound of Chalmers's step on the coral and understood immediately what had happened. He lunged forward and grabbed Chalmers by the hair, pulling him back just as a wave was about to drag him beneath the reef. With great effort, the man hauled him out of the surf and onto the reef. Had the native been a moment slower, Chalmers's life would have ended then and there. Even the strongest swimmers among the islanders could not save themselves if swept over the reef's edge. The waves would either dash them against the sharp coral or pull them under into the deadly current. An incident recorded by Dr. Wyatt Gill, a close friend of Chalmers, shows just how dangerous the ocean currents and coral reefs could be, highlighting the real risk Chalmers faced when he slipped over the reef. Moana Kino and 2 companions, all from the island of Mangaia, went fishing on the coral reef on a beautiful, calm day. They had been fishing for some time and had caught plenty. Just as they were about to head home, 2 of them discovered that their fish hooks were caught in deep coral. In those days, fish hooks were highly valued, so they decided to dive in and retrieve them, a common practice. But just as they entered the water, a breeze sprang up and quickly turned the calm sea into rough surf. The 2 men tried to return to the reef, but the growing waves kept pushing them back, crashing violently against the sharp coral edges. Their friend on the reef could do little to help. He stretched out a long bamboo fishing rod for them to grab, but it was too short. There were no canoes nearby, so he ran off in search of one. An hour passed before the canoe arrived. Out in the water, one of the men said he was growing weak and cold. Moana Kino tried to support him. Fearing they might both be lost, Moana Kino said, "Let us pray together to God for help. But if he should see fit to take us to himself, we will say, 'Thy will be done.'" After they prayed, Moana Kino said, "I must die. I can no longer feel any part of my body. Let go of me, or you may be pulled under too. Farewell. I am going to Jesus and to heaven." His friend held onto his hair as long as he could, even after Moana Kino had died. At last, the body sank to the coral below. When the canoe finally arrived, several men dove into the sea and, with great difficulty, recovered the body. Dr. Gill tried everything he could to revive him, but it was all in vain. Once Chalmers had settled into steady missionary work on Rarotonga, he found that the greatest enemy he faced was strong drink, and the terrible damage it was doing in the lives of many islanders. He was constantly thinking about how best to fight this evil, and his strength of character showed in his willingness to use any method that could give him an advantage in the struggle. In his own words, Chalmers described one of the most effective strategies he discovered. About 2 years ago, the beer drinkers in this settlement started a volunteer corps. They were being drilled by a man who had spent some time in Tahiti. The drilling had been going on for quite a while before I even heard about it. They were officially recognized by the local chiefs, and most of the men in the group were people who hadn't attended any church service in years. I knew them only by seeing them at night in their sacred grove, gathered around barrels of orange beer and a blazing fire, naked, wild, and fierce. They treated the Sabbath like any other day and were complete strangers to the missionary. These men were regularly meeting to drill, and I saw that something new was growing among us. If it was properly guided, it might be used for good. But if ignored, or worse, if someone tried to shut it down, it would likely lead to trouble. I had no power to stop it, even if I'd wanted to, which I certainly didn't. After some weeks, I approached them and said, "You meet for drill. Why do you not come to church on the Sabbath, instead of living worse lives than your forefathers did in heathen days? If you wish to remain volunteers, you must also come to church." I told them clearly that I did not want them to stop drilling. I said this because I saw I had a better chance of reaching them when they were sober and gathered in their drills. On the next Sabbath, a few of them came to the service. Though not all, I addressed them as young men of a volunteer corps they had formed themselves, and I urged them to choose Christ as their captain, to believe in Him as their Savior, and to make Him the true leader of their lives. The idea took hold. They were now volunteers and had a sense of identity and purpose. Before long, all of them began attending church regularly. I then invited them to meet at other times for teaching and prayer, and they agreed. As a result, drinking decreased, and the drilling became more and more popular. I organized classes for them in reading, writing, and arithmetic. On Sundays, after the morning service, they met separately under the guidance of a teacher to review the sermon, sing a hymn, and pray together. I led a Bible class for them every Sunday evening and taught them English every Thursday morning. They started planting their lands and doing all they could to earn money for new clothes so they could attend drill, meetings, and church properly dressed. They became truly engaged in the services, and I kept encouraging the volunteer movement because I could see that it was doing real good. Drinking dropped off, and the once empty seats in the gallery were now full. When the church needed repairs, these young men cut all the coral needed for the platform and stairs. They became deeply involved in church life, and many of them began to show real interest in Christ, the head of the church. God answered prayer. Most of them, if they have not yet found Christ precious, at least feel their need for Him. I trust they will find Him. If not for the volunteering, which they themselves described as a turning point, they might still be living out in the bush, unknown, caught in sin. I could not bring myself to discourage them. I saw it as a God-given opportunity to help. From his earliest days on Rarotonga, Chalmers made it clear that his heart was set on being sent to the fierce and untouched heathen, to the tribes who had never heard the gospel and where not even a native teacher had yet gone. Like David Livingstone, he believed that the islands and peoples who had already received the message of Christ could be entrusted to native pastors and teachers, with only light oversight from European missionaries. He saw this as a task better suited to others, those more gifted for teaching and content with quieter, safer work. Chalmers was driven by a noble restlessness, always drawn toward the regions beyond. In the generation before him, John Williams had faced resistance from fellow missionaries and leaders at home, and now Chalmers met with similar doubts and objections. Still, there were those who supported him, both in the mission field and from afar, and God, who had prepared a greater work for his faithful servant, began to open the way step by step, from the steady routine of Rarotonga to the bold, dangerous years that awaited him in New Guinea. Years filled with adventure, peril, narrow escapes, and the powerful, first-time proclamation of the gospel to multitudes who had never heard the name of Jesus, nor known such words as love, peace, forgiveness, or light. It is no surprise that a man who gave himself so fully to his work quickly gained influence among the people. Even the drinkers of Rarotonga, Chalmers wrote, rather like the missionary and are very ready to help him in work. I have frequently been in the midst of large drinking gatherings, with people in all stages of drunkenness and fighting, yet I always felt completely safe. I have never received even the slightest insult or abuse from any Rarotongan. I made it a rule that, since I am neither policeman nor judge, those I find drinking are not to be fined, and the chiefs agree with me in this. This is just the kind of man Chalmers was, strong, fearless, and wise in winning hearts. He once wrote, "All work and no play is just as wearisome for missionaries, at least the Rarotongan kind, as for boys. I've been on every mountain top in Rarotonga, and there are few valleys I haven't explored. I find a trip to the mountains excellent medicine. So when I am out of sorts and not quite ready for Jeremiah or Ezekiel, the Acts of the Apostles or Ephesians, or the long history from Malachi to Christ, or my condensed history, ancient and modern, I drop the pen and away I go." During the 10 years Chalmers spent on Rarotonga, God was quietly preparing him, though he did not know it, for the greater work that lay ahead, the spreading of the gospel in New Guinea. Those years of steady service, spent teaching slow-learning students, leading services that sometimes felt routine or unfulfilling, and following a daily rhythm when his heart longed to be out exploring the islands, deepened his character. These hidden years strengthened his best qualities and gave him the self-discipline needed for lasting impact, something essential in any great work. He came to know the Rarotongan people deeply. He learned their language so well that he spoke it as fluently as they did. Many became his close friends, some of whom had once been among the most brutal and degraded of the old heathen days. One such friend was a man named Teva. He had been converted under the ministry of Papeha, and as the light and joy of the gospel filled his own heart, he developed a strong desire to share that good news with others, still lost in darkness. He became a missionary himself, and was the first Christian evangelist sent to the Samoan Islands. There he labored for more than 20 years, constantly risking his life. Teva would travel from island to island in an open canoe, working to remove the people's fear and distrust, preparing their hearts and minds so that missionaries could one day live among them and teach them the truth of Christ. In later years, Teva returned to Rarotonga, and there Chalmers came to know and love him deeply. Writing in 1876, Chalmers said, During the last 9 years, I have seen much of Teva and learned to admire the man. He lived a life of prayer and constant study of God's Word. At prayer meetings, he was always the first to arrive, at least half an hour before anyone else, so he could pray and seek a blessing for himself and for others before the service began. He never missed the deacon's Saturday afternoon prayer meeting. He was always ready to speak to the church, pointing the members to Christ and warning them against the many dangers that surround them. Because of his long, faithful, and earnest life, his words carried a weight that few others could match. When needed, he spoke very directly, never softening the truth. He had a deep love for the Pilgrim's Progress, and he especially enjoyed when I would sit with him and read parts of Christian's journey to Mount Zion, the heavenly Jerusalem. For 5 weeks before his death, Teva could no longer attend services at church, but he welcomed anyone who would come to pray with him in his home. A few days before he died, he told Chalmers he was simply waiting. He knew the Master had called for him. "I am done with all below," he said. "I look only for Christ's presence. My trust is not in anything I have done, but in the cross of Christ alone." One day he asked for a little food. When it was brought to him, he could not eat. He stood and walked a short distance across the room, then said, "I think the messenger has come to fetch me. I shall die." His wife and another woman gently laid him down on his mat, and there he quietly passed away. What a transformation! In his youth, Teva was a heathen. He had fought, captured men, cooked them, and helped to eat them. In manhood, he was converted to Christ, became a true soldier of the cross, and led many to the Savior. At death, he placed his full trust in Christ, overcame death in Christ, and went up to hear his Lord say, "Well done, good and faithful servant. Enter thou into the joy of thy Lord." In the kind of work already described, and among the Rarotongan people he had come to love, Chalmers labored faithfully until the year 1877. For some time before that, the directors of the London Missionary Society had become convinced that New Guinea was the field best suited to Chalmers's gifts, energy, and boldness. But it was not until May of 1877 that he and his wife were officially released for this new service. When that time came, it brought with it the sorrow of farewell. They had to part from many with whom they had shared years of close, joyful fellowship in the gospel, and leaving them behind was deeply painful to their affectionate hearts. Chapter 6. Off to New Guinea. In 1872, 5 men whom Tamate had trained were sent with their wives to help begin a mission on the mainland of New Guinea. While in Samoa, they were joined by Peary and his wife, making 6 couples in all. At that time, Mr. Wyatt Gill was returning home on furlough, and the committee placed these native missionaries under his care. Their names were Ruatoka, Anaderea, Aidamu, Henere, Rao, and Peary. At Somerset, Mr. Gill was joined by Mr. A.W. Murray. Together they settled the missionaries at Manumanu in Red Scar Bay. Many years later, when I visited Manumanu, the old chief Naimi came to me. He acted as if he were very cold and sat down beside me. I asked if he was ill. He replied, "Yes, very ill. Tamate, listen. What have I done that I should be left out in the cold while others are happy? Why have I no teacher? Was I not the first to receive teachers? Did I not treat them kindly? When many wanted to kill them, did I not stop it? And now you leave me alone. Tamate, you must give me a teacher. Before that first group left Rarotonga, we had a wonderful year of spiritual renewal. Many prayer meetings were held, and I believe the church had not known such blessing since the days of Buzakat. Many people gave their lives to Christ and joined the church. The Sunday before the teachers left was unforgettable. Feelings ran high. Old men, with tears streaming down their faces, begged to be sent as well. They said their knowledge of savage life and heathen customs made them well suited for the work. Never before or since have I felt such strong emotion, and I felt deeply that I too must go. Chalmers did go, but not until 4 years later. In 1876, he left the beautiful Pacific island to face experiences in New Guinea that were unknown, dangerous, and full of hard labor. Yet no one could have been happier than Tamate at that time. He loved his friends in Rarotonga and felt real sorrow in saying goodbye. But, like St. Paul, his eyes were fixed on the regions beyond, places still under the power of evil. He longed to go and fight against ignorance, cruelty, superstition, fear, and sin. He left Rarotonga in 1877. After visiting his wife's family in New Zealand and old friends in Australia, he reached New Guinea in October of that year in the schooner Bertha. New Guinea is the largest island in the world. It had been known by name for nearly 300 years, but very little was truly known about it. Apart from the extreme northwest coast, it was almost an unknown land. Many believed it to be a country flowing with milk and honey. People spoke of spice groves filling the air with sweet scents, of gold and precious stones in abundance, and of valuable woods growing everywhere. It was said that, although a visitor might well be clubbed to death by the savage inhabitants, his friends could at least take comfort in knowing the blow was struck with the finest ebony. There was also good reason to think his body would be used for a cannibal feast. In spite of these dangers, and despite its supposed commercial riches, New Guinea remained little visited. It lies only a short distance from Australia, across Torres Strait, and Australians were not lacking in courage or love of adventure. Yet the dangerous navigation and the fierce reputation of its people meant that, until the London Missionary Society began work there in 1872, the southeastern part of the island was still unknown and unexplored. The island is about 1,400 miles long and nearly 3 times the size of Great Britain. It shows great variety in climate, natural products, and peoples. For this reason, whenever anything is said about New Guinea, it is important to know which part of this vast island is being described. Every village lived in fear of its neighbors and was often at war with them. As a result, each community was as cut off from the others as if it were living alone on an island in the middle of the ocean. The people of the southeastern coast were light-skinned and belonged to the Malayo-Polynesian family, which includes the Maoris of New Zealand, the Tahitians, and the Samoans. In physical build, they were a strong and well-formed people. But whatever beauty they had did not come from fine clothing. Instead, they wore many forms of native decoration: nose sticks, earrings, necklaces, feathers, tattoo marks, and body paint. Some of the people lived in houses built over lakes, like the ancient lake dwellings whose remains have been found in parts of Europe. In certain villages, the houses were always surrounded by water, so that the mission steamer could safely anchor in what was really the main street. In 1872, the people were still living in the Stone Age. No tools, household items, or weapons made of iron or any other metal could be found. Yet even then, after seeing the canoe-building yards at Hood Bay and the carvings from Orangery Bay, observers gained a new respect for the Stone Age. The well-built houses showed how good their tools were, and how much skill, patience, and hard work the builders possessed. These houses, however, contained no furniture. Chairs were unnecessary, and every man slept on a wooden plank without a pillow. Their way of life was so simple that they knew nothing of money, nor did they feel any need for it. They were completely unconcerned about the state of the money market. At the same time, there was a striking absence of the deep poverty and misery so often seen in the great cities of Europe, America, and Australia. A man without money, without clothes beyond the simplest covering, and without a bed could still enjoy life reasonably well in New Guinea. He had no morning newspaper to trouble him, no pile of letters demanding replies, and no telegraph boy arriving with alarming news. But there were dark sides that spoiled this otherwise attractive picture. Terrible customs and sins existed. Cannibalism, in all its horror, was common along many parts of the coast. At Port Moresby it was not practiced, but human life was held as worthless, and theft and lying were universal. The mark of which men were most proud was their tattooing. These marks showed that the man had shed human blood. No one had the right to such marks unless he had killed someone. They truly gloried in their shame. Women were not as crushed or degraded as in many other heathen lands. They certainly carried most of the heavy burdens of daily life, but this did not carry the same meaning of shame that it does in our society. In fact, women strongly objected if men tried to interfere with their tasks of fetching water or carrying wood, seeing this as an attack on their proper rights. Family affection existed to a degree that surprised the first missionaries. Parents continued to care deeply for their children long after they were grown, and even more striking, children cared for their parents and watched over them when they became weak or ill. The vice of drunkenness was happily absent, since no one drank anything stronger than water. There was also a remarkable lack of open immorality. The people were hard-working. They farmed the land carefully, and early explorers noticed something rarely seen outside civilized life: flowers grown in gardens. This alone gave hope for the future development of the people. The only religious ideas of the New Guinea people seemed to be a fearful belief in evil spirits and a conviction that the soul does not die. Their spiritual darkness was deeply felt, though hard to put into words. It was strongest at times of death and burial. The Christian hope of meeting loved ones again after death caught their attention more than anything else. Such was the island, and such were the people among whom Tamate was to spend the next 25 years of his life. The Bertha came in sight of the New Guinea coast near Yule Island, and Bora was the first mission station that Chalmers saw. At that time, the only European missionary on the mainland of New Guinea was Mr. Laws, who had been working at Port Moresby since 1872. Mr. McFarlane, whose station was at Murray Island, was also on board the Bertha with Mr. Chalmers. Tamate himself tells the story of his first impressions of New Guinea and its people. Near the place where we anchored was a low, swampy area covered with mangroves. Soon after we dropped anchor, a canoe came alongside. On board were Mr. Laws and Piri, the Rarotongan teacher stationed at Bora. Piri was a strong, healthy man, and the climate seemed to have had little effect on him. They stayed with us for some time and then went ashore in the ship's boat. Peary took with him any of the teachers and their wives who wished to land there. We reached Port Moresby on October 22nd, 1877. I cannot say that the place greatly pleased me. It looked burnt, dry, and barren. Close to the village there was a mangrove swamp, and the whole bay was surrounded by high hills. Behind the mission buildings, and very near them, lay a large swampy area which, in wet weather, was full of water. There could be little doubt that Port Moresby was a very unhealthy place. The next day we went ashore for breakfast, and in the afternoon we visited the school. About 40 children were present, which was an unusually large number. Many of them knew the alphabet, and a few could spell words of 2 or 3 letters. As we walked through the village later in the day, we saw women making large numbers of clay cooking pots. They were preparing for the men's journey to the Gulf in the coming season, when these pots would be taken west and traded for large amounts of sago. Since it had been decided that the Bertha would remain for a few days, Mr. McFarlane and I took a short journey inland. I was eager to see for myself whether anything could be done for the people living in the mountains. On November 1st, Mrs. Laws and I left Port Moresby and sailed along the coast inside the reef. We reached Tupu Salé about midday. 2 teachers were stationed there, and Mr. Laws had decided to remove one of them. We took him on board and then sailed on to Cayley. The houses at Tupu Salé and Cayley were built on piles standing in the sea. The Astrolabe Range rose not far from the shore, and we sailed along it all day. This part of the island has a fine, bold coastline with many bays. Early in the morning, our small vessel, the Missionary, which was only 7 tons, was crowded with native people. About 9 o'clock we left the vessel and set out on a walk inland, accompanied by many of the locals. Before leaving their village, each man went to his house to fetch his weapons. The people had no trust in one another at all. We first passed through a large swamp covered with mangroves, and then entered thick tropical forest. We went through a wide grove of sago palms and large mango trees. The mangoes were small, about the size of a plum, but very sweet. We walked about 7 miles through the bush, and then began to climb one of the ridges of the Astrolabe Range. As we drew near the inland village we were heading for, our guides became uneasy. The leader stopped, turned to Mr. Laws, and asked if he truly meant that he would not kill any of the people. He was assured that no harm would be done. He then moved forward a few steps, stopped again, and asked once more if all was well. After being reassured, we went on together. No one spoke a word, and in complete silence we entered the village. When we were seen, the sound of spears being moved was heard inside the houses. But our companions shouted, "Mazuo, Masno," "Peace, peace," and "Misi Lao," "Mist Lao." The women escaped through trapdoors in the floors of their houses and fled down the hillside into the bush. We went on to the chief's house and stayed there. The people soon regained their confidence and gathered around us, full of wonder at seeing white men in their village for the first time. The women returned from where they had fled and began to cook food. When it was ready, they brought it to us, and we all ate heartily. We gave them gifts, and they would not allow us to leave until they had brought us a return gift of uncooked food. We went back by a different route, following the bed of what must be, in the rainy season, a large river. On the following morning, November 3rd, we weighed anchor and set sail, passing Kapakapa, a double village built out in the sea. The houses there were large and well made. Many villages lay on the hills behind it and could be easily visited. We anchored off Round Head. The vessel then continued eastward. Hula, Karapunu, and Teste Island were visited one after another. At Teste Island, the people were very friendly and crowded around us. They led us to a platform in front of one of their large houses, seated us there, and refreshed us with coconuts. The next morning, we were quickly surrounded by canoes, and the deck was filled with people trading curios, yams, coconuts, and fish for beads and hoop iron. Many declared friendship and exchanged names with us, hoping to receive hoop iron. There was as great a demand for hoop iron here as there was for tobacco at Port Moresby. The people said they disliked fighting, but enjoyed dancing, betel nut, and sleep. Most of them had jet-black teeth, which they thought very beautiful. All had their noses and ears pierced, wearing various kinds of ornaments, mostly made from shell. The holes in their ears were so large that a crown coin could easily have been passed through the earlobe. We went ashore in the afternoon. The three villages stood close together. Their houses were built on poles. Some were shaped like an overturned canoe, others like a canoe resting on the water. The outsides of the houses were decorated with coconuts and shells. The leading men of the place had skulls fixed to the posts of their houses. They said these skulls belonged to enemies they had killed and eaten. One skull was badly broken. They told us it had been smashed with a stone axe and showed us how such weapons were used. A few days later, Mr. McFarlane placed some teachers near East Cape. After breakfast, we went ashore to hold a service with them. We gathered under a large tree near their house. About 600 people stood around us, and outside, the crowd were men armed with spears and clubs. Mr. McFarlane preached. When we began to sing the first hymn, many women and children stood up and ran into the bush. They were frightened by the strange sound of words being sung together in tune. The service was short. At the end, we sat down and sang hymns again. As they grew used to it, this seemed to amuse them greatly. The painted men were not pleasant to look at. The next morning, we sailed through the straits. When we came out on the other side, we were glad to see the Bertha sailing outside. By midday, we were on board the Bertha and on our way to South Cape. The Mairi went on to Teste Island with a letter asking the captain of the Ellengowan to follow us, and also to check that the teachers we had already landed were safe. By evening, we were close to South Cape. The captain did not wish to approach the shore at night, so he kept out in the open sea until morning. About 10 o'clock the next day, I went with the captain in the boat to take soundings and look for a place to anchor. We found good anchorage in 22 fathoms near Southwest Point. By 5:30 that evening, we dropped anchor. The arrival of the Bertha caused great excitement on shore, and even before the anchor was fully down, we were surrounded by canoes. The people were small in build and much darker in color than the Eastern Polynesians. Canoes came out to us again very early the next morning. About 7:30, when we were preparing to go ashore, great alarm broke out among the people. 3 large war canoes appeared from the mainland, filled with warriors blowing conch shells, and paddled across the Mairi Straits. Soon another large war canoe came close to our vessel. Many small canoes from different parts of the mainland were ordered away by the people from the villages near where we were anchored. They were forced to leave. As they went, the victorious group raised a loud shout, and before long everyone returned quietly to trading. It appeared that the Stacy Islanders wanted to keep all the trading to themselves. They did not want others to gain hoop iron or any other foreign goods. They were at war with one group on the mainland and proudly told us that they had recently killed and eaten 10 of their enemies. We went ashore near the anchorage on November 29th, 1877. I crossed the island to the village, but I was not satisfied that it was a good place for a mission station. One of our guides wore, as an armlet, the jawbone of a man from the mainland whom he had killed and eaten. Others walked about with human bones hanging in their hair and around their necks. The only village they were unfriendly with was Toaripi on the mainland. We went back on board and sailed along the coast. After rounding a cape, we came upon a pleasant village on a well-wooded point. The people were friendly and showed us their water supply, which was plentiful. At once, this seemed to be the place we had been looking for as a mission station. From there, we could travel easily in all directions, and many villages lay around us. The mainland was less than a gunshot away. We felt that God had led us to the right place. Arrangements were made for a house for the teachers, and then we returned to the vessel. Chapter 7. On the Brink of Death. In the way and by the steps described in the last chapter, James Chalmers and his brave and devoted wife were led by God to the place where they could at last begin the work their hearts had long desired. They had gained a foothold among a people who were fierce, warlike, and cannibalistic. These people had never before known anyone who wished to help them or do them good. They had no idea of God, the gospel, or the good news of salvation. They knew nothing of civilization and had no wish to learn about it. Their chief activity was tribal warfare. Their only regular work was finding food and making weapons with which to kill their neighbors. Their greatest pleasure was a wild feast, where they filled themselves with the roasted flesh of their dead enemies. The power of the love of Jesus Christ in hearts that truly receive him is shown in this. Chalmers and his wife rejoiced that they were allowed to live among such people. They believed that God would help them bring blessing and change to these fierce and ignorant natives. We now continue the story in Chalmers's own words. In the afternoon, I put the teachers, their wives, and some of their belongings ashore. The people helped carry the goods to the house. The building in which the teachers were to live until our own house was finished was the largest in the village. Even so, they were only allowed to use one end of it. The owner, who considered himself the chief man of the place, kept the other end for himself and his family. The partition between the two parts was only about 2 feet high. Skulls, shells, and coconuts were hanging all around the house. The skulls belonged to enemies whom the chief and his people had killed and eaten. Inside the house, hanging on the wall, was a large collection of human bones, along with bones of animals and fish. I chose a place for my own house on the point of land nearest the mainland. It was a large sandhill, with good woodland behind it. The land was fertile, and had breadfruit and other fruit trees growing on it. I hoped to have it cleared and planted with food. This would help the station teacher, and also any teachers who might stay there for a time before going on to their own posts. Early the next morning, there was great excitement on shore. A large war canoe came out to us, with drums beating and men dancing. They came alongside the Bertha and presented us with a small pig and some food. After this, the men came on board and danced on the deck. The captain gave them gifts in return. After breakfast, Mr. McFarlane and I went ashore and found that the Rarotongan teachers had been treated kindly. We gave some of the people a few axes, and they immediately went off to cut wood for the house. Before we returned to the ship that evening, 2 posts were already standing. Since the time for which the Bertha had been hired was almost over, and the season of the trade winds was coming to an end, we worked as quickly as possible on the house. Mr. McFarlane worked hard. 2 men from the Bertha and 2 from the Mary joined the 4 teachers, and by Tuesday, the frame of the house was nearly finished. Mr. McFarlane and I also visited several villages on the mainland. The people seemed friendly and were very pleased with the gifts we gave them. We landed all our belongings on Tuesday as well. Early on Wednesday morning, December 5th, 1877, we went ashore to live there, and about 10 o'clock the Bertha sailed away. We took up our living quarters in the chief's house. Human skulls hung close to us, and all around were the bones of pigs, cassowaries, and fish. The partition between our small space and the chief's part of the house was only about 2 feet high. Early each morning, around 3 o'clock, the chief and others would step over it and walk across our sleeping mat. Everything about our surroundings felt strange. In the moonlight, it was an eerie sight to look out between rows of human skulls. A fine tamanu tree grew close by and had stood there for ages. One could only wonder what scenes had taken place beneath its shade. When the Sabbath came, we held a service in the Rarotongan language and sang many hymns while sitting under the shade of the old tamanu tree. We were all in good health and strong for the work before us. The Mairi lay at anchor close to the shore, directly opposite us. We continued working steadily, trying to finish my house. We were careful not to stir up the people's desire for our goods by showing too many tools, tomahawks, or pieces of cloth. For this reason, we brought ashore from the Mari only what was absolutely needed. We had great trouble getting enough plaited coconut leaves for the walls and roof of the house. By December 12th, the walls and roof were finished, and everyone moved into it. We hung a curtain of plain calico between the teacher's end and our own, and also put up curtains for doors and windows. We were glad to be in the house, even though it was still unfinished. The weather was beginning to change, and we were concerned for the teachers' health, while they still had to sleep in a tent during the rain. We also had no privacy where we were before, and were tired of sitting on the ground. We could not even bring a chair into our part of the house. The flooring was so lightly made that the legs of a chair or table would soon have gone through it. On December 13th, we were busy moving the wood we had cut for the floor into the sea so that it could be floated along. By breakfast time, 10 large pieces were already in the water. After breakfast, Mrs. Chalmers and I were at the new house with the captain of the Mary, when we heard loud voices, as if people were quarreling. When I looked out, I saw the people in great excitement. Many were running with spears and clubs toward the house, where Mrs. Chalmers had left the teachers only a few minutes earlier. I hurried over and forced my way through the crowd until I reached the front. To my horror, I found myself standing directly in front of a gun aimed by one of the Mairi's crew. who had been helping us build, at a young man holding a spear. The aim was true. If the gun had been fired, as it surely would have been if I had not arrived in time, the man would have been killed. I pushed the native aside and ordered the gun to be lowered. Then I turned to the crowd, shouting, "Besu! Besu!" Enough! Enough! Some put down their weapons, though others still threatened. I spoke firmly to our own men, telling them not to use firearms. Then I seized the young man who was waving the spear and, with difficulty, took it from him. He cried with anger, yet he did not harm me. I patted him on the back and persuaded him to go away. All day he sat under a tree that we often passed, but he would not speak to us. It turned out that a knife had been stolen. Because he was the only person near the house when it went missing, he was accused of taking it. One of the teachers had been winding fishing line and caught hold of the young man's arm to ask about the knife. The youth thought he was about to be tied with the line. He struggled free and raised the alarm. Only the night before, I had warned the teachers not to use firearms to frighten or threaten the people. An axe had been stolen. Every place around was searched, but for some time it could not be found. At last, a man discovered it buried in the sand near the spot where it had last been used. It was clear that it had been hidden there until the good chance came to carry it away. During the search, the owner of the axe, one of the teachers, ran for his gun and came rushing back with it. I ordered him to take it back at once. That evening, I told them plainly that it was only in New Guinea that missionaries used guns. This was not the case in any other mission I knew. If we could not live among the people without weapons, then we would be better staying at home. I also warned them that if I ever saw guns used again for anything other than shooting birds or the like, I would have every gun thrown into the sea. One afternoon, after resting, we returned to our work. I went down to the beach and called to the captain of the Mairie, asking him to look in a certain box, find a saw, and send it ashore. As I turned back, I heard a noise. Looking up, I saw our house surrounded by an armed and threatening crowd of painted men. I signaled to the captain not to send anything ashore and hurried back. I pushed my way through the ring of men and climbed onto the platform in front of the place where we slept. The excitement was extreme. The men demanded tomahawks, knives, hoop iron, and beads. By their gestures, they made it clear that if we did not give them these things at once, they would kill us. I felt deeply troubled, because we had been especially careful to avoid trouble and had done nothing to offend them. One fierce-looking man, wearing a human jawbone and carrying a heavy stone club, rushed toward me as if to strike. I looked him straight in the face, and our eyes met. In a loud and angry voice, I demanded to know what he wanted. He replied that they wanted tomahawks, knives, iron, and beads, and that if we did not give them these things, they would kill us. I answered, "You may kill us, but you will get nothing from us." Some of the teachers said it would be better to give them a few things rather than be killed. I replied, "Can you not see that if we give to these men, others from every direction will come and demand the same? The end will be that we are all murdered." Then I added, "If they truly mean to kill us, let them do it now and be done with it." At that moment, I felt completely indifferent to the outcome. Kirikou then came forward and urged me to give the men a small gift. He explained that those causing the trouble came from the other side of the island, and that our friends at Suau could not protect us from them. Once again I answered, "No, my friend. I never give presents to people who come armed. All the time we have been here, we have carried no weapons and have lived among you as friends." Kirikou then spoke strongly to the crowd, all helped by the chief Manwegu. After this, the men withdrew into the bush behind the house. A small group later came from the bush to speak with me again and asked once more for gifts. They received the same reply: "I never give to armed people." This disturbance stopped our work, and that night, for the first time since we landed, we kept watch throughout the night. There was much unrest, and people could be seen moving about in the bush. The next morning, we went back to work as though nothing had happened. We were fixing the wall plates when Kirikou arrived with a well-looking man and said, "This is the chief from yesterday. He is sorry for what happened." I liked the man's appearance and tried to explain his mistake to him. I told him that now he had come unarmed and clean, we were glad to be friends. I took him over to the house and there gave him a gift. When the house was finished and half the floor laid, we left the chief's house and were thankful to have a place of our own. We began sawing wood for the rest of the floor and for other necessary work. While we were staying in the chief's house, my wife often sat on the platform, sewing or doing fine handwork. Each day, Bokasi, a fine young warrior, wearing the shells that showed he was a fighting man, came and sat in front of her. He helped her learn the language, and she taught him tatting and knitting. Moving our belongings from the chief's house to our new home was not easy. Twice the people handled their spears and clubs in a threatening way. They claimed everything we carried out, but at last we managed to remove all our property. Many items were stolen. The loss that troubled us most was our camp oven. We did not see it again for 2 years, and then discovered it had been taken by a man who had always seemed very friendly toward the teachers. Later, I sent the chief a gift, in addition to paying him for the use of his house, and for the ground where the teachers' tents had stood. We now began to feel unwell and feverish. I suffered most, being laid low, with a severe attack of diarrhea. As the end of the year was near, and since I had bought a piece of land for planting, I was eager to have it cleared and planted. My hope was that by January 1st, 1878, I would be free to travel along the coast to Orangerie Bay on one side and Liokadi on the other. For a time we missed Bokasi and wondered what had happened to him. News then reached us that some white men had been murdered on an island and that all their possessions had been shared out among the killers. This news caused great unrest among the people, but we continued our work steadily. We were becoming acquainted with many of the villagers, and we believed we had gained their trust. Many showed kindness by bringing us vegetables and fish. We also received many invitations to feasts, some of which were cannibal feasts. All the while, we were watched day and night. About noon on December 29th, I was in the bush behind the village with some men clearing land. The teachers were by the shore sawing wood. Johnny, one of the crew of the Mairi, who was on shore gathering wood and water for our westward journey, came to me in the bush and said, "I think trouble is coming. The people look dangerous, and one man has been trying to stir up a fight with us." I replied, "Oh no, I think everything is all right." Still, I told the men to stop work and come to the cookhouse, where I would pay them for their labor. As I was paying them, I heard 2 shots fired from the Mairi. I quickly gathered my things and rushed for the house. The men who had been sawing did the same. 2 of the Mary's crew were with us on shore, leaving only the captain and the cook, a Darnley Islander named Kangaroo, on board the vessel. I insisted that the crew return to the vessel. When I looked toward her, I saw that she was in the hands of the natives. The long Senate rope that had been kept on deck had been passed ashore to men standing on the reef. Some of the natives were hauling up the anchor, and in a few minutes the vessel would have been dragged ashore. I also heard shouting from the beach where the dinghy lay, and one of the crew ran up to tell me that the natives would not let them get the boat away. I jumped down from the house, vaulted over the fence, ran to the boat, drove the natives off and got her clear. When the natives on board the vessel saw the dinghy pulling away, they dropped the anchor and leapt overboard. Those on the reef ran along the beach, back to the village. As soon as the crew were again on board, firing began from the vessel. Shots were fired toward the village and into the bush. The natives began arming themselves. The bush seemed alive with men. I went down to the beach and as far as the chief's house, where I saw 2 men who had been wounded. I then returned to our house to get bandages. A crowd was gathering around the house, all carrying spears and clubs. While at the chief's house, I was told that a man named Bokisi was on board the vessel. I got into a small canoe with 2 men who paddled me out. I thought perhaps he was being kept as a hostage to secure peace. As we drew near, I called out, "Is there still a man on board?" The answer came back, "Yes, he on board." I then asked, "Is he shot?" The reply was, "Yes, he shot dead. Yes, he dead." When I got on board, I found the deck covered with blood. The captain was leaning against the mainmast, pale and weak from loss of blood. He had been speared in the side and had a terrible cut on his foot. In the small hold lay the body of Bokasi. The men in my canoe decided to take the body ashore. They were already lifting it onto the deck. I knew at once that this must not be allowed. If I landed with the body, we would all be killed at once by the angry people. If the body were landed before me, those on shore would be killed, and I would not be allowed to return to land. I quickly stepped into the canoe, seized the man in it by the arm, and forced him to come away with me. He was a son of our old friend Kirikou. I asked him to let me reach the house before saying anything. The leading men appeared friendly and kept assuring us that all was well and that we would not be harmed. When the body was brought ashore, loud wailing began. Weapons were taken up and then put down again and again. Canoes began to arrive from all the surrounding districts. At dusk I sent some supplies to the Mairie for the native who was to act as captain and for the mate. I told them to send back, by the native teacher in the canoe, all the trade goods they could spare us, and to be ready to leave at a signal. Then a man slipped quietly to us through the bush and said, "Tamate, you must escape tonight if you can. Around midnight you may get a chance. Tomorrow morning, when the big star rises, they will kill you." "Are you sure?" I asked. "Yes," he replied. "I have just come from their meeting at the chief's house. That is their decision. They will do nothing until tomorrow morning." A little earlier there had been a rush of people, as if they were going to attack the mission house, but they still did not break through the fence. They came close, shouting threats and demanding revenge. At dusk the chief himself came and said, "You must give compensation." "Yes," I answered. "I will give compensation. But remember, I had nothing to do with Bokassi's death. You must give it now, he said. I cannot, I replied. If you come tomorrow morning, when the big star rises, I will give it to you. He then went away in anger. I told Mrs. Chalmers what the chief had said. Then I said, You must decide. Should we men stay while you women go, since there is not room for us all on the vessel? Or should we all try to go? Or shall we all stay? Her answer was clear and calm. We have come here to preach the gospel and to do these people good. God, whom we serve, will take care of us. We will stay. If we die, we die. If we live, we live. The teachers' wives then came in, and I put the same question to them. They said that whatever my wife chose, they would choose also. Let us live together or die together. We decided to stay. We then had evening prayer. We dared not sing a hymn, as that would have drawn the people to us. I read the 46th Psalm and prayed. While I was praying in the Rarotongan language, we heard the anchor being hauled up. When I finished, I saw the last of the Mary leaving the bay. Our link with the outside world was gone, and we had nothing left but to trust in God alone. The noise during the night became quieter, but in the morning we could hear people coming from far away, called together by the war horn. At 4 o'clock the chief came to see me. During the night I had gathered tomahawks, hoop iron, red beads, and cloth. Mrs. Chalmers and I made them into parcels, a large one for the relatives of the man who had been killed, and smaller ones for the wounded. These were shown to the chief. It is not enough, he said. Can you not give more? If you will wait until the steamer comes, I may be able to give more, I replied. But for now, I cannot. I must have more now. I cannot give you more now. He went away, and we expected an attack at any moment. Several men came to the fence and demanded more, but we paid no attention, and they went away. All that day, which was Sunday, we did not know when the attack might come. Through both night and day we had to keep watch constantly. On Monday, while the funeral feast was being held and the man who had been killed was being buried, we felt sure the attack would come. An old man who seemed very friendly stayed close to us and warned us not to go outside for any reason. He told us that he would stand by us as a friend. I had been on watch during the night, and at 3 o'clock I had just lain down to rest. I had not been asleep long when Mrs. Chalmers cried out, "Quick! They have taken the house!" I sprang from my bed and rushed to one of the doorways, which was only covered by a piece of cloth. I pulled it aside and saw a large armed group standing in front of us, with others at the far end of the house. In the faint morning light I could see that they were led by the old chief from the mainland. Standing before him, I said, "What do you want?" "Give us more compensation," he replied, "or we will kill you and burn the house now." "You may kill us," I said, "but I will give no more compensation. Remember, if we die, we will die fighting, and then it will all be over." The old man became frightened. Then, for the first time, I took down a musket and showed it to him. I put in powder and a little shot. They had seen us shoot birds before. I said to him, "Go and tell them that we are going to fight, and that this must now end. The first man who crosses the line where that fence stood, for it had been pulled down, will be a dead man. Go." They withdrew, and we were left alone, trusting in the care of God. For about an hour and a half, the people held a long discussion. At last, the old chief came back, calling me by name. I challenged him and would not let him come inside the fence, as we feared treachery. He said, "It is all right." Looking out, we saw a large war canoe ready, and hundreds of smaller canoes being launched. The men in the war canoe stood up and shouted to the people on shore, "Tomorrow we will return, not only to kill the white man and his friends, but to kill all of you." The noise and confusion finally ended like this. The chief had said to his people, "Before this white man came here with his friends, I was nobody. They have brought me tomahawks, hoop iron, red beads, and cloth. You have no white man. If you try to kill him, you must kill him over my body." In this way, our lives were saved. Even so, for a long time afterward, we did not dare go far into the bush or to the eastern side of the village. Amid all these troubles, Mrs. Chalmers was the only one who remained calm and in good health. The people gradually grew quieter, and no further demands were made on us. A few days later, a cannibal feast that we had heard about was held, and some of our friends took part in it. The steamer Ellengowan arrived on January 20th, 1878. The people had begun to think that no ship would ever come again, and when she did arrive, they were frightened and willing to forget the trouble connected with the Mairi. After her arrival, we were once more able to move freely among the people. Such were the conditions and such were the people, among whom Tamate and his devoted wife lived for several weeks, literally on the brink of death. In later years, they came to know most of the leading men in those dangerous scenes very well, and they also witnessed a wonderful change in many of those savage hearts. Long afterwards, with fuller knowledge, Tamate described some of these South Cape cannibals. "Two men," he wrote, "who were already old when we first arrived at South Cape, and who had great influence among their neighbors, were very helpful to us in many ways. One was Kirikou from Suau, and the other was Kwaiani from the mainland at Catamaran Bay. The people of this bay had long had a bad reputation as cannibals, showing little respect for human life and taking pleasure in robbery. They were all thieves and took whatever they could lay hands on, which caused us much trouble and anxiety. The first time we went to South Cape, we anchored in the evening. In the morning we were surrounded by canoes filled with noisy people, who came on board and made themselves completely at home. One old man, who seemed to think he had the right to go anywhere on the schooner, made his way to the stern and became friendly with Mrs. Chalmers. Around his neck he wore a string of human bones, which he offered as a sign of friendship. These were not accepted. Because of these bones, he was afterwards called Bag o' Bones, and for a long time he was known by no other name. His real name was Kirikou. When he learned that we wanted to stay and build a house, he was very eager for us to live near him. When we chose his village, he was completely satisfied and became a true friend, determined to help us in every way he could. The strip of land that now belongs to the London Missionary Society was bought from him and paid for with goods. Because missionaries have often been accused of cheating the natives in land purchases, I decided to pay what I believed was a fair price for all land used for the mission. I wanted no one in the future to say that we had taken advantage of the people. I paid 30 shillings per acre, which I believe was a good price for unused land. Kirikou and his friends were very pleased, and he soon began to think of us as his children. Kirikou was the chief speaker of the village. At night, or very early in the morning, he would climb onto the platform in front of his house, while most people were asleep or nearly so, and speak his thoughts on all kinds of matters. This is a very common custom among the natives in this part of New Guinea. Anger that has been held inside often bursts out on the platform. Hunters who return from the forest without success vent their anger against sorcerers and evil spirits. Fishermen, after a long day or night of casting their nets in many places and catching nothing, will often pour out their complaints during the tired, sleepy hours between 8 and 9 at night. Sometimes they wait until morning, but when the morning star rises over the nearby hills, they begin and continue speaking until daylight spreads like a thin veil over the land. By then, their anger has passed, and they hope for better success in the future. Kirikou was especially skilled at this kind of speaking. When we were passing through what we called the Mairi troubles, he advised us where to go and what to do. I believe even now that he used his influence to protect our lives. During that time, he always came to us carrying a large knife, telling us that he and his son would defend us with their lives. He often came looking anxious and begged us to keep a careful watch and not to go far away. On the day of the burial of a native who had been shot, when great crowds were gathered around our house, he would not go to the meeting. Instead, he stayed with us all day, sometimes walking around in the bush nearby. Kirikou knew that sorcerers were being hired to pray us to death or work magic against us, so he hired 2 old sorcerers from the mainland to use their powers on our behalf. One of them was Kwayani, who was considered one of the best sorcerers in that region. Because I trusted him as a chief and knew he was a man of influence, when he visited us on the day of the funeral at Kirikou's request, I gave him a gift. On the morning when I was worn out with anxiety and constant threats, and I told the natives they might attack us and that we would defend ourselves, he was one of those I kept in the house to see our preparations. He later returned to report what was happening and told us that the natives had finally agreed to keep the peace. Sometime later, when I was opening a box, I took out a bag of peas. Kirikou was helping me. He thought the peas were bullets and immediately ran off to tell the people in the village that we were terribly well armed and that they must be careful. When he returned in the afternoon, I spoke sharply to him, but he still believed the peas were bullets until he saw them boiled and eaten. He and the other natives also believed that our tinned meat was human flesh, and long after our arrival, he would shake his head in disbelief when we tried to assure him that it was pig. Kirikou once came to me in great distress. A chief had visited his house one morning and had caused trouble, telling him that the white man was useless as a chief because he had no weapons and went everywhere unarmed. I told Kirikou that I was a man of peace and had come to preach peace, but that I would defend myself if necessary. I then brought out 2 bottles, one with sulfuric acid and the other with muriatic acid, and poured a little of each on the ground near him. The fumes rose into his face, and he was so frightened that he ran off as fast as he could. He went to Manwegu's house and complained that he was ill, saying that I had killed him. There was great alarm, and the old man came to ask me to remove the evil influence. I told him everything was all right and that nothing would happen. He was satisfied and went away. As time went on, it became clear that Kirikou was jealous of the attention given to Kwayani. Once, when Kwayani came to visit us and was inside the house, Kirikou ran down to the beach and began breaking the canoe. I hurried after him and pulled him away. He was in a furious temper. At that time we were building our house. I stopped the work and told the people that if my friends were not allowed to visit me without being harmed, I would have to leave. They insisted that the old man should make compensation to me. Knowing this was the custom of the people, I accepted the armlets he brought, telling him I was sorry for what had happened and hoped it would not occur again. That afternoon our whole party went to him at his platform, where he sat looking very unhappy, and we gave him gifts that pleased him greatly. Peace was made, and we became good friends again. I then left South Cape for a long time. When I returned, I found Kirikou in deep sorrow, for he had lost his only son, a man of 35. Instead of painting his body black in the usual way of mourning, he wore old clothes that had been given to him by the teacher, though I would rather have seen him follow his native custom. He attended all services in the teacher's house and was never absent from worship in the chapel. Everywhere he urged the people to give up cannibalism and spoke strongly for peace. Kwayani was a very different man. He was more pleasant and more excitable, but not so firm in character. I could not think that he had taken part in much killing, while Kirikou, in his savage days, used to boast proudly of the number of men he had killed and eaten. Kwayani decorated himself with cassowary feathers hanging from his arms and on his head. He went to all the native feasts, was known as a fine dancer, and was greatly respected throughout the whole region. When I first visited him in his own village of Vararu, he gave me taro, yams, sugar cane, and a dog which he wished to have killed at once. I refused, as I did not want to eat it, and if it had been cooked, my refusal would have offended him. He introduced me to all his friends, and through him I came to know people from all around Cloudy Mountain and the ranges to the east and west. On my first long journey in New Guinea, Kwayani was my guide, my introducer, and my interpreter. When we reached Vagavaga, the village in Possession Bay, he handed me over completely to the local chiefs, saying, "I have finished. I have brought you safely here. Now your friends will take care of you." And indeed, he left us then. He was very pleased with the gifts given to him and his people. He never claimed to care much about the gospel, but he remained a faithful friend of the mission to the end. It is remarkable that two men so very different should both have become our close friends. In those early days at Suau, I also came to know two cannibals, plain and unmistakable. Ribuna lived at Suau and was a man of great influence. He had very light skin for a native, and his hair and beard were a sandy color. Rabena lived at Didutuna, a village about 2 miles from Suau. He was a quiet, thoughtful man, the kind who could be either a loyal friend or a dangerous secret enemy. I knew more of the first than of the second, because for a time I saw Ribuna every day and often quarreled with him. When I first arrived at Suau, Ribuna thought we were all mad. As we came to know him and learned the local language and began to teach the people about the one living and true God and his great love for all people, we told them that we had come to speak of the God of love and of his Son, Jesus Christ. Ribuna believed none of it. He thought our work was completely useless and often laughed when we spoke of the Great Spirit and his willingness to save people. Ribuna was a great thief and would take small things whenever he had the chance. Once he became extremely angry with us over a pig. He rushed up to the house, hurled large stones at it, and pulled down part of the fence. I had to speak very firmly to him and warn him away. When he returned to his house, I followed him and found him sitting among a group of armed men. I tried to make peace with him, but it was useless. He stayed there all day, surrounded by a large crowd, until near sunset, when he came to me and asked me to be friends again, and to forgive him for what he had said and done. Once, during a serious fight on the beach that he himself had caused, spears and stones were thrown. A stone struck Ribuna on the head and knocked him senseless onto the sand. When he recovered, he was filled with rage, but I stepped in and got him away. He kept his anger through the whole night, and the next morning was preparing for another fight when the other party came and made peace. During the time when we were on the brink of death at Suau, and many were seeking our lives, he was at first against us. Later, however, he decided in our favor and resolved that we should live. Ribuna was not a man we could fully trust, yet he claimed to be our friend and often came to see us as such. Rabina attended our religious services, but rarely visited us in a friendly way. When he did come, it was usually to take something. Iron of every kind was greatly valued by the natives at that time, and was our main item for trade. Anything Rabina thought could be turned into iron for tomahawks, he stole. For a long time after one of these thefts, he would not come near us, but his wife continued to visit Mrs. Chalmers and brought food to sell to her. When I first knew these two men, they were good friends. Later they became deadly enemies and were kept from attacking one another only by the influence of the mission. Rabina was afraid to come to Suau to attack Ribuna, fearing that Ribuna would be supported by the mission. The cause of their quarrel was this. Ribuna's wife had been visiting friends in one of the nearby mainland villages. There she met an old man, the uncle of Rabina, and during their talk she took betel nut from him and chewed it with pepper and lime. She returned home, and soon afterward died. Ribuna and his sons claimed that she had been poisoned and decided to take revenge for her death. Nothing was said until after the burial. Then Ribuna's sons armed themselves and crossed to the mainland. Before long they saw Rabina's uncle walking toward them along the path, unaware of any danger. When he came close, they rushed out, speared him several times, and crushed his skull with a club. They left him dead on the path, hurried back to their canoe, crossed over to Suau, and proudly reported what they had done. When Rabina heard the news, he quickly crossed to the mainland, mourned with his friends for his relative, and at the burial swore to take revenge. Later on, Ribuna repented of the cruel deed and tried to make peace by paying compensation to the relatives. All accepted the payment except Rabina. He refused it, saying that he would be satisfied only when Ribuna himself had been eaten by him. A long time passed, and the two men did not meet. During this period, Ribuna attended all our services regularly. Rabina and his wife also began to come often to the mission house and grew very attached to the native teachers. Both Ribuna and Rabina became eager to be taught, though when they attended worship they always sat on opposite sides of the house. The teachers tried many times to reconcile them, but without success. All Ribuna would say was, "Teach Rabina and leave him alone. Perhaps the light will take away his hatred." Ribuna desired peace and friendship, and if it had not been for the influence of the gospel, the quarrel would soon have ended in the death of one or both men. As time went on, the light that entered Rabena's mind and heart softened him. His wife helped greatly in this good work. She learned more quickly than her husband and used all her influence to guide him toward what was right. As the months passed, several natives from different places around Suau joined the class of learners and asked for baptism, among them Rabena's wife. She was an earnest and intelligent woman. In 1882, 21 people were baptized into the Church of Christ, and Rabena's wife was among them. When the service ended, Rabena expressed a wish through the teachers to be reconciled with Ribuna. This was done according to native custom by an exchange of gifts, with the teachers helping both men. After shaking hands, they sat down together, and prayer was offered for them both and for all present, that they might live in peace and true friendship, with sincere love for Christ. Soon after this joyful event, Rabena joined the classes, and after making a sincere profession of faith in Christ, he too was baptized and received into the church. In the case of these two men, the teaching of the gospel prevented murder and cannibalism. Who can say that it has lost any of its great power from earlier days? Many years later, a young colleague of Tamate in the New Guinea mission, the Reverend C.W. Abel of Kwato, visited Suau. He later wrote an account of this visit, which clearly shows Tamate's remarkable power over the minds and hearts of the people. He wrote, "I remember some years ago spending an evening at Suau in the Dawi district. This was the place where Tamate once spent a night and a day as a prisoner, and where his life was spared only hour by hour, because the people were arguing among themselves over who had the right to kill him and claim his body as a prize. I was speaking to a group of men in the small mission house there. 2 of them had taken an active part in Tamate's capture on that earlier occasion. They remembered every detail of that dramatic night very clearly. They told me about the mixed feelings that filled their minds and described the excitement caused by the capture and imprisonment of this strange white man near their village. They also told me how friends came in canoes from the other side of the island and from across the narrow strait on the mainland, eager to share in the excitement and in the spoils of bloodshed. Now they were able to rejoice that, because of a local dispute, the life of the man who later became their friend had been saved. At that time, the people of Suau were cannibals, but the practice was given up in that village before Tamate left the eastern end of the island to join Dr. Laws at Port Moresby. On another occasion, while I was speaking with Manurewa, the chief of Suau, the subject of cannibalism came up. "What led you," I asked him, "to give up this practice?" Manurewa straightened himself, clenched his hands, and his usually calm face took on a firm and serious look. Without realizing it, he was clearly recalling a scene from earlier days, and in his mind there stood the figure of a man who was born to command. "Tamate," he said. Then, with a firm gesture, he went on. Tamate said, "You must give up cannibalism," and we did. Early in 1878, Tamate visited all the mission stations along the coast from Suau to Port Moresby. From there, he went on to Murray Island, then to Thursday Island and Cooktown. After taking on coal and making repairs at Cooktown, the Ellengowan returned to South Cape. He was away for several weeks, and when he returned to Suau, he wrote, "Mrs. Chalmers was well and had been treated very kindly by the natives. They brought her food and told her she must eat well, so that when Tamate returned, she would look strong and healthy. Mrs. Chalmers says it was a good thing she stayed, because the natives saw that we trusted them. The day after we left, they said among themselves, 'They trust us. We must treat them kindly. They cannot mean us harm, or Tamate would not have left his wife behind.'" In the noble story of 19th century missions, few acts show greater courage and self-sacrifice than Mrs. Chalmers's decision to remain alone among a group of cannibals for the sake of Christ's work and for the good of her Rarotongan fellow workers. Tamate wanted her to go with him, but she believed that if she left, the work would suffer and the Rarotongan teachers might lose heart and even die. So she chose to stay. When her husband left, there was no way for her to receive any news from him until he returned in person. She knew well that he was drawn to danger, and that the worse the reputation of a place or a people, the more likely he was to go there. The terrible experiences they had gone through only a few weeks earlier could easily have shaken the bravest heart. Later, Chalmers learned from one of the chiefs that again and again plans had been made to kill the whole missionary party. Those chosen to do it had come more than once to the low fence around the rough mission house. They had only to step over it and rush in to kill the unarmed man and his wife. If they had done so, their companions would have praised them as heroes. But the same chief told Chalmers that when they reached the fence, something held them back. What was it? There can be little doubt. It was the restraining hand of the God and Father in whom both his servants trusted so deeply, at whose call they had come to Suau, and for whose sake they were willing to give their lives. Yet Mrs. Chalmers allowed her husband, in obedience to duty, to leave her behind, placing her at the mercy of people who were still little more than strangers and only just beginning to understand the missionaries and their ways. Her only helpers were 2 or 3 Rarotongan teachers and their wives. All her belongings were eagerly desired by the people around her, and the bodies of herself and the Rarotongan teachers would have been considered prized food for a great cannibal feast. We cannot help but admire her courage, her faith, and the quiet heroism that enabled her to endure what seemed unbearable. She did not believe it right to leave the weaker teachers to face the danger alone, and she felt that if she went with her husband, the absence of both would harm the work that had begun so well and with such promise. But although her courage and faith stood firm, the strain on her health was severe. It is likely that some natural weakness in her constitution would not have allowed her to endure life in New Guinea for long. There is little doubt that the nervous tension caused by the frightening events of the previous 3 months, together with the heavy burden of her lonely weeks, made her more vulnerable to fever and hastened her death. Neither she nor her husband realized how serious her condition was. When we remember how illness weakens the body and often lowers courage, we have even greater reason to marvel at what she was able to do. In October 1878, Mrs. Chalmers became so ill that she had to leave Suau and go to Sydney to stay with friends, hoping that her health might improve there. Everything that medical skill and loving care could provide was done, but without success. In February 1879, she died, and a life marked by deep devotion and heroic service to God and to others was ended far too soon. Tamate did not go to Sydney with her, remaining at his work in obedience to her own urgent request. On no account leave the teachers, was her solemn charge to him in the last letter he ever received from her. Someone who was with her during the final days of her life wrote, "Her mind remained clear and strong to the very end. She loved to speak about missionary work, and especially about events and experiences in the New Guinea mission, of whose future she was very hopeful. Had God seen fit to spare her and allow her to return to that mission, she would have been a most valuable worker. But in his mysterious will, he has called her to her heavenly rest, and New Guinea and this missionary society have lost one of the brightest heroines the mission field has ever known." Chapter 8. The Man with the Club. The exciting events of the last chapter only increased Chalmers's desire to see more of New Guinea and to know its fierce people better. The Ellengowan had been fully refitted in Sydney, and in the spring of 1878, Chalmers set out on a voyage from east to west along the south coast of New Guinea. He visited 105 villages, and in 90 of them he was the first white man the people had ever seen. Several bays, harbors, rivers, and islands were discovered and named. The land between Meikle Bay and Orangery Bay was explored, as well as the country behind Karapunu. The whole coastline from Keppel Point to McFarlane Harbor was also walked over on foot. "I began my journeys in New Guinea," he tells us, "in places that were still unknown. Among tribes thought to be hostile, I decided, whatever happened, to travel without weapons. I trusted in him whose work I was doing, and felt sure that no harm could come to me while I was in his care. After leaving Heath Island, we truly entered new and little-known seas and lands. Our first anchorage was in a bay we named Inverary Bay. When we landed, a few men met us, while others came out bringing their goods and belongings. We then steamed past Leokadi, through what proved to be a good harbor for small ships, and crossed the sandbanks into Catamaran Bay. He also sailed farther east, around Rugged Head to Farm Bay, going well up to the head of the bay and anchoring opposite Narupu. There he went ashore and was soon surrounded by an admiring crowd. He was dressed all in white and wore black leather boots. Sitting on a veranda, he watched as some of the natives, braver than the rest, came up to touch his shirt and trousers. They would then bite their fingers, a sign of wonder, and run away. This happened again and again, but their eyes were always fixed on his boots. After some discussion among themselves, an old woman gathered enough courage to come forward. She touched his trousers and then his boots. She was shaking with fear, but when Chalmers lifted his foot and pulled off one boot, she screamed loudly and ran away as fast as she could. Several others fled with her, and they did not stop running until they were completely out of sight. The next morning, many canoes came alongside the ship. When the Ellengowan began to raise steam, the people were very frightened. They clearly wanted to show that they trusted their visitors, but this was hard to do with the loud noise, the hissing steam, and all the movement on board. They were warned to move away when the anchor was about to be raised. They could not understand why they should do so. There were no sails, and they did not see how the ship could possibly move. When the signal was given to start, there was sudden confusion at the stern. The canoes and their crews hurried off to a safe distance. One canoe, braver than the rest, stayed too near and was drawn under the water. There was a loud cry. Then a moment of silence, followed by a burst of laughter, when the people saw the canoe and its paddlers rise again some distance behind the ship. The Ellengowan rounded One Tree Point and sailed on, anchoring outside the Roo Islands in a fine and sheltered harbor. "We had some difficulty," says Mr. Chalmers, "in getting a canoe to come alongside. At last, we tied a piece of red cloth to a stick and let it float behind the ship. This brought the first canoe close enough for the natives to take the cloth. We then showed them pieces of hoop iron. Little by little, they came nearer, first just touching the iron to examine it, and at last deciding to come fully alongside. Once they had done so, we soon became friendly. When other canoes saw that nothing bad had happened to their friends, they also came out, and trading for curiosities began. I asked the captain to continue trading as long as possible, and then I hurried ashore to visit the chief of one of the villages. As long as trading canoes remain beside a visiting ship, anyone who goes ashore is quite safe. But care must be taken to return as soon as the canoes leave. The tide was very low when our boat reached the beach. A crowd was waiting for us, and every man held a club or a spear. I stood in the bow of the boat, ready to jump ashore, but was warned not to land. I told them I had come to see the chief and to give him a present, and that I must see him myself. "Give us the present," they said, "and we will give it to him, but you must not land." "I am Tamate from Suao," I replied, "and I have come as a friend to visit your old chief, and I must land." An elderly woman came close to the boat and said, "You must not land, but I will take the present." Then, pointing to a young man nearby, she added, "Or he will take it for his father, for he is the chief's son." "No," I answered. "I must see the chief myself. But I would also like to know the son, and I will give him a present too." The tide was still very low, and 2 of the crew, South Sea Islanders, were left in the boat with careful instructions to keep her afloat. I stepped into the water, with the mate following me, a strong, fearless man, used to hard life on the gold fields, and not at all afraid of natives. We walked along the long beach to the village, passing through the mangroves to the chief's house. The old man was sitting on the platform in front, holding a small child, and he did not even rise to meet us. I told him who I was and why I had come. He listened without interrupting, and then said that he already knew all about me. I placed my gift on the platform before him, and then, hoping to please him, offered a small present to the child. I waited for some sign of approval, but none came. The stern old chief picked up the gifts and threw them back at me. Beads given to children in their mother's arms were also angrily returned. Loud laughter broke out on the edges of the crowd, with some pushing and pressing, and I could see trouble coming. "Gould," I said to the mate, "I think we should leave at once. Keep your eyes open and let us move quietly back to the beach." To the chief I said, "Friend, I am going. You remain." He raised his eyebrows and simply said, "Go." As we passed back through the mangroves, we saw natives everywhere in the bush, armed with clubs and spears. A large crowd followed us, and one man with a big round club walked just behind me, uncomfortably close. I thought to myself that if I had that club in my hand, I would feel much safer. When we reached the beach, we saw that the canoes had left the ship and were rushing ashore. Our boat was still afloat, but it was some distance away. Again the thought came strongly to me. Either I must have that club, or that club would soon have me. In my bag I carried a large piece of hoop iron, something the natives value greatly. I took it out, turned suddenly, and held it out to the man. His eyes fixed on it, as ours might on a bar of gold. With my left hand I seized his club and tore it from him. Before he realized what had happened, I was leading the group myself, armed like one of them, and feeling far safer than I had a moment earlier. In their excitement, the boat's crew had let the boat run aground. I stood in the water, holding the club and facing the crowd, keeping them back until the boat floated free. Then we pushed off and escaped without harm. We learned long afterward why we were treated in this way. Our Swau natives had been there before us. They had shown the people some knives we had given them and challenged them to fight. They also mocked them, saying, "You have no white man living with you." So when they saw me, they said, "Now the Swau white man is in our hands. Let us kill him and those who are with him." From Fife Bay we went on to Meikle Bay, where I visited all the villages and was well received. In one village, some distance inland, our mate, who was carrying his fowling piece, noticed a very beautiful parrot in a coconut tree. He walked up until he was directly underneath it. About 40 natives stood around, holding their breath and wondering what would happen next. He raised his gun. There was a loud report. The parrot fell dead. A cry of fear went up. Hands were clapped over ears. There was a great shout, and suddenly everyone fled, leaving us alone with the chief, who happened to be standing beside me. The people did not stop running until they reached their homes. We visited several villages and returned at sunset. After dark, we traveled along the bed of a stream, passing small villages whose people were greatly frightened. None, however, were more afraid than the chief who had been standing near me when the parrot was shot. The poor man was terrified. How quickly he climbed onto the platform of his house when we reached it, where his 2 wives were crying. They believed he had already been killed by the dreadful white men, but now they rejoiced to see him alive. Earlier, his escort had returned with a fearful story, and the women had wondered whether their husband could possibly have survived. Now that he had come back safely, he was regarded as a true hero, to be praised in song and celebrated in dance. Friends gathered around as he told the exciting story. He displayed the bird, his wives examined it, and then the relatives crowded in to see it. Afraid? Oh no, certainly not. Yet he looked pale for a native, and no amount of hoop iron could persuade him to leave that platform or the side of his dear wives that night. The next day we reached Ellengowan Bay. After visiting all the villages there, I went right up to the head of the bay to see Silo and its chief. The tide was very low, and after dragging the boat for some distance through the mud, we left it in charge of the 2 rowers, while the mate and I went on to the village. The mate carried pieces of hoop iron, each about 7 inches long, in his pockets. The old chief received us kindly and began a long speech about how many pigs and how much food he would provide if I would stay for 2 days. The place looked unhealthy, and as I was not yet fully recovered from fever, I wished to return on board and sail away within the hour. A large crowd soon gathered around us. They were all armed, very noisy, and certainly not friendly. A small scuffle broke out, but quickly ended. The mate noticed that some of his hoop iron was missing. He caught a young man holding one piece and took it back from him. The crowd grew larger, and more excited. I asked the chief to tell his people to lay down their weapons and to be quieter. He spoke to them. Some put down their clubs and spears, but only hid them nearby in the bushes. We then said goodbye to the chief, but he strongly wished to walk with us to the boat. Trying to appear unconcerned, we headed for the beach, followed by a noisy crowd who had picked up their weapons again. Remembering how hard it had been to land, and knowing that such people often prefer to attack strangers once they are outside the village, since hospitality ends when guests leave the village bounds, I decided it would be dangerous to let the crowd come near the boat. I asked the chief to send them back, but they would not listen to him and continued to follow closely. I shouted to them to turn back and not trouble us as we were leaving by boat. It was useless. They kept coming, clearly determined to reach the boat. I stopped and, though far from cheerful, told them to go on ahead to the vessel while I would wait and return to the village. Stamping my foot as if in great anger, I said to the chief, "Take all your people with you to the boat. As for me, I will go back." This worked. The people scattered at once. The few who remained listened to the chief and followed us no farther. We reached the boat and got away, thankful to have escaped, when we might so easily have lost our lives. Anyone who ever heard Tamate's powerful voice ringing out from a platform when he spoke with strong feeling can understand why that shout so frightened the wild men who were eager to kill them. A third event of the same kind happened soon afterward. I went ashore, Chalmers tells us, in one of the canoes to be put down at Butu, so that I might walk across to Milne Bay. Before leaving the ship, I arranged with the natives that they should take me to the head of the lagoon, and after I had seen Milne Bay, bring me back again to the vessel. When all this was done, I promised to pay them well for their trouble. So we set off, carrying our bags and a little food. But when we were about a mile from the ship, they turned the canoe more toward the right-hand shore. No amount of talking, whether calmly or angrily, could persuade them to change course. We landed at a place not far from a village we had visited before. Some of the natives then left us, and we were left too few to continue the journey we had planned. We hurried to the village with my bag, and at once the canoemen went away. Neither kindness nor payment would move the villagers to help us. They became very bold, knowing well that we were completely in their power. My friend the mate, who had insisted on coming with me, agreed that our position was very dangerous, and that we must watch carefully, listen closely, and be ready to act at once. The people soon fetched their clubs and spears and began loudly demanding presents, but they were surprised to find that their begging gained them nothing. "Go to the ship if you want presents," I said. "Why is your ship anchored so far away?" they asked. "We cannot get nearer," I replied, "and I only wish you would show me the channel close in here." Pointing to a narrow passage near the shore, I suggested that they should take us off in the canoe, and that we would try to bring the ship around when the tide rose. They refused. Instead of becoming more friendly, they seemed to grow worse toward us. Perhaps this was only our imagination, for we were looking at them with deep suspicion and with grave doubts as to whether we would ever see the ship again. A few men came running along the beach. I met them and quickly asked them to take us off in a canoe, promising them hoop iron and beads. "Quick," I said. Do not let them stop to think. Into the nearest canoe. Far away, the people in the village were shouting and waving their arms. Come back at once. Oh no, my friends, I said to the paddlers. Pull. You must pull. While they were still arguing among themselves, we were already moving. I told the canoemen it would be dangerous to try to go back. On we went, past small islands, with the ship now in sight. At last, the crew stopped talking about returning. We reached the vessel safely, and I paid the men well. One more incident shows the constant danger Tamate faced at this time, as he tried to make friends with the people of many parts of New Guinea. After visiting the Kiakaro and Aroma districts, our travels were almost brought to a sudden end. We were walking along the coast halfway between the point near McFarlane Harbor and Mailu, when we saw the boat and signaled for it to come in and take us on board. The boat came close to the surf, but not close enough for us to get in. I called out to them to go on to a boat entrance at Mailu, farther along the coast. A large number of natives were with us. In the distance, we could see many more sitting on the beach, all armed. Some of those walking with us were also armed. When we were about 2 miles from the place where the boat was to wait for us, we came upon a large crowd of men and women. The men carried spears, clubs, or heavy sticks used for opening coconuts. The women also carried clubs. Some time before this, I had said to the teacher and the Loyalty Islander, "Keep a sharp watch. I fear there will be trouble here." When we came to the last group of natives, I asked for a coconut in exchange for beads. A man was about to give it to me when a young man stepped forward and sent him away. We quickened our pace to reach the village. The teacher heard them talking together and discussing where they should attack us. I asked him what they were saying. He answered, "They say they intend to kill us. Let us kneel down and pray." "No, no," I replied. "Let us walk and pray," and I moved forward firmly. I was carrying a bag with beads and hoop iron, and they tried to seize it. I gave out beads as gifts, but some were thrown back at me in anger. I walked in front with 2 men carrying clubs, one on each side. They kept telling me that I was a bad man. I took hold of their hands, one in each of mine, and held them so that they could not use their clubs. The Loyalty Islander carried a fowling piece we had brought, thinking we might be away for several days and might need to shoot food. The natives tried hard to make him fire the gun, and twice they tried to take it from him. They knew well what guns could do and had reason to fear them. They tried to trip us and pushed us roughly, but we kept going. When we were near the village, 2 men came up close behind me with large wooden clubs. These were taken from them by 2 women, who ran off with the clubs to the village. Things looked very dark indeed, and each of us prayed silently to the one who rules over all nations. Soon a man ran forward, grabbed the club from the man on my left, and threw it into the sea. He tried to do the same with the one on my right, but he was too slight and could not manage it. Then an old woman came out near the point, asked them what they were doing, and walked with us, talking to them all the way and turning their thoughts in another direction. An old chief, whom we had seen earlier on our way up, came hurrying toward us, calling out, "Peace is mine. What have these foreigners done that you want to kill them?" He came up to the teacher and took him by the hand. Another chief walked close behind me. They began speaking loudly among themselves. Some were blaming others for allowing us to get so near the village, while others said there was still time to kill us. The boat was anchored some distance offshore, so we signaled for it to come closer. Just as we were ready to leave for the boat, I opened my bag, gave pieces of hoop iron to our friendly chiefs, and threw beads among the crowd. I shouted for Kapumari, a strong young man I knew. He forced his way through the crowd. I gave him a piece of hoop iron, and with the help of the friendly chiefs, he pushed the people back, calling out to us to hurry and get away. So we waded into the water, while the chiefs shouted, "Go quickly! Go quickly!" We climbed into the boat. Our Chinese crew were flustered and nearly let the boat drift sideways onto the beach. But with poles and oars, we turned her and got clear. The sails were set, and we made for Kiripunu. Before changing our clothes, we thanked God our Father for his protection and care over us. We felt that he alone had saved us. He had confused their plans about who should be killed first, and where and when, and he had given us friends when we most needed them. Why did they want to kill us? Not simply for what was in my small bag. I believe it was for revenge. Some years earlier, a ship had visited Aroma. There had been trading for food on board, along with theft. Food was sold twice, weapons were brought out, and shots were fired at the natives. Several were wounded, and some were likely killed. People on the beach were fired on, and others were wounded while hiding in the nearby bush. We landed there, the first foreigners to visit them after this act of violence, and they decided to take revenge on us. How sad that those foreigners who fired on the natives do not return the next week to receive what they deserve. Instead, such men keep away from those places. A week later, a chief from Maipua came with a chief from Kiripunu to see me. I recognized him as the man who had held back the crowd at Aroma and made a way for me to reach the water and get into the boat. He told me that from the moment we landed that morning, they had decided to kill us, but the right time had not yet come. When we reached the place where several large canoes from Toulon and Dona were lying, the Aroma people and the canoemen agreed on a plan. The people of Aroma were to kill us and take all the property they could find, while those from the canoes were to take our bodies to eat. He said the natives kept delaying the attack until at last they decided to do it at the boat. In that way, they would also get the boat and everything in it. But he and 2 other chiefs arrived just in time to prevent it. He said it was not an act of revenge. Turning to the Kiripunu chief who was with him, he added, "You know Aroma from long ago, and how all strangers who visit there are killed." Chapter 9. Life in the Treetops. In its wild state, every village in New Guinea was the enemy of every other village. For this reason, along the coast at Port Moresby, Tupusale, and other places, houses were built on piles out in the sea so that enemies could not easily reach or attack them. In villages on the mainland, houses were often built high in the tops of trees for the same reason. This made them easy to defend and hard for enemies to attack. Early in his travels, Chalmers came upon some of these villages and their unusual homes. When he arrived at Port Moresby in 1877, he took a long walk inland and visited one of these tree villages. We were now about 1,100 feet above sea level. We were surprised to see their houses built on the highest treetops they could find, right along the ridge. One of the teachers said, Strange people, living not only on mountaintops, but choosing the tallest trees for their houses as well. We soon became friends, and the people were at ease. Some were smoking tobacco, and others were chewing betel nut. I changed my shirt, and when those near me saw my white skin, they shouted in surprise. This quickly brought everyone around me. Trading soon began. Taro, sugarcane, sweet yams, and water were exchanged for tobacco, beads, and cloth. After resting about 2 hours, we went on to the next village, 5 miles farther along the ridge. Some of our group were too tired to go on and stayed behind at the place where we planned to camp for the night. After walking several miles, we suddenly came upon some natives. As soon as they saw us, they ran for their spears and seemed ready to block our way. By signs, touching our chins with our right hands, and using other gestures, we showed them that we were not enemies. They soon became friendly. Their faces were blackened with soot, plumbago, and gum, and then sprinkled with white. Their mouths and teeth looked terrible from chewing betel nut. When we left them, they called out to warn the next village. At the next house we reached, an old man was lying outside on the platform. He looked very frightened when we approached, but when we gave him a gift instead of harming him, he quickly recovered and brought us water to drink. Before long, a few others gathered around. We understood them to say that most of the people were away on the plains hunting wallabies. For nearly 6 hours we have been traveling with our bags, and I can truly say I feel tired. We are now at a new village, where the houses are just being built, on the top of the high green hill in front of Munikahila, overlooking the Kupa Momiri Valley. The village is called Kaninumu, and at present has 4 houses, 2 built in high trees, and 2 on tall rocks. We have pitched our tent nearby, and plan to rest until Monday, when we hope to start for the plains. The country there is very fine, but there are no natives. This part of the plain is dry and barren, with small, stunted gum trees. A group met us near the village, and a woman carrying a child on her shoulder, seeing that I looked tired, insisted on taking my bag. I looked at the child and wondered how she would manage, but she quickly arranged it. She placed the child on her left shoulder, holding her by the hair, then took my bundle and walked off. Some young men have arrived from one of the districts we hope to visit, and I plan to keep them with us until we leave. Their help will be very valuable as an introduction during this difficult time. We are now 1,440 feet above sea level. On a later journey, Tamate writes, "Before we came here, the women and children slept in the bush at night, while the men slept in the village. They are enemies of the people on the flat land across the ravine, and it seems that from time to time these enemies come by night, and then a man is killed. For the last 2 nights the women have slept in the village, but every sound causes an alarm. Last night, just as we were settling down, they rushed to our house, calling for us to get up with our guns, saying that their enemies were coming. 'Only fire a gun,' they said, 'and it will frighten them away.' We told them to go back to sleep and not to be afraid. The constant fear in which the savage lives is truly pitiful. To him, every stranger is someone who wants to kill him, and this is often true of other savages as well. The fall of a dry leaf at night, the step of a pig, or a bird passing over his house. Any of these sounds can alarm him, and he trembles in fear for his life. Here, as in all parts of New Guinea, it is not the strongest man who fights and kills the most. Most crimes are done by miserable little cowards who are extremely treacherous and cunning. The village where we are now staying is built along a ridge. The chief's house stands at the highest end, facing east, and our small house is close by, beside the others, with a pathway running down the middle. At the far end of the ridge, there is a house built high in a tree. It is used as a lookout and as a place of safety for women and children if there is an attack. From here we can see many tree houses and villages along the surrounding ridges. Several strangers slept nearby, or rather kept up noise all night. Among them was a spiritist whose dreadful singing and chanting of supposed revelations was enough to drive one mad. We tried to quiet him, but it was useless. He would not be silenced. While we were having morning tea, a man sitting near us asked for some of the salt we were using. We told him it was not salt, but sugar. He insisted that it was salt, so we gave him some on his taro. He began to eat, and the look of disgust on his face was remarkable. He stood up, went outside, spat out what was in his mouth, and threw the rest away. We cannot get the natives to move. They say they are tired and must rest until tomorrow morning, and that they are also afraid of their enemies. There is great excitement, but it is hard for us to know exactly what it means. At noon, all the men went out with spears, clubs, and shields, because 2 men had been killed in a nearby village. They went to try to catch the murderers. Dressed in feathers and fighting gear, with their faces painted, they looked fierce indeed. After being away for some time, they returned and said that the enemy had escaped into the back mountains. In 1878, Tamate walked right across the eastern end of New Guinea. He was most likely the first white man to do this. During this difficult and dangerous journey, he had many new experiences. 1 or 2 examples will show the nature of the whole. In October 1880, I set out to visit Dora, a district near the base of Mount Owen Stanley. When I arrived at Manu Manu in Red Scar Bay, I learned that the day before, a group of coast natives had gone up the river and surprised the nearest village. They killed 20 people and carried off everything they could. It would be useless for us to go on, because the people of the other villages would have fled to the mountains and would not return for some time. So I decided we should go instead to Nara, the district around Cape Suckling. A few miles east of Cape Suckling, there is a small saltwater creek. We left our boat there and walked 10 miles inland to the village of Tobokau. The land near the coast is very swampy, but between the swamp and the hills, there is fine, level country. The village stands on a ridge about 150 feet above sea level, surrounded by low, thick scrub. For that part of New Guinea, it is a large village. Houses belonging to one family are built close together, with a single covered veranda. A man with more than one wife has a separate house for each wife. Food, children, housework, and planting are all kept separate. Sometimes the wives are friendly and help each other with planting and cooking, but more often the opposite is true. Then the poor husband wishes their houses were in different villages instead of side by side, sharing one veranda. One man asked me if I knew he once had 2 wives. When I said I did not, he replied, "Yes, I had 2 wives, but they nearly broke my heart. They were always quarreling, so I sent one away and told her never to come back to my house. Recently she sent asking for some tobacco and to know if I would take her back. I gave her no tobacco, and as for taking her back, I know better than that. They were holding a great feast when we entered the village. Some were dancing, others were cutting up pigs, so that we walked right into the village before they noticed us. When they saw us, the men rushed for their weapons, and the women and children climbed onto the verandas of their huts faster than usual. But when they recognized us, they laid down their arms, and a crowd gathered around. Some were covered with blood from cutting pigs. Others were dressed very finely. There were headdresses of many kinds, and some wore hats 7 feet high, built on wooden frames and covered with feathers and plumes. Some wore large pieces of native cloth, beautifully patterned like tartan. From others hung long streamers of pandanus leaves around the neck, arms, and legs. Nearly all wore necklaces, armlets, and anklets made of shells. About 3 miles farther inland is Geris, 900 feet above sea level, with about 200 people. They too were holding a great feast when we arrived, and they insisted that we stay to see the opening dance. From the far end of the village, we heard drumming. Soon 4 beautifully tattooed girls came forward dancing, followed by 30 men who were drumming and dancing. 2 more girls followed behind. The dancing was wild and the drumming loud. These girls were being formally introduced into society. They were carefully dressed with feathers, shells, and short skirts made especially for the occasion. It was amusing to see how anxious the female relatives were that the dress and every movement should be exactly right. In the center of the village stood what I can only call a gigantic Christmas tree, about 75 feet high, with branches to match. It was loaded with coconuts, betel nuts, bananas, yams, and many streamers of pandanus leaves, croton leaves, and flowers. In front of the houses were piles of food, and every veranda was neatly decorated with flowers, colored leaves, and food. Many natives, all armed, had come in from different districts, and many whom we had met on our last long journey came forward to greet us by touching chins. All along the Laroki River and in the creeks and lagoons, alligators were very numerous. Beautiful lilies, colored blue and white, grew in the foul-smelling swamps. By paddling, pushing the boat with poles, and waiting, we reached the village about 5 o'clock. It was truly a miserable place. We were given the dubu, the sacred platform, to sleep on. It stood about 20 feet above the ground. The posts were carved, and on each side were rough figures of men, women, and alligators, badly done and showing little skill. The people were very kind, giving us both cooked and uncooked food. Shooting ducks on the way up had frightened them greatly. Some, having heard that I might soon be coming, decided to risk paddling down in their double canoe to see us. Others rushed through the bush with their weapons. When they saw us and learned who we were and what we wanted, they shouted to the village. When we landed, we were welcomed as friends. Stinking swamps surrounded us, and the mosquitoes were so many that even their buzzing outside the net kept us awake. The boards of the sacred platform were so uneven that they could hardly be called comfortable, and through the gaps the mosquitoes found me easily. It was a very strange and romantic night. Clear moonlight, lovely lilies, tropical forest with huge trees. Sleeping on a platform 20 feet high, with rough carvings and pig's jaws fixed as pegs to hang our things on, mosquitoes buzzing outside the net and biting inside it, men, women, and children coughing, and the children also crying, and ugly dingoes gathered underneath. howling terribly and clearly up to no good. The district is called La Riva and includes 18 villages. The land is rich and fertile, with plenty of water. I had always believed that coconut trees grew only near the coast and never far from the sea. But here there were fine groves of healthy trees, loaded with large, good coconuts. We did not have long to wait before there was great excitement. Conch shells were blown, and men, women, and children shouted. Soon a crowd came toward us, carrying 2 pigs and large amounts of yams, taro, sugar cane, and bananas. We were sitting on the platform in front of the house when they approached. The pigs were tied to poles which were supported by cross sticks, and the food was laid down close by. One man, chosen to make the presentation, spoke briefly and seriously. He said how glad they were that we had come, and how amazed they all were at seeing us. They had heard about us from friends who had seen us before, but they had doubted much of what they were told. Now they saw us with their own eyes, and could only wonder. The old chief then took charge, and ordered our young men to spear, clean, and cut up the pigs, which was quickly done. Earthen pots were brought out, and fires were soon lit all around. It was a joyful time, and everyone was happy. While the food was cooking, we were the center of attention. Men, women, and children crowded around us. They carefully examined our clothes, legs, arms, and chests. Our boots puzzled them greatly, and they discussed among themselves whether the boots were really part of our skin or not. The people belong to the same tribe as those on the coast. They wear the same clothing, speak a dialect of the same language, build the same kind of houses, and bury their dead in the same way. All day long we were questioned, touched, rubbed, and admired, and by evening we felt the need of a bath. Our singing was greatly enjoyed, and I doubt they will soon forget how we sang Old Lang Syne, or at least how we joined hands. We had a large gathering at our evening service, when Kwayani explained as much as he could to them. It is often said, "Why not leave the savages alone in their untouched state? Only then are they truly happy." Those who speak like this know very little about savage life. A savage rarely sleeps peacefully at night. He fears ghosts and spirits. These night wanderers alarm him through the sound of falling leaves, chirping lizards, or disturbed birds. Besides these, there are real enemies in human form whom he has good reason to fear. This fear is strongest in the strange hour between the morning star and the first light of dawn, the time of yawning and stretching, when the morning pipe is lit and the first smoke of the day is enjoyed. The following story will explain what I mean. Paitana is a village up one of the creeks from Hall Sound near Yule Island and is surrounded by mangrove swamps. In the village itself, coconut, betel nut, and breadfruit grow well. The people have always been thought treacherous, but after I visited them some time ago, it was hoped they would become more friendly. When I returned to Yule Island, I learned that during my earlier visit some of them had planned to take my head. I then remembered many things from that visit that had seemed suspicious. Some years before, 2 foreigners had been killed in Hall Sound by the Paitana people. They had also killed men from Delena, Maiva, and other villages. The worst act came when they murdered a man from Liza who was visiting them as a friend. When the people of Lizy heard of this, they decided to take revenge, but they agreed to wait until the planting season was finished. For a long time, the people of Paitana lived inland toward the hills. Later, Thinking that Lacy had given up any thought of revenge, they returned to their old village. All this time, however, the lazy people were quietly preparing war canoes and keeping their plans secret. At last, the attack came, and the payment was terrible. Paitana, feeling safe far up a creek that could only be reached by forcing a way through long grass and thick mangrove bush, had little idea of what the morning would bring. Once, while visiting Motu, we slept one night in our boat between Lese and that place. I was very tired, having spent more than a week constantly traveling by boat. About 2 o'clock in the morning, I was woken by shouting. Looking over the side of the boat, I was astonished to see a fully equipped war canoe. Each canoe carries 40 men with paddles, while several stand on a central platform with bows and arrows. When they learned who we were, they became friendly, and we exchanged gifts. A war canoe is made of 2 very long canoes tied together with long poles, with a platform built between them. 24 war canoes were prepared by the people of Lisi and set out. They paddled all night and reached the southwest side of Yule Island before dawn. There they stayed hidden until the next night. After sunset, when it was completely dark, they paddled toward the creek. On the way, they met a canoe carrying a man and 2 women from Lolo. They seized the man and told him they did not wish to kill him, but that if he wanted to save his own life and the lives of the women, he must guide them to Paitana. He agreed, and they allowed the women to go free. He led them up the creek, through the swamps, long grass, and bush, and brought them close to the village. Then they allowed him to return. They surrounded the village and sent a strong group into the main street. All sat quietly and waited until there was a little more light. The morning star was shining, and soon there was enough light for their terrible work. A man in the village woke up, lit his pipe, smoked, yawned, stretched himself, and then looked out. Seeing people in the village, he called out, "Who are you?" "We are the people of Leze. We have come to be paid for the friend you murdered. Long have we waited for justice, but everyone seemed afraid. You killed one of us, and now the payment has come." In other houses, the people woke in confusion. Arrows began to fly in showers, and men, women, and children were wounded inside their homes. Many who tried to flee were caught and beaten to death with clubs. Others stayed inside their houses, hoping to escape the slaughter. The attackers entered the houses, carried away everything of value, and then set them on fire. The dead, the wounded, and those still alive were all burned together in the great fire. Men, women, and children all suffered. No mercy was shown. I asked a man from Lisi who had escaped how many were killed. He said it was impossible to know, but that only 10 people who slept in the village that night survived. Proud of their victory and loaded with plunder, the people of Leze returned to their canoes. They paddled down the creek and along the coast, blowing horns, while men and women danced and sang on the canoe platforms. Mercy is something the savage does not understand, yet he can recognize it when it is shown to him. While I was staying at Maipua, where the few survivors had fled, a child about 6 years old was brought to me. He was from Paitana. In the first rush of the attack, he slipped through the circle of enemies without being noticed and ran into the bush. He stayed there until he heard the Leze people leaving. Then he went back to the village to look for his mother, brothers, and sisters. He found only their burned and blackened bodies. One man told me that small children had been seized by the feet and dashed against coconut trees. Savage life is not the cheerful happiness that some writers describe. It is not all laughter, feasting, and dancing. There are times when whole communities are scattered, hiding in tall trees, caves, under rocks, in other villages, or far away from their own homes. Inland from Port Moresby, a large hunting party once camped in a cave and was smoked out by enemies. All were killed except one. While traveling inland, we found the Makapili tribe living in dreadful weather out in the bush, sheltering under overhanging rocks, among long grass, and inside hollow trees. At Port Moresby, the people say that since the mission first came, they are able to sleep in peace. They say that because they trust the peace taught in God's word, they intend to keep it. Having once been pirates, robbers, and murderers themselves, they had good reason to fear others. Some time ago, the large tribe of Saroa crossed the hills in strong fighting force. Early in the morning, they climbed the Manukolo hills, surrounded the villages, and killed men, women, and children, old and young alike, from the gray-haired old man to the baby in arms. About 40 escaped to Kaylee, but soon had to leave because Saroa threatened to burn Kaylee if it continued to shelter them. They begged for peace, but in vain. Saroa declared that all must die. The quarrel had begun over a pig. And so it has been along the coast of New Guinea for countless years. But a better day is beginning to dawn. We are doing more than leaving. The strong, intelligent people of New Guinea to their so-called happy, savage life. To them, the gospel is truly a message of peace. It is only within the last 10 years that the people of New Guinea have begun to learn what real happiness is. Chapter 10. A Cruel Revenge. In 1890, Tamate visited Samoa. While there, he stayed at the Malua Institution, where many young Samoans are trained and later sent out as evangelists to New Guinea and the islands of the Pacific. All the students were gathered to hear the older missionary speak. To warn them of the terrible results that can follow a careless or selfish word or action, he told the following story. The wife of a Rarotongan teacher at Kalo was visited by the young wife of the local chief. This woman often begged for tobacco and other things, and had become troublesome. One day, the Rarotongan woman stepped onto the veranda of the house, which stood high above the ground, as houses often do in New Guinea, and pushed the New Guinea woman, who was standing there. She fell to the ground below, but was not hurt. She went home and sat sulking. When her husband returned and questioned her, she said nothing. Instead, she pointed to the spears and arrows stored in the roof of the house, and mockingly urged him to avenge her insult by killing the foreign teachers. While the chief was gathering his young men, a party of teachers arrived at Kalo. They had come to fetch their fellow teacher and his wife, so they could all attend a mission meeting at Port Moresby. What followed was the result of that careless act. On March the 7th, 1881, Taria, the native teacher from Hula, set out in a boat with 5 Hula boys. They were going to Kalo and Kerepunu to bring the teachers and their families back to Hula because some of them were unwell. Taria stopped at Kalo on the way and told the teacher there that he would return for him later. At Kerepunu, he took on board a teacher named Anadirea, his wife, their 2 children, and a young man. The group then went on to Kalo. While they waited there, the chief of Kalo, pretending friendship, climbed into the boat to talk. When the Kalo teacher arrived with his wife and 2 children, the chief stepped out of the boat. This was the agreed signal. Crowds gathered on the riverbank and attacked. At first, the chief ordered his people not to harm the hula and Karapunu boys, but even so, 2 of the hula boys were killed. The other 4 escaped by swimming across the river. The mission party was trapped in the boat, and spears were thrown so quickly and thickly that neither defense nor escape was possible. Taria fought for a while, but a 4th spear killed him. The others were soon killed as well. In both families, a single spear killed both mother and child. Only the bodies of the Karapunu teacher's wife and her baby were recovered and buried by their people. The rest of the bodies were taken by alligators. Compensation was quickly paid by the people of Kalo for the 2 hula boys who were killed, and the whaleboat was also returned to the hula people. News of this cruel act reached Port Moresby just as the schooner Harrier was about to sail for Thursday Island, and the Mairi was ready to take Tamate to Hula. Other foreigners were also preparing to leave for the eastern end of the coast. All plans were immediately upset. After the first shock had passed, the chief concern was for the safety of the 2 teachers at Aroma. As quickly as possible, though with great anxiety, a large group set out for Aroma. They kept their boats a little offshore to avoid suspicion, and Tamate went ashore with 1 teacher. With deep thankfulness, he learned that neither the teachers nor the people of Aroma yet knew about the massacre. Within an hour, the 2 teachers and their families were safely placed in a whaleboat, taking only a few belongings as they had been instructed. In this way, the chiefs and people of Aroma remained unaware of the reason for these sudden movements, and suspected nothing. At Karapunu, there was much noise and trouble, and it seemed wise to remove very little of the dead teacher's property. At Hula, Tamate's house had been entered, and a few things stolen, though most were later returned. Goods were also left there until a clear decision could be made. Strangely, it was at Hula, where the least trouble had been expected, that the danger was greatest. On more than one occasion, the situation became serious. The people seemed ready to take advantage of the missionaries in their weakness and grief. After only a short stay, they returned to Port Moresby. Tamate wished to go at once to Kalo, but he feared this might harm the mission, as it was likely the government would act to punish the people for the massacre. This, in the end, is exactly what happened. The native is very impulsive and often commits acts that he later regrets. The same is often true of white men. Deeds are frequently done in moments of excitement or passion, and afterwards deeply regretted. Some of those who have been killed on the New Guinea coast brought about their own deaths. Others suffered because of the wrongdoing of white men, and a few because of the greed of natives. In every case, the native has been punished in some way, but in none so wisely or effectively as in the case of Kalo. After the Kalo massacre, a man of war arrived to make inquiries and report to the commodore of the station. We strongly objected to any interference and opposed punishment of the Kalo people. As a mission, we refused to give any report. The captain insisted that his orders were to inquire and report, and this he did. A few months later he returned and said the commodore had decided to make an example of Kalo in order to stop these murders along the coast. At that time, I was on the coast and was sent for. The day after I arrived, the flagship Wolverine entered Port Moresby with Commodore Wilson, later Rear Admiral Wilson, on board. He came to the mission house and asked me to go with him. He had decided to attack Kalo, capture the chief who had planned the crime, and hang him. I objected, but he said that if I went with him, the mission would be peaceful, and he hoped not a single shot would be fired. His plan was first to demand that the people of Kalo hand over Quaipo, the chief, but I was certain they would never do this. If they refused, he planned to ask the people of Kerepunu to seize Quaipo instead. But they would have fled into the bush rather than interfere with Kalo and its chief. The only plan that seemed possible was to surround the village and take the chief prisoner. Some weeks before the Wolverine arrived, I had received a message from Quaipo saying that he was watching everywhere and would not rest until my head was placed on his sacred platform. I sent back word that I would visit Kalo and would leave his village with my head still on my shoulders, not on his dubu. At that time, I did not know how this would be done. At last I agreed to go with the Commodore. A man-of-war schooner was taken in tow, and when we were off Round Head, plans were made for the landing party. Officers were assigned, and the surgeons examined the sailors and Marines so that no one who was injured or unfit would go ashore. We anchored between Round Head and Hula because it was important that the people of Hula should know nothing about the party that was going inland. All were called to the back of the ship, and before leaving in the pinnace and boats for the Beagle, the Commodore spoke to the officers and men. In effect, he said, "I sincerely hope there will be no firing. Remember, there is no honor or glory in this work. You can shoot these people from a great distance, while they must be very close to harm you. Try to capture the chief, make him a prisoner, and bring him away." The Commodore was deeply anxious to secure the chief without bloodshed, and again he said to me, "Everything possible must be done to prevent firing." The Wolverine steamed round to Hood Bay to draw the attention of the natives and keep them from suspecting an inland attack. Nearly 200 of us went on board the Beagle. At night, and it was a dreadful night, with heavy rain, great darkness, and strong wind, we tried to sail to Hula Point, where we were to land and then march overland to Kalo. We ran among reefs and had to anchor. I then went with Commander Watson in a boat to find the point. We succeeded, and the landing began at once. I was suffering from fever and had to lie on the beach for a short time. When everyone had landed, we started off through rain and darkness to find the path. We were led by Turia's wife, whose husband had been one of those murdered. Although I thought I knew the area well, and she had lived there for years, neither of us could find the path. We therefore went on to Hula, where we secured the help of one of our mission boys, and then quickly set out again. Instead of reaching Kalo by 4 in the morning, it was 8 o'clock before we arrived. The Commodore had been anxiously waiting, having landed with a party on the opposite side of the Kemp Welch River to cut off any retreat. Commander Watson, with his party, moved to the eastern side of the village. A lieutenant with another party, which I accompanied, entered the village. A third party, under another lieutenant, closed in on the western side, so that the chief's house could be surrounded. I told the people we met that we had come only to seize the Chief Quaipo, and for no other purpose. Our group took up a position near one of the chief's houses to prevent anyone from escaping. As the western party moved in, they came upon a large armed group of natives led by Quaipo himself. All night they had been watching the river, and since daylight had been defying the Commodore and his men. When they saw they were being taken from behind, they turned and attacked the sailors and Marines at once. After 3 of the sailors were badly wounded, the young lieutenant, seeing the danger, gave the order to fire. The first man to fall, as we later learned, was Quaipo. In all, 4 were killed, several wounded, and 2 taken prisoner. There was no looting. Not a coconut was touched. Not a pig was killed, and not a woman or child was harmed. After the firing, not a native could be seen anywhere. The bugle sounded, and we all returned to the boats. The Commodore wished to be certain that the chief was dead, and would not accept the word of the Kerepunu people alone. He insisted that the body be brought in for identification, and this was done. When the natives found that we had left, they buried the dead at once. But when the Commodore demanded the body of Quaipo, his people carried it 5 miles so that it could be identified. On the following Monday, a party landed and, with the help of natives, destroyed the chief's largest house. Wanting peace, the people brought pigs and gifts to the Commodore, and he in turn gave them gifts. At Kalo and all along the coast, this event is well known, and it has had a great effect. The people say that only a very powerful chief and nation could act in this way, combining justice with mercy and showing such restraint when all power was in their hands. To shoot innocent people without distinction, burn villages, and cut down coconut trees seems to me nothing but barbarism. Such things should never be done by our Navy. Every shot fired and every action taken by sailors and Marines is an act of war. Is it right for a great nation to act in this way toward weaker peoples? It would be better for us to suffer wrong than to do wrong. I strongly object to the Navy being used for such cruel service, especially when, in many cases, our countrymen have suffered because of their own faults or the faults of others. Chalmers also gave a brief account of the Kerepunu teacher, whose useful life was ended in the cruel way described. Anederea was from Titikaveka in Rarotonga. He was the son of a good man who cared deeply about mission work. For a few years, however, Anederea lived a wild and reckless life. He went to sea on a whaling ship, and after returning home, he fell into heavy drinking and other wrong habits. Not long after I arrived in Rarotonga, Anederea professed faith and was received into the church. His life changed completely, and he became a faithful worker. Through his teacher, he applied to enter the institution that I was then leading. I accepted him, and during 6 months of testing, found him earnest and willing. He made good progress, and when the trial period ended, I received him as a full student. He worked hard and soon became the best student I had. In his spare time, I employed him in the printing office, where he quickly became a skilled typesetter and capable in all aspects of printing. After a while, he feared that I intended to keep him permanently in the printing work and not send him out to preach Christ to the heathen. So he came to me, resigned his connection with the printing office, and said he would have nothing more to do with it unless I promised faithfully that he would be sent to the heathen. When it was decided to send teachers from Rarotonga to New Guinea, Anederea was among those chosen. He was full of joy and at once went to tell his friends in Titikaveka. As a preacher, he was well liked everywhere, and during his final year on the island, he often preached in the villages. His wife was a good woman, though slow in her ways and somewhat untidy, while he himself was active and very careful about his appearance. He helped me greatly in teaching, especially with the first-year students, and they all liked him as an instructor. He was one of the first group to leave Rarotonga in 1872. During the first few years in New Guinea, he suffered much from fever and lost his wife. Some time later, he married the widow of another teacher, a capable woman and in every way a suitable partner for him. She was from Mangaya, and in the New Guinea mission, the women from Mangaya proved to be excellent wives to missionaries and faithful workers. The year before I reached New Guinea, in 1876, Mr. Laws placed Anederea at Karapunu. He and his wife soon learned the language, and the people grew very attached to them. There were no baptisms, but the few children who attended school made more progress than those from any other station. At our first examination, his school came first. It was only a small beginning, but it was a good one. At the beginning of 1881, I was at Port Moresby, working on translating the 4 Gospels. One morning, Taria, the teacher from Hula, came to tell me that Anederea was very ill and asked me to visit him or send medicine. He was suffering from fever, so I gave medicine and sent Taria back at once with instructions to go to Karapunu, give the medicine, and tell Anederea to come to Hula. I planned to send the boat for him the following week. Anederea took the medicine and felt better. A few days later, Taria went in the whaleboat to bring Anederea, his wife, and their children to Hula. On the return journey, they stopped at Kalo to take Matarua and his family with them. When Taria landed, leaving the others in the boat, Anederea, his wife, and children were sitting at the back of the boat. Kwaipo, the chief, stepped into the boat and sat down beside Anederea. A large crowd gathered on the shore behind the boat, and many of the people were armed. Anederea wondered what this meant, but the chief assured him that all was well. The chief then stepped out of the boat, and the massacre began. He seized a tomahawk from his netted bag and struck at Anederea. Looking at him, Anederea said, "My friend, surely you are not going to kill us." The chief struck him again on the head, and Anederea fell dead. After the natives had been punished for the cruel murder of the teachers, they were eager to have another teacher placed among them. This was not possible until 1884. In that year, a group of native teachers arrived from Polynesia, and we chose one named Tau and his wife from Rarotonga to go to Kelo. We set out, taking with us the things that Tau and his wife most wanted, leaving the rest of their goods at Hula. There had been heavy rain the night before, and it was still raining lightly. The grass was wet, and the walk was unpleasant. When we reached Kelo, we at once took possession of the house, which soon filled with a joyful and excited crowd of people. After a short time, I paid for the house, and then sent for the 4 chiefs. I gave them gifts and asked them to be kind to Tau and his wife, which they gladly promised to do. The chief's son, with whom the former teacher had lived, and who had been one of the active murderers, told me that the land belonging to the mission had never been touched. He hoped that since the past had been forgiven, Tau would take possession at once and begin planting. Kulu, a chief who had taken no part in the massacre, told the teacher from Hula that they were all afraid and ashamed, but now felt more at ease and would help the new teacher. All of them assured me that our trust would not again be betrayed. In the afternoon, the eldest son of the chief Kwaipo, who had planned the attack, came bringing a pig and a large amount of food. At one point, we received 24 dishes of cooked food and several hundred young coconuts. In the evening, many of our friends from Hula returned home. Wanting to show the people of Kalo that I trusted them, I decided to stay the night and return to Hula the next morning. After sunset, we were left alone, and at first I wondered whether I had done the right thing. I feared that my decision might put the teachers, their wives, and my boat crew in danger. No European had slept there since the massacre. We were completely in their power, unarmed, and in an unprotected house. If they had attacked me, we would all have been killed. In that sense, it was a rash decision, for the people had often said that nothing would satisfy them but my head. On the other hand, if the night passed safely, it would be a hopeful sign for the future. I did not feel entirely at ease, and meant to stay awake and watchful through the night. But after evening prayers, I wrapped myself in my blanket, as it felt very cold. In spite of my careful plans, I soon fell fast asleep and did not wake until daylight. The people were pleased that I had shown such trust in them, knowing that we were completely unarmed. May the one who protected us soon be known by them all. Chapter 11. A Noble Savage. In his early visits to the area around Cape Suckling, Tamate met a native man whom he soon grew to love. This is the story of how they met. When we were a few miles past Cape Suckling, we came upon 3 Delaina canoes loaded with pottery. Long ago, the Bora people were one with this tribe, and even now many Bora women are married to Delaina men. The canoes were waiting for the Namoa people to come down and trade smoked kangaroo for the pottery. We all went ashore, and after lunch a group was formed to visit Namoa. As we were getting ready to start, I said, "I am afraid it will rain before we can return." A woman sitting nearby said, "It cannot rain until after we return home to Delaina." "Why not?" I asked. "Because the Rainmaker is with us, and he alone has the power." "Where is he?" I asked. And she pointed to the chief, Cone. I said, "Cone, my friend, what about the rain?" He replied, "It cannot rain, so do not be afraid." I said, "But I think it will rain this afternoon, and I am not sure about going to Namoa until we return from Maiva." He answered, "You need not fear, so let us start." The natives were very eager for us to go at once, so we set off on a walk of about 3 miles. While crossing some flat land, I said, "Now, Cone, it will rain." "It will not," he cried, calling out. "Rain, stay on the mountains." I said, "It is no use, Cone. The rain will come." When we reached Namoa, the rain did come, and we had to stay there, held by the weather, as if we were prisoners. Cone only said, "Do you think I believed you had no power? You are a Lohiabada, a great chief, and so am I. But the rain has listened to you." Cone laughed when I replied, "Come, my friend. Remember what I have told you about the great and good spirit and his power." He was greatly relieved when the sky began to clear and the stars appeared. We were taken into the great meeting house, and as a sign of friendship, we were at once given betel nuts and cooked food. From time to time, while traveling along the coast in the whaleboat, Tamate called in to see his friend. In January 1881, he wrote, "We spent the midnight hour with Kone and Lavao, the chiefs of Delaina. telling them about our visit to the West and how it had succeeded in bringing peace. They were very pleased and said they would do me the honor of visiting me at Port Moresby. That is, they will take some of my tomahawks. On the Sunday after we landed, Chalmers writes, we went down and held a service in the village. Kone interpreted into Lolo. When I told the people that we did no work on Sunday, Kone said, "Oh, we know, and we too are going to be helaka, sacred, tomorrow." I asked him, "How do you know?" "From Boera," he said. I met a boy repeating the Lord's Prayer in Motu, and found that he had been taught by Piri of Boera. What foolish things one could write about the reception here, such as everyone at service listened carefully, commented on the address, the children all come to school, are very bright, and eager to learn. Altogether the prospects are most encouraging. At home they would say, "Why, they are being converted. See how quickly the work succeeds." Alas, they are still savages, pure and simple, glad at the thought of an endless supply of tobacco, beads, and tomahawks. During this stay at Delena, one of the frequent warlike raids by hostile tribes in New Guinea was expected. Chalmers's presence and influence helped to bring the matter to a peaceful and satisfactory end. In his journal for June 1881, he wrote, "Our friends are uneasy. I find they have heard that the Lolo tribe intend to make a raid. Is it against them or against us? Their great hope is that we shall use our guns and frighten the attackers. I tell them we cannot do this, that we are men of peace and do not wish to frighten anyone. We had to keep a careful watch at night. Our friends were very anxious and excited. I had given orders that anyone coming near our camp must call out my name and his or her own. No one could come close without our knowing it, as my terrier Flora was an excellent watchdog. One evening some women passed the camp carrying their valuables to hide them in the bush. Bob Samoa, my boy, asked, "Suppose the Lolo people come to us. What shall we do?" I said, "Of course they will not come near us unless they mean to attack, and then we must defend ourselves. The guns are ready." It was not pleasant, but I slept well, knowing we were cared for by Him who is never far away. Through troubles like these, we become known, and the true purpose of our coming to New Guinea is better understood. The next night I slept lightly, with Flora on watch and Bob easy to wake. After midnight he kept watch. We placed lights outside the tents on each side, arranged so that the light would fall on anyone coming near the camp. About 2 a.m, word came that the Lolo people were coming. There was loud and excited talking in the village. At 4 we called for Kone, who came and told us that we were to be attacked first, and then Delena. I went down to the village and saw the old friendly chief from Lavao. I told him that any Lolo person who came over the ridge with weapons in his hands would be treated as an enemy, and that we were ready. At 5 o'clock, women and children crowded into the camp with all their belongings and asked for protection. We agreed and promised to do what we could for them. Men were running about, hiding weapons in the bush. We were told to keep a sharp lookout, and we did so. By now it was daylight, and we were less afraid. A fight had already begun in the village. Some Lolo men, chasing Delena people, rushed up the hill. We warned them back, and they withdrew. There was a loud cry for us to go down and fight. I left Bob with the guns and ammunition to guard the camp. I felt more confident going into the struggle without weapons, and I did not want the people to think I had come to fight. I shouted out Azuo, peace, and soon the terrible uproar quieted down. I was allowed to walk through the village and take the weapons from one or two fighters. When I returned to my friend Kohn's end of the village, he whispered to me, "There is Arua," meaning the chief, or Vata Zauna, sorcerer. I recognized him as the sorcerer I had met on a former visit, who had once left me in anger. I thought this might now be his chance to take revenge. I took his weapons from him, linked my arm in his, and walked him up the hill. I spoke kindly to him, showed him the flag, and told him that we were Azuo, at peace. I warned him that his people must not come up the hill. He promised to stop the fighting. I sat in the camp for a short time, when once again people rushed in, saying that Kone was to be killed. Leaving Bob again in charge of the weapons, I went back to the village, this time without my hat. More canoes had arrived. What a crowd of painted fighters they were. I was surrounded and had no way of escape. Clubs and spears rattled around me. I was struck on the head, and a piece of wood fell on my hand. My old friend from Lavao seized hold of me and led me to the edge of the crowd. Arua and Lauma, chiefs of Lolo, assured me that they would not come up the hill, and that it would be best if we did not interfere with them. "Very well, friends," I said, "but you must stop, and on no account harm my friend Kohn." We could easily have frightened them if we had gone into the village armed, but then we could not have stayed there for 24 hours afterward. I was able to do more for the people without weapons, and I was glad to be able to move freely among both sides. After all this noise and confusion, no one was killed, though several were badly wounded and a few houses were destroyed. At last peace was made, and I held a meeting in the village with everyone present. The Lolo people promised to keep quiet. I told them that we could not remain there if they continued to make threats. In the afternoon, the chiefs came up to see me, and I promised to visit them all. My head ached a little. If I had been killed, I alone would have been to blame, not the natives. The Delena people said, "Well, Tamate, if you had not been here, many of us would have been killed, and the rest would have fled to Nara, never to return." There is real pleasure in being useful, even among savages. The next Sunday we held a very fine service. All the young men prepared for it by painting their faces. It was both amusing and interesting to hear them interpret everything I said from Motu into Lolo. And when I tried to use a Lolo word, they corrected me if I pronounced it badly or put it in the wrong place. After the service, we gathered all the children and young men for school. A good number had already learned most of the letters. Some of the people began beating native cloth and disturbed the school. Kona became very angry, and because they would not listen to him, he threatened to dig up his recently buried child. I sent word that he must never do such a thing, and that he should say no more to the men beating cloth. In time, his people will become more enlightened, and then they will understand how to keep the Sabbath. Kone thought they ought to understand at once. A few days later, I left Delena for Maiva, and although the sea was very rough, we landed safely at 11 in the morning at Miria's village on the Maiva coast. In October 1881, we left Port Moresby in the Mairi with a good wind and soon reached Bora. After about an hour of trading for earthenware pots, which we planned to exchange in the west for sago, I took 50 pots on board and set sail for Delena. I intended to collect my boat for river work and to take my friend Kone with me. He was well known and liked all along the Gulf Coast, as far as Bald Head. We anchored the next morning, about 3 miles from Delena, and at daylight ran down to the anchorage off the village. Soon we saw a boat coming toward us, with Lavao standing at the stern. Several of the men had native cloth on their heads, a sign of mourning. I did not see Kon, and waited anxiously for them to come alongside. As they drew near, there was no loud talking, and all looked sorrowful. Lavao came on board, and I asked at once, "Where is Kon?" After a pause, he said, "Oh, Tamate, Kon, your friend, is dead." "Dead, Lavao." I was so overcome that I had to sit down. "Yes, Kone is dead, and we buried him on your land near your house, the house of his one great friend." "Did Kon die from sickness?" "No, he was speared by your friend Lioma. After you left, there was a feast at Delena. Kon and others were there, and some Nara people also. At night, Leoma came with his spears to kill a Nara man. As he was about to throw his spear, Kon seized the Nara man and placed him behind himself. The spear meant for the Nara man struck Kon in the chest. We carried him home, and at the second moon he died. My poor Kon, the kindest savage I ever met. How I shall miss you. I had hoped you would have helped me greatly in bringing the gospel along the shores of the Gulf. How eager Kone was to be taught and to learn how to pray. I taught him this short prayer: God of love, give me light. Lead me to Christ. Who can deny that my wind-making and rain-making friend has passed from the darkness into the light for which he prayed? After breakfast I went ashore and found Kone's house just as we had left it. Hammocks hanging beneath, and small houses all around. Where I had pitched my tent on my first visit to Delena, they had built a good-sized house, and in it, Kon's body was buried. I entered and found Kaya, Kon's widow, wrapped in cloth. She began to wail and cut her head with a shell held in her right hand, the blood flowing freely. She would have badly hurt herself if I had not stopped her. I felt deeply sorry for her, but what could I say to comfort her? I did not feel it wrong to pray as I sat on that grave, and for a short time the loud wailing was quieted. After sitting there a while, I gave our gifts to the dead and the living, placing those meant for Kone on the mat covering his grave. When I left the grave, I went up to the house, where several dishes of bananas and fish were set before me. Everything we had left in Kone's care, and in the care of the other natives, had been well looked after, and the boat was in excellent condition. Chapter 20: Riding the Pacific Surges. Tamate was born to explore and to lead. From early boyhood he knew the sea, both in calm and in storm, and he felt as much at home in a boat as on land. It was his regular practice to travel along the coast of New Guinea in a whaleboat, and scenes of danger, where only courage, good judgment, and a strong arm at the steering oar could prevent disaster, were almost part of everyday life. In many parts of New Guinea, at certain seasons, great breakers from the Papuan Gulf crash endlessly upon the shore. When a landing must be made, it can be done only in a native canoe or in a boat able to pass safely through the 7 lines of huge breakers, guarding the beach. Great skill is needed to choose the right wave on which to ride in. If a wave is too large, it may break over the boat, overturn it, and swamp it, causing the loss of some or all of the crew. In riding these Pacific surges, Tamate was an expert, and hundreds of times he did so successfully. For many such incidents, a few are chosen to show this dangerous side of life and work in New Guinea. At the end of October 1881, Tamate left Vailala on a stormy morning, hoping the weather would clear as the day went on. There was a heavy sea on the river bar, so to avoid it, he kept westward between sandbanks. When opposite McClatchy Point, the boat pulled out to sea. As soon as it left the shelter of the sandbanks, it met a rough sea, and one heavy wave nearly swamped it. Everything was soaked, and tea, sugar, bread, and tobacco were mixed together and ruined. The crew rowed until they were well out at sea, then set sail. The boat sped along before a strengthening wind and rising waves. When they were off the Ivai River, the eastern mouth of the Purari Delta in the Namau district, not far from Maipua, they saw a heavy sea breaking right across the river mouth. It would have been madness to try to enter, so there was nothing to do but turn back. The wind was strong, the weather gloomy, and a very heavy sea was running. They reefed the sail and steered for Orokolo, where they saw one line of breaking waves after another between them and the shore. Tamate disliked the sight so much that he thought of turning back to Vailala, but in such weather there was no hope of reaching it before nightfall, and to remain out at sea all night was a danger he did not wish to face. What was to be done? There was nothing for it but to run through the breakers. Then another fear arose. Would the natives on the shore, who were strangers to him, receive them peacefully or not? 2 years earlier, in the Elangoan, he had been off Orokolo at almost the same spot, and at that time he believed the people were unfriendly. They had come out in large war canoes, loaded with arrows and bows, with armed men standing on the fighting platforms, wearing arm guards. He thought they intended to attack. As they drew near, 2 Motu men with him said that the people meant to fight. He therefore asked the captain to keep the Elangoan moving, and to make sure there was plenty of steam ready in case a quick burst was needed. He watched the canoes closely and noticed strange movements among them. They were surrounding the ship, and the warriors had their bows strung. He then decided it was best to head out to sea and use all the steam she could make. For a short distance, they tried to cut him off, but seemed afraid to close in. And by keeping full speed, he escaped from them altogether. Now on this, my second visit, wrote Tamate, I wondered what kind of welcome we should receive. On one journey at the east end of New Guinea, when we landed on the beach, we were met by a shower of spears. Before the natives could come too close, we got back into the boat and rowed away. Now, if we should get safely over these long lines of heavy breakers, it would not be pleasant to be met on landing by arrows and clubs, for there would be no chance of getting the boat out to sea again. We anchored, lowered sail and mast, and made everything secure. Then we prayed and trusted ourselves to him whose work we were doing. Out came the long steering oar. We fitted the rowlocks and brought out the oars. Our strongest men took their places, and the anchor was hauled in. The boat was swung around, her head pointing straight for the shore, where a great crowd of natives was waiting on the beach. Pull easy and steady, lads. Watch and listen. Away we went, soon entering a heavy sea, with roaring, surging water all around. At times the boat rushed forward on the crest of a fierce wave, as if shot from a catapult. At other times, though the men pulled hard, it felt as if she made no progress at all, the waves being a confused mass on every side. "Easy, easy, lads. Let this wave and the next pass." Then came a smoother, swelling wave. "Now, lads, give her all you have. Pull, pull." Easy again. A great sea was close upon us. It curled, roared, and broke all around, followed by another, and then another. Once more the cry rang out, "Lads, pull, pull, as for your very lives." The oars bent under the strain. God grant that no oar might break. By this time the boat was close to shore. We looked anxiously behind us as long rolling waves gathered strength, and we had to steer carefully to keep the boat from being swamped. Everyone was watching, ready to seize the first chance offered by a smaller wave. At last it came, and away we went again on the back of that final roller. "Pull. Give her all you have." She rose. She leapt forward. She threatened to swing broadside and capsize, but she was kept under control by the long steering oar. The natives, unarmed, rushed into the water. The rowers threw their oars into the boat and leapt overboard themselves. The boat was seized and carried by an excited, shouting crowd to a place well above the high water mark. A kind-looking man came through the crowd, took hold of my arm, and made it clear that I was to be his friend and guest. We were all led to the large dubu, or sacred house, and there I was given a corner with a fireplace in the floor, and told to make myself at home until the weather improved. That is how we often land on a New Guinea beach. The next day was Sunday. After an early breakfast and a service, I left my man Bob in charge of our belongings and went with the crew to the western villages, where I held services in each. About midday I returned and found an angry crowd, armed with bows and arrows, gathered in front of our dubu. It was clear that trouble was intended. When I went inside, I found that my man had been threatened. It was hinted that we might all be killed because we had not given gifts to all the chiefs connected with the dubu. I sent for the chiefs, and through an interpreter we spoke plainly and honestly. When the talk was over, they went away, I believe more ashamed than when they came. They were made to understand that no one ever gained anything by threatening me. The bows and arrows were put away, and we had peace for the rest of the day. It was on this visit that I first met Avio, the sorcerer. I had heard from the Port Moresby people, who travel each year to the Gulf for sago, that Avio possessed very powerful things. They said he could raise storms, bring calm weather, cause droughts and famines, give abundance, and produce lightning, thunder, and earthquakes, until the people were filled with fear. When they were about to return home from the west, with their great rafts and canoes loaded with sago, they made sure to give Avio valuable gifts and ask him for calm, favorable weather. When I met him at Orokolo, I promised to visit his village on my return to Vailala. When I did so, I was led through thick bush, across swampy ground, and over several creeks to a good-sized village in a clearing. We were given the use of a good erabo, or dubu, and were made comfortable. Avio provided food for us, fish and coconuts, and in the afternoon he killed a pig for us. While the pig was being cooked, I persuaded Avio to sit beside me, and he told me that what I had heard about his wonderful things was true. I asked him to show them to me, but he firmly refused, saying, "Tamate, you are now my friend, and if I showed you these things, you would die, for no one but myself must see them." I said, Aveo, there is no chance at all that I would die, or even become sick by seeing your things. Never, Tamate, my friend. Never. It is all right, Aveo. They cannot harm me. A Motu man who was standing nearby and listening said to Aveo, "You may let him see them. They will have no effect on him. He goes everywhere, sees everything, and nothing happens to him." Aveo gave a long sigh and said, "I am afraid, but I will think about it." I was determined to see them. After an evening service, we all lay down to rest. I slept in my hammock, slung on the platform of the Erobo. It was a hot, close night, and although I was tired, I could not fall into a deep sleep. Around midnight, I saw a figure come toward me. When he reached me, he touched me and whispered, "Are you asleep?" "No, I am not." "Is that you, Aveo?" "Yes." "Do you really want to see those things?" "Yes, I do." "They will not kill you? You will not fall sick and die after seeing them?" "No, certainly not. I am very much afraid, but come with me." He led me through the village to the end house, which was built on the ground. We passed through 2 rooms and entered a very small one, which he said was his. He carefully closed the door, stirred the fire, added dry wood, and soon we had a good light. He took down a small, dirty, netted bag and began to untie it. Stopping suddenly, he said, "That must be enough, Tamate. You will die, and what will I do then?" "No, Aveo, I will not die. Do not be afraid." He took a small bundle from the bag. Yards and yards of twine made from coconut fiber were unwound, along with many layers of native cloth made from mulberry bark. As this went on, I began to think there was a bit of trickery in it all. I stirred the fire. He stopped. Tears ran down his cheeks, his hands trembled, and again he said with deep feeling, "Oh, Tamate, you will die." "No, Evo, no. I am quite safe. Go on." The last wrapping was removed, and 3 pieces of wood appeared, which he carefully placed on the mat. 2 were like small figures, a man and a woman, and the 3rd was a very small club. They looked very old, and he told me they were extremely ancient, handed down from father to son through many generations. No one living but himself had ever seen them, until now. He began to wrap them up again, and I suggested that I might buy them. That, he said, would be a terrible wrong. So I told him again, as I had said during the day, that in time a missionary would live near him and teach him about the true God, who made all things, who loves us all, and who gave Jesus to show that love. Then he would believe the missionary and would no longer want these objects. He was to give them or sell them to no one but me. He smiled quietly and replied with a touch of mockery, "Yes, if that should ever happen. These things I will give to my son after I have taught him everything." I slipped quietly back to my place and slept. The next morning, after breakfast, we left for Vailala. A few years later, I placed teachers at Vailala and Orokolo. Aveo's village was abandoned, and he went to live on the east side of the river. After a few more years, Mr. Holmes took charge of the whole western district, and I went on to the Fly River. Mr. Holmes later became very ill with fever and had to go to Sydney and the South Seas to recover. During his absence, I visited all the Gulf stations for him. By that time, I had forgotten all about Aveo's things. I was sitting in the teacher's house on the west side of the river after a busy morning when my old friend came in. We talked for a while, and then he said, "What about those things, Tamate? What things, Aveo? Have you forgotten them?" At once the memory of that long-ago night came back to me. I said, "No, I remember them well. What about them? Do you want them now?" "Yes, I do. I will pay for them if you will let me have them." "No payment, Tamate. You shall have them. When you come to our side of the river at night, when no one is near, you shall receive them." I crossed over, completed my work, and arranged to sail the next morning. About 9:30 that night, I was sitting writing when Avio appeared. He first looked carefully around the place. When he came onto the veranda and saw 2 men at the back door watching me write, he asked, "Who are these men? What do they want? Send them away." I gave them some tobacco and told them to go. He then asked that all the doors and windows be shut. Sitting down beside me, he placed the old bag before me as he had done before. He unwound the twine and native cloth until the same figures lay before us. "All right, my friend," I said. "Wrap them up quickly." He did so, breathing heavily, sighing and muttering to himself. He handed the parcel to me. I told him to wait while I went to the Niue, which was anchored close by. I was afraid he might change his mind, so I wanted the parcel safe on the vessel. I soon locked it away securely. Then I returned and gave Avio a suitable gift. I slept ashore that night, and early the next morning I was on board the Niue, ready to sail. The tide was slack, and there was a light land breeze, but enough with the tide to carry us out. A heavy sea was breaking white right across the bar, but I was eager to move on. The wind failed, so we dropped anchor. About half an hour later, the land breeze rose again, and we weighed anchor and stood out. All skylights and ports were tightly closed, and a small terrier I had with me was shut up below. We were a little too far to the west, but we hoped to clear the point. Then the thought struck us, what if the wind failed again? "Stand by the anchor." Bob, our captain, a fine Aitutaki man, was steering. The mate, a man from Manila, looked uneasy. The vessel was being swept toward the point. She would not clear it. The wind dropped completely. If we struck that point, there would be little hope for us, for a terrible sea was breaking there. "Let go the anchor!" was shouted, but it was too late. We were already in the breakers. Before the anchor could take hold, she struck the point, and the seas washed over her from bow to stern. Jimmy, my boy, came close to me. I put my arm around him, and with my right hand held fast to the main rigging. It was a fearful moment. Bob made his way forward, but he felt nothing could be done. The vessel was bumping and grinding, swinging from side to side. I shouted to Bob, "Pay out all the chain, and let her be swept out of this into deeper water. Then we may yet have a chance." We were seen from the shore, though no one could reach us. Still, there was now hope. The breakers lifted us into water, beyond the worst of the surf. A whaleboat, commanded by a white trader, came near. With great difficulty, Jimmy and I got into it. I remembered the dog and managed to bring him up and into the boat. 2 men were bailing constantly to keep her afloat. Canoes came out, and everything worth saving was placed in them. At last everyone left the vessel. We landed near the teacher's house, and waited for low tide. At low water the vessel lay high and dry, and all was arranged to float her off at the next tide. Many natives came to help. The anchors were placed well toward the shore, so that when she rose, she would swing into smooth water. All the ballast was taken out and landed, and we waited for the rising tide. Near high water she floated and was brought safely into a good anchorage. Even so, it took us a week to prepare her for sea again. When the natives saw us land, a great shout went up. "Tamate has taken Aveo's things, and the Niue is wrecked and Tamate drowned." The report spread east and west that the Niue was a total wreck, and that I was drowned because of Aveo's things. That afternoon, Aveo came to me in great distress, but I comforted him, telling him that it was the failure of the wind that caused the trouble, and that God had been kind to us, for no lives were lost. The things were safe and would yet find their way to Beritani. When the Niue was ready to sail, the sea on the bar was still very rough, so I decided to go on by canoe. The teacher offered to take me in his fine, large canoe. The sea along the coast was so bad that after trying and failing to get through, several of our crew left us and went into the bush. We found a few others, and for 2 hours we struggled on. At last, the teacher, who was in charge, called out, "Pull, pull, pull hard!" Up and down we went, easing off, holding on, waves curling and breaking all around, the rowers growing weary. Still the teacher cried, "Pull, pull, pull away, children!" At last there was a great shout. We were beyond all the breakers in smooth water, with a fine, steady, favorable breeze. The Niue got out a few days later. Here is another landing, which did not turn out so well. It took place in 1888. A week ago I went to Kabadi. Mr. Romilly heard that I was going and decided to go with me. So the government cutter took us to the Skittles, Kikeni, in Red Scar Bay. There my whaleboat met us. About 4 in the afternoon we left the cutter, with 18 people on board, and the boat was very heavily loaded. Mr. Romilly advised waiting until morning before landing, but I was anxious to spend as much time as possible with the teacher and the people, and to visit all the villages, so I pressed on. I had a reliable native steering with the oar. As we neared the bar, it did not look very dangerous to me, so we went on. The first wave carried us forward. The second struck us. We took in water. The steering oar jammed. The boat swung broadside to the sea, and then capsized. We were in deep water, and the seas were heavy, and for a short time it seemed that some of us must be drowned. It is a place full of crocodiles, but I suppose the number of us in the water frightened them away. The pounding of the surf alone was enough to kill us all. The native students who formed the crew behaved bravely, and at last we reached the shore. At one moment I feared that Romilly was drowning, and I myself felt very weak. I think Romilly must have been struck by an oar. The boys worked for more than an hour before they managed to bring the boat to the beach. 3 times I climbed onto the keel, and each time I was swept away by the waves. At last I caught hold of an oar, and with a native's help reached a sandbank. After resting there for a while, I made it to shore. A fire was lit, and we all gathered around it. One of the students led us in prayer, and with grateful hearts we all joined in giving thanks. During the night, various things were washed ashore, including my pack. We stayed by the fire all night. When the teacher heard what had happened, He brought us each a change of clothes, but since he was a small man, there were some difficulties in using what he brought. The next morning, we pulled through the surf, got back on board the cutter, and sailed to Manu Manu. We were all sore and unfit for much effort. I spent Sunday ashore at the teacher's house and held 2 services. Do not draw a lesson from this and say, a reckless man. Yes, I am. But for 11 years in this land, I have been blessed and successful through all kinds of dangers. There is no use talking. I shall do it again and again, while hoping to come through safely. I am very careful, especially when others are with me, but there is such a thing as being too cautious. The last incident we describe is one in which Mr. Chalmers and his second wife were involved. It shows the hardships that missionaries' wives often face with great courage. Fever had badly damaged Mrs. Chalmers's health, and in May 1889 it became necessary for her to go to Port Moresby. The journey, made in the whaleboat from Motumotu, was one of the worst Tamate had ever experienced. Yet it showed his great skill in handling a boat in the wild Papuan surf, and his calmness at a critical moment. The long journey in the boat, Mrs. Chalmers writes, was terrible. On the first morning, we were nearly upset and took in a great wave. I was drenched. Everything was soaked and completely ruined. Most of our food was spoiled as well. Tamate wrapped me in a blanket, and there I stayed until evening. All day the sea was rough and confused, with a very heavy swell, but fortunately the wind and current were with us. At times I thought the waves would swallow us up, but the little boat rose to them wonderfully. Sometimes she stood almost upright, then plunged into a deep hollow, with waves as high as a house, both behind and before. On reaching Maiva, we were warned not to land. The boiling surf looked terrible along the whole beach. 2 strong men swam out to us and said it was not safe to land. Tamate had nearly lost his life here, years before, when he tried to run the boat ashore in such a sea. It was sunset. I was ill and wet, and all we had eaten that day were biscuits and water. The wind was now dead against us, and the boys would have had to row on to Delena, 15 or 20 miles away. Tamate said it looked like a stormy night, and so he decided to risk the landing, especially as we now had 2 fresh men to help row. I sat upright and threw off my blankets. I think the excitement cured my sickness and headache. Before turning the boat toward the boiling surf, Tamate said, "Now, Lizzie, in a surf like this, if the boat turns at all, she will turn right over. Do not cling to her, but keep clear of her if you can. The boys and everyone else will think first of you. If we get ashore alive, never mind if everything else is lost. The anchor will drop and hold the boat." Then we faced it. The men were very excited, but Tamate and Naimi timed the rowing well. We crossed the first line of breakers safely, and there was a great shout from the shore. Then we crossed the second and third lines. At the last line, we were a little late. We should have been washed back and then swamped by the next breaker, but dozens of natives rushed into the water up to their necks and dragged us onto the beach. We were very wet, but deeply thankful. Chapter 13. Life on a Lakatoi. Once each year, the people of Port Moresby set out in great canoes, called Lakatois, on a voyage west to obtain sago. For many weeks beforehand, large quantities of pottery are made to be exchanged later for sago. The men take no part at all in making the pottery. This work belongs entirely to the women. The men, however, are busy preparing the canoes. They work all day, and at night they pull the canoes out to sea, where the captain sleeps with a few others. There are 6 officers in all, 1 at the bow and 1 at the stern, 2 in charge of the mast, and 2 of the sail. For a long time before the voyage, the captain observes special customs that make him sacred. At sunrise, the lakatoi is brought in to be built. 4 large canoes are lashed together. Bulwarks are then made from nipa palm leaves sewn together, fastened firmly with long mangrove poles, and packed with dry banana leaves. A platform is built all around so the crew can work without going inside the bulwarks. Masts made from mangrove trunks with the roots attached are fixed in the center. Large sails, shaped like crab claws and made of mats sewn together, are hoisted and worked with ropes made from the bark of the yellow hibiscus. The anchor is a large stone tied with long canes, sometimes as much as 100 fathoms long. At the bow and stern are small covered houses, strong enough to endure heavy seas, where the captain, mates, and boatswains sleep and smoke. Inside each canoe are strong wicker divisions for storing pottery, each section belonging to a different owner. The pots are carefully packed with dried banana leaves, and unless the canoe is thrown ashore in a storm, there is little breakage. A day or 2 before departure, they sail about the harbor racing. On board are young men and women dressed in their finest New Guinea clothing. Then there is singing, drum beating, and the swaying of bodies and grass skirts, forming a lively and beautiful scene. At last, the cargo is loaded. When the wind is favorable, the crew row a mile or 2 to windward, then set sail and move off with a strong following breeze, while friends at home remain behind, often in tears. The hardest workers are the steersmen, several of whom stand at the stern with large paddles, while the others beat drums and sing. When the traders reach the port to which they are bound, they are welcomed with great joy. Pigs and dogs are killed for a feast of welcome. After this, they begin to give out their pottery, which will be paid for when the time comes for their return journey. They sleep on the lakatoi, while their friends on shore cook food for them and bring it out. During the first month, they do nothing but enjoy themselves. After that, they travel up the rivers, cut down large trees, and make canoes to carry home on the return journey, loaded with sago. When they set out for home, they may have 14 or 15 canoes tied to one lakatoi, which makes it very heavy and hard to manage. In rough weather, these canoes strain badly, and often they are forced to cut away all but 2 in order to save their lives. Sometimes they are wrecked and never heard of again. Since New Guinea has been opened to mission work, the natives have gone on these trading voyages much better equipped than before. They now take tomahawks, knives, beads, looking glasses, red cloth, and tobacco. They return with many tons of sago, which they sell to the people of Tupusale, Kali, Kapakapa, Hula, and Karipunu. These people pay them with arm shells and other native goods. In 1883, Tamate sailed west from Port Moresby on one of these lakatois. At that time, he was certainly the first, and probably the only, white man who had ever attempted, or even thought of attempting, such a strange and dangerous journey. The following accounts are taken from the journal he kept then. October 5th, 1883. Long before daylight, sounds of weeping and wailing came from the village, and we knew that at last the sago traders were really about to depart for the west. I had long wanted to make a voyage in one of the lakatois, So yesterday I secured a place on board the Kevalbada, commanded by Vaburi and Arwako. I was therefore up early this morning. A few tears and some wailing greeted my departure. After saying goodbye to friends, I took the whaleboat and followed the canoes, which had left earlier, joining mine about 2 miles from Port Moresby. Many friends were there to bid farewell to the brave men who would be away from their homes for at least 4 months. Wood and water were put on board, the sails were set, and then followed a terrible scene. Weeping, crying aloud, tearing of hair, scratching of faces until blood flowed, long embraces of loved ones, wives with husbands, children with parents, and young women with their future husbands. It was enough to soften the hardest heart. At Idler's Bay we parted from our last friends. There the tears dried, and the ocean songs began in earnest. Even so, the laughter and joking were strained, not the free joy of happy hearts. There were 35 people in our craft. Our Lakatoy was made of 4 large canoes lashed together, with strong bulwarks of leaves firmly bound with mangrove poles. We had 2 mangrove masts stepped on top of the canoes, with stays and backstays of rattan cane. Our sails were made of mats and shaped like large crab claws. At the bow and stern were good-sized wooden houses, packed full of pottery. A platform, about 2.5 feet wide, ran all around. The canoes were filled with pottery, and in the center, between the masts, was a large crate, also full. On top of this crate were 2 planks covered with a mat, and there I slept. Close beside me was Vaburi, who seldom spoke, and who, until we passed Idler's Bay, kept himself wrapped in a blanket. On my other side was Kiroro, a boy of about 10, acting for Arwako, and also regarded as sacred. Hanging near each of us was a small pot containing medicine for good winds and fine weather, made of burnt banana leaves. They told me that although the breeze was good, the Lakatoy could not sail well that day because of the sadness over the friends left behind, but that the next day I would see what could be done. We made about 4 knots an hour. Several boys were on board, each with his own place, and they were kept busy bailing. About 11 at night we anchored 8 miles east of Hall Sound. Everyone was tired, and our throats were sore from so much singing, so we had no trouble falling asleep. October 6th. We did not wake early, for when we rose the sun was already climbing high over the mountains of the Stanley Range. We had several church members on board, and before beginning work we held morning prayers, followed by breakfast. Then we pulled in toward the reef, where the young men went ashore to collect wood, cane, and a large stone to use as an anchor. They worked eagerly, and seemed to have put yesterday's parting behind them. All was ready to sail, but we had to wait for wind. The crew spent the time examining their wealth. What a collection it was! Arm shells large and small, tomahawks old and new, beads from near and far, cloth of every color, nose ornaments, headbands, and breastplates. Each man displayed his treasures in turn. At noon, I pressed for departure. The sails were hoisted, the cane ropes hauled in, and we moved off, soon followed by other Lakatoys. No one seemed truly in command of our craft. Everyone appeared to do as he pleased. Orders were given hesitantly, as if the speaker doubted they would be obeyed. Some wished to turn back and wait, and I believe many would gladly have done so. To them, this 200-mile journey seemed terrifying. Their excuse was that the wind was too light. I was asked to take command for a short time, but I declined, wishing to see how they managed themselves. I insisted only that they keep moving and not waste time, so as not to lose the wind. They had become very careful about Sunday and wanted to put in at Delana, but I explained that the day could be spent more quietly and profitably at sea. We were well underway, and I was standing on my sleeping platform while dinner was being set out, when Arwako, an old raiding chief who in earlier years had caused much suffering along this coast, said to me, "Tamate, would you sit down for a moment while I ask God's blessing on the food, so that my boys may eat?" When we were opposite the entrance to Hall Sound, the Lakatoi was brought head to wind. Arwako took his young nephew by the hand, gave him 2 bunches of cassowary feathers, and stood in front, shaking them with a strange movement of the body. He then turned toward the foremast and did the same, and afterward went aft and repeated the act toward the mainmast. As the Lakatoi was turned off again, all shouted together, as if driving something away. Long ago, it is said, the Motu people, in order to keep the coast open, killed many Lolo men who had interfered with one of their canoes. Since then, the spirits of the Lolo have been troublesome at that spot, holding back the Lakatois. Because of this, the ceremony just described was thought necessary to drive them away. We succeeded and passed safely through the channel, the tide being slack at the time. Immediately afterward, several bunches of bananas were brought to each mast. In former days, these would have been offered as gifts of thanks and peace to the spirits of their ancestors. I have no doubt that many still thought of them in this way. Only the church members asked a blessing on the food from him whom they claimed to love and serve. Everyone was now busy scraping bananas, cleaning pots, and fetching water. Nothing is thrown overboard. Banana skins are carefully kept to be thrown into any river we may enter. To throw anything into the sea now would be considered a serious offense, and would cause the spirits to oppose us in every way. Unfortunately, I often forget this, and offend them by throwing banana skins or coconut shells overboard. At sunset, we were off Meva. The other Lakatois put in at Delana, Sunday, October 7th. During the night, there was very little wind, and at daybreak we were only off Oyabu, near Cape Possession. All night long there had been singing and drumming, so in the morning all was quiet and many were asleep. We were nearing Iokea and hoped to make contact there. The wind failed completely, and after rowing for 2 hours, we found ourselves being carried backward by a strong current. We dropped anchor, using about 30 fathoms of cane rope, made fast to the mast. After anchoring, everyone gathered together, and we held a very pleasant service, led mainly by the Motu people. It was short and to the point. Many of the Motu have a habit of very long prayers, but today, having been warned beforehand, they kept them brief and clear. Afternoon. We waited anxiously for wind, but none came, so we remained at anchor and held another short and helpful service. I fear there is no chance of sailing today, and some are already talking of going hunting tomorrow. In the evening we raised anchor and drifted with the tide closer to the village, so that we could easily get wood and water in the morning. October 8th. Early in the morning, we saw the other canoes far out, heading toward McClatchy Point. The Porabada and Tatana Lakatois soon anchored near us. A small canoe came out from shore with 3 old friends bringing coconuts. We received sago cakes, coconuts, and water, and then returned on board to prepare for departure, to prevent any hunting delays. This is the beginning of Elema country, where nose-rubbing is the greeting. Sharp noses would soon be flattened here, and it would be wise to carry a small pocket mirror, as the face paint is very varied. Around noon, we became active again, said goodbye to our friends, raised sail, weighed anchor, and moved off. We had a good breeze, but a strong current against us. Near sunset, we were off Motumotu and saw the Tatana and Porebata Lakatoi enter the river. Our sail tore and had to be lowered for repair, but the damage was soon fixed. All food to be cooked for the crew is first placed near the masts. That evening, several bunches of bananas were placed there and offered to the spirits in the hope of faster progress. The current was strong against us, and the wind was light. Instead of following the old customs, they agreed to let one of the church members pray. Singing and drumming continued, and hopes were high that we would anchor the next day at Vailala or Parao on the Annie River. October 9th. All night we had a strong current against us, with only a light east wind. This morning the wind is so faint that the long paddles are out and several men are pulling hard. Last night, about 9 o'clock, we were close alongside a large schooner beating eastward. I had turned in, thinking the light we saw was from one of the other Lakatois, so we kept clear of her. Soon after, there was a loud cry, "Yo, Zao!" Foreigner. I sprang up and found we were very close to the schooner. I hailed her, but all we could learn was that she came from Thursday Island. I soon lay down again, but not for long. Those on watch woke me, thinking the bay was full of foreign vessels, as more lights were seen. This time, the lights were from the Lakatois we had seen far out earlier, which, finding the current too strong, had turned in. We were then near the cupola and close to Wamai and Silo. We spoke to the other Lakatois, and then orders were given that no more lights were to be shown and no more singing done, lest people from the shore should see us and come out in canoes to rob us of our pottery. About midnight, one canoe turned and came toward us, urging everyone to return to Karama and Motumotu because of the strong current. Our people replied, "No, pull on till morning. We have Tamate on board and must do our best to reach Vailala." So we kept on, and the others followed. Had I not been with them, the whole party would have turned back. We still have no wind and make little progress by paddling. Canoes came out from Pizi and Karima and tried hard to persuade us to land with them, but it was useless. We were bound farther west. They went off to try their luck with the other Lakatois. We kept pulling, just able to hold our own against the current. A large war canoe then came toward us, and our people became very uneasy. They asked Johnny, my boy from the East End, to load his old gun and be ready. But he paid no attention, and they were afraid to ask me. We were boarded by a noisy and impudent group. Before they came close, our men hid all their valuables. When I saw them heading for the bow, I ordered them aft and called out that they must not come on board. They looked ready to fight. Bows and arrows were close at hand, arm guards were on, and some had clubs on their backs. They said they had come for us, and that Tamate and the Lakatoi must go with them. I told them, no, Tamate must go to Vailala, and on to Namao. They answered, "You will not go on. We will keep you." Their canoe came close, and 2 men stepped on board, giving orders to turn toward their village. One seized me, rubbed noses with me, and begged me, as his friend, to land. I replied, "No, I am going on. I will not land here." They grew more excited and looked dangerous. Our own men were also becoming fierce, especially Aruako, the old robber chief. I wanted to avoid a fight, for it would have caused me trouble later. A rope fell into the water and was picked up by the strangers. Their canoe was close, and Aruako stepped into it and took the rope back. One of them seized his club. Aruako looked dark and fierce and asked if they wanted to fight. If so, he said, they would have plenty of it. His first act would be to smash their canoe and then shoot them down with arrows. "No, no, we do not wish to fight," they said. "But, great chief, your Lakatoi must come to us. Our wives say we are weak and worthless because we have no Lakatoi, and they sent us out. We insisted that they leave us. Wanting them to go without threats, I spoke kindly to my new friend and told him they must not trouble us, for I had to go to Vailala. We rubbed noses again. He asked me for an euro. I had none, so he begged for a piece of cloth. I took off my shirt, which needed washing, and gave it to him, saving myself the trouble of soap and water. Once more, we rubbed noses and spoke of friendship. They got back into their canoe and left us, saying, "It is good. Tamate, go." Our visitors then went off toward another Lakatoi about 2 miles away, and were joined by 2 more canoes from Pisi. We could do nothing to help, so they had to manage as best they could. The method these people use is to board the Lakatois, and if they are strong enough, take everything of value. In this way, they force the traders to go with them. They say they will pay well for what they take. If the Motu people resist, a fight follows. The shore people would be ashamed to return home without success and would likely go on to Kirima, on the other side of the bay, where 2 Lakatois had already gone. There they would quarrel with them, just to show their wives that they had tried their best. They are very eager to get pottery, so that they can cook their food and have hot gravy to drink. We moved on. It seems that what brought Aruako to the stern was a remark he overheard in the canoe. What can Motu do if we use our weapons? Will they live? Aruako came aft and said, "What are you saying? Are you unsure that you talk like this? Say another word, and you will have to swim ashore." When he saw the rope in their canoe, he stepped into it. The man in front, thinking Aruako meant to act on his words, grabbed his club. Of course, our men now all pose as the bravest of the brave. I fear the other Lakatoi is in serious trouble, and they are now making for Pisi. We are nearing Vailala, and for the first time yams have been cooked, a sign that they expect to reach the village tonight. October 10th. 2 Lakatoi reached Vailala before us yesterday. We arrived about 7 in the evening, making the passage after dark. What excitement there was! We had hoped for a clear sunset, but the sun vanished behind thick clouds before his nightly setting. As we approached the channel, orders flew thick and fast, and careful preparations were made. We had to enter on the opposite tack, about ship. All the young men were warned to keep to their places. The men at bow and stern stood ready with paddles. The ropes were prepared to be thrown to the crowd, waiting on the point, who would haul us over the bank and up the river. The deeper channel was avoided because the wind was light and the river current strong. When I heard that a rope was to be passed ashore, I gathered my books and a few other things I wanted to keep dry, hoping to get them safely off. I expected nothing less than a complete wreck in the great white surf on the bar. I looked straight ahead as we went on, rising and falling. Terrible breakers surrounded us. Ah, there. One wave had boarded us. We were in the breakers. Shore lights guided us. Everyone was shouting. One man called on his ancestors, speaking to the wild seas and crying, "Oh, my Lakatoi, my Lakatoi, my Lakatoi will be broken." Well done. We were on the bank. I now saw that they all knew exactly what they were doing. Another huge wave struck. She swung broadside, but was soon righted. A loud voice cried, "Boys, do not be afraid. Keep to your places." Away we went again, the sails filling, the excitement rising. Shouts came from bow and stern. Some were crying, "Pray, oh pray." On we went, riding the crests nearer and nearer to the shore. The men on the beach were close. What now? The rope was dropped and we ran aground. At once there was a great rush onto the platform and over the bulwarks, fore and aft, regardless of the Lakatoi's safety. About 150 men boarded us, shouting, yelling, and rubbing noses. In the darkness, one might have thought some dreadful place had opened its gates and let loose its prisoners. But no, they were excited friends, overflowing with joy at meeting us. Most of them jumped back into the surf, seized the rope, and soon walked us into calm water and up the river to the village. We were safe, with no damage done, not even a soaking. Friends without number claim me. Alas, alas. I cannot say that I like this nose-rubbing, and having no looking-glass, I cannot tell what my face looks like. Kissing white people, men or women, is dull enough. But this, when your nose is flattened or twisted and your face is covered with paint, let the curtain fall and say no more. As we drew near the village, a canoe came down to us, and soon my old friend Avea was on board, calling out, "Tamate, where are Misi Lau and Misi Hain? Mr. and Mrs. Laws. I thought they would have been here long ago." I could not see his face in the dark, but I knew his voice well. "Let me go, Avea," I said. "This hugging on an empty stomach is too much." The excitement was beyond description. Shouting, crying, and screaming went on until 10 o'clock, when I landed and made myself comfortable on the wide veranda, or platform, of a large dubu. The people inside were given many instructions about me, and were warned to be quiet and to treat me well. So ended my journey on the Motu Lakatoi Kevaubadai. I enjoyed it greatly. It was a unique experience, and I shall not soon forget the kindness shown to me by all on board. They managed their heavy craft well, and I believe they could have done so in much worse weather than we met. I was far more comfortable than I often am in the whaleboat, in which I frequently have to make long voyages. Not long after we arrived, a strong east wind sprang up, and about 1 in the morning rain began and continued until daylight. A true tropical downpour. What a day followed! These people need much teaching, constant teaching, that the merciful man is merciful to his beast. Early in the morning, the goods on board the canoes were given out. Large and small arm shells, tomahawks, native beads, shirts, and other things, each man giving to his own special friend. Then the killing began in preparation for the feast. Several dogs were killed, caught by the hind legs and dashed against the canoes. Horns were blown, and pigs. Some large and some small were brought in, tied up and hung on poles, and their skulls crushed with clubs of wood or stone. It was so dreadful that I could not bring myself to eat pork, but my protests were only laughed at. They seemed almost mad with dogs and pigs, and cared for nothing else. Inside the bulwarks there was a terrible confusion: betel nuts, pepper, coconuts old and young, sago cooked and uncooked, with people squatting everywhere. Now it was time for feasting. After a few days, canoe cutting would begin, and in return for the gifts now given, the people of Vailala would help in the work. When the new canoes were ready to leave, they would pay in sago, over and above what had been given while the Lakatoas were there. The pottery brought from Port Moresby was the last thing to be distributed. My lodging was not bad. The dubu was large, about 50 feet high in front. The platform on which I stayed was about 10 feet from the ground and level with the floor of the dubu. I chose to stay outside for light and fresh air. Hanging all around were charms of all kinds, fishing nets for river and surf, fish traps shaped like cones made from the spines of sago leaves, bows and arrows, and a few clubs. Thus ended one of the boldest and most remarkable episodes in Tamate's own life, and in the story of the exploration and civilization of New Guinea. Chapter 12. Among the Cannibals of Maipua. Tamate took the voyage described in the last chapter because he enjoyed its novelty and adventure. Yet he always used adventure to help his greater purpose: to meet, understand, and become friendly with tribes he had not known before. So the end of the Lakatoi voyage was really only the beginning of a visit he greatly wished to make, to Orokolo and to the fierce cannibals who lived there. As soon as he landed at Vailala, he began preparing to travel still farther west. His diary from this time shows how hard it was to enforce a European way of thinking and working among native people. It also records some of his most interesting early experiences in the Gulf of Papua. I have just had to assert myself and show my friends here that I must not be hindered. After giving presents to Mama and Apohe of Orokolo, the chief of our dubu came up very angry. He scowled, shouted, and talked loudly. Since I had leather belts with me, I thought I would try giving him one, pretending to think he was angry with someone else. But he handed the belt back to me. All right, my friend. With natives, I must be patient. I put the belt into his bag. Then he looked as black as a thundercloud and again began shouting and talking loudly. When I went near him, he would have nothing to do with me. But I must have freedom to do as I choose, to give to whom I like and to go where I like. So now it was my turn to look angry and to speak loudly. In Motu, I told the crowd to stand back. Then I called to the boys from the Lakatoi to come at once and carry my things. I turned around, rolled up my mat and blanket, and tied them together. Then the old man came back and said, "Oh, Tamate, stay, stay. I was not angry with you, but with others. Please stay. Do not leave me." He then insisted on rubbing noses. The boys came, and I had them explain that I came for one purpose only. If I could not achieve it, I would return with all my belongings. I must be allowed to act freely, to give what I like and to whomever I like. The old man said, "All right," and told me not to be upset. That was exactly what I wanted him to say, and I was not upset at all. I hope to start on Saturday for Orokolo, spend Sunday there, and leave on Monday morning for Maipua, Delay is dangerous with native people. The work of today is put off until tomorrow. Tomorrow, the endless tomorrow that never comes. It drains the soul of all strength and power to act. I would do away with tomorrow entirely, if only today were long enough. October 12th, 1883. It rained, thundered, and blew all night. My blanket was very damp and heavy this morning. The dubu was full, and the people must have been packed tightly, like sardines. This morning, at prayers on the platform, Aruadira prayed that their young men might be saved from the power of the devil, and that, if they went fishing in the river later on, they might be kept safe from those devils, meaning the crocodiles swimming about. Fish hooks are greatly desired here. They are valued more than anything else, except tomahawks. I wanted a finely carved pipe and offered a knife for it, but the owner refused. My boy, Friday, managed to get it for 3 fish hooks. Here comes a man dressed in the height of fashion. His woolly hair is tied back, and around it is a circle of bright red hibiscus flowers, behind which is a crown of beautiful feathers. In front hangs a chain of white shells. On his forehead is a band of shells with a round shell between his eyebrows, set with a finely cut piece of tortoise shell like a large watch wheel, and similar ornaments on each temple. A large round shell is in his nose, and from his ears hang various pieces of tortoise shell. His face is completely covered with red ochre. Around his neck is a large necklace of small shells, with a crescent-shaped pearl shell and a big boar's tusk hanging below. On his arms are shell armlets and finely made guards for his bowstring. Around his waist is a large carved belt made from tree bark, colored red and white. His clothing consists of a narrow strip of native cloth of different colors, hanging down in front. Below his knees and around his ankles are neatly knitted garters and anklets. He knows he looks fine and enjoys being admired. We have just finished our first attempt at holding school, which we did on our platform. When I taught them to say A, they burst out laughing. After a while, they repeated that and other letters well. One fine old man even remembered several letters and repeated them by himself. Some years ago we prepared a sheet with sentences, the commandments, and the Lord's Prayer in their dialect, and we have now begun teaching it here. We sang the alphabet to the tune of Auld Lang Syne. Everyone tried to join in, and the sound was like a thunderstorm echoing between 2 hills or over a city. October 13th. I hoped to leave today for Orokolo, but it is raining steadily and looks as if it will continue. If it clears, I will do my best to start. The people here also have kevakuku, or dancing with hideous face masks. We first saw the men wearing the masks on the opposite side of the river. They got into a canoe and paddled across. As they came along the beach, some of the men and all the boys in our dubu began shouting. They jumped down from the platform and ran into the bush. The shouting warned the village that the masked men had arrived, and soon all the women and children had disappeared. Kaiavakuku is connected with a sacred festival. Those who take part have the power to place a taboo on coconuts and food needed for the coming feast. All the men involved are considered sacred for at least 3 months before the feast. During that time, they do not see their wives or children and do not live near their own houses. They wear large masks from 2 to 4 feet high whenever they go about. These masks are usually shaped like a fool's cap, and the face represents some animal with a very long mouth and teeth. The headpiece is made of small branches and wickerwork, covered with native cloth and painted white, red, and black. They wear a cloak about 2.5 feet long, and a kilt about 18 inches long, both made from the fiber of the large yellow hibiscus. They are not nearly as impressive as the Kaivakuku of Maiva, who look like walking haystacks with huge masks on top. I was obliged to attend a Kaivakuku feast. A large crowd had gathered from nearby villages, and many had come from Orokolo. Food was everywhere, both cooked and uncooked, piled in heaps and hanging from poles, mostly sago prepared in every possible way. Betel nuts and pepper were also plentiful. On the platform of my friend Mika's dubu was a large amount of chopped pork, and streamers made from young sago leaves were flying all round the platform. I stayed down among the crowd, as I could see better there than from the dubu platform. I had not long to wait before a man appeared, wearing a tall hat or mask, shaped like some strange animal with an odd mouth and sharp teeth. His cloak and kilt were made of yellow hibiscus fiber, and he carried a small stick in his hand. He had come from farther back in the bush, where, I was told, many people were gathered, and where all the masks and costumes I had seen earlier in the dubu were kept with their owners. He danced for a short time. Then an old man stepped forward with a large piece of pork, gave it to him, and the masked man went away. 2 young men followed, carrying a long pole loaded with food, sago, coconuts, betel nuts, and pepper. Another Kaivakuku came next and did the same, this time inside the dubu. A conch shell was blown, as when a pig is about to be killed, and soon a live pig appeared, carried on a pole between 2 men. It was laid on the ground, and the Kaivakuku danced around and over it. Then a bow and arrow were handed to him. He stepped back a little, said something, shot the arrow, and the pig soon died. The 2 men lifted it up, and all left, followed by 2 youths carrying food. More Kaivakuku followed, this time 5 together. They all danced until they received pigs, and then they too went away. This continued until all 80 had appeared. Some were given dogs instead. These were caught by the hind legs, and their heads were struck violently on the ground. Several were unhappy with the small amount of food they received, and stubbornly stayed until they were given more. I walked about 1/4 mile into the bush, where there was a large crowd of men. Some were armed, and everywhere weapons could be seen. Some were cutting up pigs, others dogs, putting the pieces into cooking pots and onto fires. Farther back stood a large figure representing Siamese. It was a mask about 10 feet high and 3 feet wide, decorated with many kinds of feathers, and painted in a striking way down the middle. I greatly wished to obtain some of the masks, especially the one representing Siamese, but was told they all had to be burned. With the help of some friends, I managed to secure 7 masks. But neither friendship nor tomahawks could get me Siamese. Soon fires were lit all around, and masks, cloaks, and kilts were burning. I could not remove the masks I had obtained until dark, so that no one might see them, especially a woman. For tradition says that if she did, she would soon fall sick and die. I gathered them together and set guards to watch them, fearing they might be seized in the excitement of burning. To leave quietly and without trouble this morning, Johnny and I packed last night in the dark. Our friends here fear that I will take everything away to Orokolo and Maipua. This is one of the great difficulties of traveling among native people. Those you are staying with do all they can to prevent you from leaving them, and also try to stop neighboring villages from receiving anything. They are greatly interested in my writing. Every day when I write, crowds gather to watch. When new people come onto the platform, it is the first thing they talk about, and I am often urged to write a little more. We really did start this morning. The weather cleared, and after the early morning mist had gone, we had breakfast and left by 9 o'clock. Passing through the village on the other side, I met my friend Mika, who insisted that I visit his dubu and drink a coconut. It is a very fine building. Inside it was very dark at first, but soon my eyes adjusted. There were 80 masks arranged along the sides, 40 on each side, with a stick placed beside each one. There were drums, small ladders made of cane used when decorating the dubu, spears, clubs, bows and arrows, and many other items. Outside was a fine platform, now surrounded with coconut leaves because of kaivakuku, so that unclean eyes might not look into the sacred things. High overhead was the long pointed roof, with many arrows stuck into it and small pieces of wood decorated with feathers representing spirits. Eager to be on our way, I said goodbye to my friend and promised that, if I had time on my return, I would spend a night in his dubu. The tide was low, so we traveled along the beach in fierce heat. There was no wind, and although I ought by now to be used to it, I felt the heat intensely. We passed several fishing groups. The men used nets about 9 feet square, fixed to 2 sticks, which they lifted up and down in the water. The women used bag nets on long sticks in much the same way. They also carried small bags, hanging from their heads down their backs, into which they put the fish they caught. The boys had hand traps made from the ribs of the sago frond, which they ran about with, placing them over fish and catching them by reaching in from the top. The journey was very thirsty, and I longed for a coconut, but I was told to wait. So I waited until about halfway, when I was told that friends from Orokolo were coming to meet me. Soon I saw a white shirt with red decorations moving in the bush, and I knew my good friend Apohi was waiting, with about 50 young men. The native champagne, coconut water, was ready in large numbers. Soon the tops of the coconuts were flying off, and attendants hurried about, handing the cool drink to all the newcomers. When everyone had finished, I said I would like another bottle. At once orders were given to go down to the cellar. A man quickly climbed a tall coconut tree, and within minutes we had more in abundance, much cooler than the first, and cooler and better than any champagne ever made in the wine countries of Europe. We drank it in the shade of a fine hibiscus tree, with a splendid grove of wine cellars behind us. Refreshed, we set off again, accompanied by more than 100 armed men who had come out to honor Apohi's friends. We left Kovara, Apohi's village, about 3 in the afternoon. We traveled inland for some distance over excellent land, and then returned to the beach. I have never seen children in such numbers anywhere else. Boys and girls in crowds followed us, shouting, laughing, dancing, and running with all the joy of happy youth. Apohe and I walked side by side in state until we reached Mama's dubu, where its owner was dressed to receive us. A very large crowd stood on the platform. Mama was in the center, wearing a short lady's jacket, and on his head, as a cap, was a small colored bag I had given him 2 years earlier. When I stepped onto the platform, he came forward to greet me, shaking hands and rubbing noses. His dubu was new, and inside it was comfortable and clean. I went in, chose a place to sleep, and then came out to be seen, examined, and closely watched by the crowd, both young and old. My heavy black traveling boots were a great wonder to them, and most seemed to think I had unusually black feet. When I began unlacing one boot, mouths opened wide. But when I took the boot off, a tremendous shout rose up, like that of a great crowd, and words cannot describe it. I took off my sock, and another shout followed. Those who were not too afraid crowded closer to the platform to look, and some even touched my foot to be sure it was real. I showed my chest, and that too caused great amazement. What surprised them most was the softness of my skin, especially the sole of my foot, which they examined carefully. I felt safe enough here, but it may be wiser not to do this at Maipua, as the cannibals there might develop a taste for cooked feet and breast. About sunset I walked through the large, scattered village. It had many good houses and many poor ones. The people seemed to put all their skill into building dubis. Near the houses I saw small, well-fenced tobacco gardens everywhere. Men, women, and children, pigs and dogs, all appeared greatly excited. When I returned, it was already dark, and my host had gone into the gloomy interior of his dubu. I followed him there. It was very dark, with only a few weak flickers of light from dying fires, and natives lay asleep nearby, breathing heavily. Sunday, October 14th. Last night, in the darkness, we held evening prayers. The deacon gave a short address. I spoke through him, and then he spoke again and prayed. It was a strange and solemn meeting. About a dozen were present. We taught them a simple prayer. O Lord Jesus, give us light, save us. That was all, and it was enough. Will he not answer them? The deacon spoke at length about God's love. This morning, long before I was ready to rise, the people gathered again. Having been disturbed during the night by very lively sleeping companions, I wrapped myself in my blanket and managed to get a little more sleep. Last night, in the dark, one old man stood up and said, "Tamate, we are glad you have come again so that we might all see you. We heard so much about you that we thought you must be a spirit. Now we see that you are a man like ourselves, only white. We have just finished a service, a hymn, a few verses from the Gospel of Matthew, and prayer by the deacon in the Alema dialect. He also spoke about God's love for mankind and his desire that all should be saved. Some listened closely, others chewed betel nut or smoked. We all sat on the ground with legs crossed. They soon grew tired, so we ended the service. Aruadara, the deacon, and Aruako have been away for some time and have just returned. They have been on the platform of a nearby dubu, telling again and again the story of God's love shown in the gift of Christ. They say the people were greatly astonished and listened with close attention. I hear that Mama has sent word unto Maipua to tell the people there that we have arrived here, and that tomorrow they are to come with their canoes to this side of the river, Alele, to meet us. It is perhaps best that they should know beforehand. 5 p.m. One of the messengers sent to Maipua has returned. Tomorrow the chief and a large party are to come to meet me. When the people there first heard that I had arrived at Arokolo, they said, "You are deceiving us." Then a piece of foreign tobacco was produced, and they were asked, "Is this ours, or like it?" They sat down, smoked it, and were convinced. 2 messengers were sent, but the people insisted that one should remain behind to make sure the other returned in the morning with the party. October 15th. As we did not start early enough, we had to wait for the ebb tide, and it was 10 o'clock before we set off. We had a very large escort as far as the river Alela, where we were to meet the people of Maipua. We reached the river about noon, having crossed one saltwater creek. Our escort then returned, as they are at war with Maipua. We soon saw a large canoe approaching, without an outrigger. When it reached the beach near where we stood, a man jumped out and ran up to me with open arms, giving me a strong embrace. This was Ipaivaitani, the chief of Maipua. We were soon all in the canoe. Including the crew, there were 11 of us. The current was running strongly, and I felt doubtful for a moment whether we could cross safely, but my fear was needless. We crossed without taking in a drop of water. On the other side, more people came aboard, until there were 23 of us. We then passed through several creeks lined with palms and mangroves, until we reached a splendid river, the largest I have yet seen east of Bald Head. It is certainly the largest, for I know them all. I call the main inland stream the Wickham, after a dear friend. The tide was running out and the current was strong, but the canoe was handled so skillfully that we crossed safely. This is the river marked Eva'i on the chart. From there we passed easily from creek to creek, through foul-smelling swamps, until we reached Maipua about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It is a very large village, with fine houses and great temples. I estimate the population at 1,500 to 1,800 people. But it is a dreadful place, a true swamp with miles of swamp all around. The streets are paved with long tree trunks, and in front of many houses, and especially the temples, long wooden platforms rise gradually from the streets. Small creeks run through the village, crossed by well-made bridges. The temple in which I am now sitting is the largest and finest I have yet seen. 2 great posts stand in front, 80 feet high, and on them rests the tall peaked roof, around which hangs a beautiful fringe of young sago leaves. The front is about 30 feet wide, and the building is roughly 160 feet long, narrowing toward the back. Our section is about 20 feet high and 10 feet wide. In front is a broad platform, floored with the outer skin of the sago palm, and kept very clean. Inside, the building is divided into courts by partitions of coconut leaves about 9 feet high. On these hang various carved figures, none of them pleasant to look at. From the roof down to the partitions hang graceful curtains made from young sago fronds. Standing on the front platform and looking down the long passage, with its divisions and hanging curtains, the effect is striking. In each court there are many skulls of men, women, and children, as well as crocodiles and wild boars, and also many cassowary breastbones. All are carved, and many are painted. The human skulls belong to those who have been killed and eaten. Here human flesh is considered the finest food, and only fools, they say, refuse it. In the last court there are the same kinds of ornaments, and then a screen covered with strangely shaped objects made of wood and native cloth. Hanging there also are sihis, their only clothing, belts, small bags, and other items belonging to those who were killed. These have been offered to the gods. Inside this court is the most sacred place of all. Very few ever enter it. When I arrived, I had to stand up in the canoe so that everyone could see me. As I climbed the wooden steps from the canoe to the platform, the chief led me into the temple. Men were sitting on both sides of the passage, ready to receive me. They did not speak a word, as I walked down the middle and then back again to the platform, with the chief following me. Then they all stood up, gave a great shout, and crowded around me. The passage I walked along looked like polished cloth, with various figures carved on it. It was covered with the outer skin of the sago palm, made smooth and shiny by the blood of victims often dragged over it, and by constant use. After I had been closely examined and declared to be truly a human being, I returned with the chief through the different courts to the sacred place. I was allowed to enter it, but the chief was too afraid and stayed outside, speaking only in whispers. I went into that strange and fearful place where many small bats were flying about. There I saw 6 odd-looking figures made of cane. Each had a mouth like a frog's, very large and wide open. The body, about 7 feet high in the middle and 9 feet long, looked something like a large dugong. From their mouths the bats kept flying out one after another. The whole temple is magnificent. Although my new friends are cannibals, it shows that they are more than mere wild savages. Might they be called cannibal semi-civilized people? In the different courts there are fireplaces beside which the men sleep. The chief, Ipaivaitani, has offered me his own place, but I do not think I shall sleep there. I have just had breakfast and dinner together. I would have enjoyed it more if there had not been a pile of skulls close by, some of them fairly new. These skulls are now down for cleaning and repair. When finished, they are hung on pegs all around. No museum collection could be kept in better order. October 16th. I slept outside on the platform and had an excellent night. Aruako kept the promise he made at Arokolo and spoke for a long time to the listening crowd of cannibals about Adam and Eve, Noah and the flood. Both he and Arawadera also spoke about Jesus, our Lord, and his love. It was a strange and solemn scene. A great dark temple lit only by flickering fires. A crowd of true cannibals who believe human flesh is the best of all food, and whose wives also enjoy it. Human skulls everywhere in the courts, and at the far end, in the most sacred place, 6 cannabis, or great idols, believed to hold power over life and death, war and peace. In the middle of this scene sat Aruako and Arawadera, both of them until recently wild savages themselves, preaching Christ as the one who reveals God's love and saves sinful people. It was the most attentive gathering of this kind I have ever seen. They listened closely, asked many questions, and spoke freely about what they heard. The service began soon after sunset, and when I went to sleep it was still going on. When I woke up, I found the sun had risen before me, and Aruako and Arawadera were still talking and listening. I went into the dubu, and I looked at my friend Aruako, who was now very hoarse, and said, "Arua, have you been speaking all night?" He answered, "Yes." When I lay down, they kept asking questions, and I had to get up again and explain. But now I have reached Jesus Christ, and I must tell them everything about him. Yes, my friend had come to him, to whom we all must come for light, help, and peace. When Aruako finished, there was only one answer from everyone. No more fighting Tamate, no more eating men. We have heard good news, and we will strive for peace. To the Cannibals, the gods of the dubu, the people of Maipua offer gifts: pearl shells, arm shells, pigs, human beings, and skulls. When they are sick, they pray to these gods for healing, and their friends bring offerings. When they want to go to war, they ask these wicker figures for guidance and help. And they told me that answers come to them clearly from the mouths of the images. For several days before fighting begins, all the men are considered sacred, and no woman may be seen or approached. If one of them is wounded, he is accused of having broken this sacred rule. The bodies of all who are killed are dragged by the heels into the dubu and taken to the sacred place, where they are offered to Cannibals. I have just returned from visiting other dubus in the village. Much of this visiting had to be done by canoe. One dubu is 200 feet long and has 12 cannabis in its sacred place. The carpet of sago bark along the central passage is truly beautiful, with figures of men, crocodiles, and other creatures carved along its whole length. As before, the men sat in rows on each side to receive me. Without speaking a word, the 2 Motu men with me were very afraid to go near the sacred place, having heard terrible stories about what happens there. In each dubu, we preached Christ, the Father's gift of love, and begged them to give up fighting and eating human flesh. They promised faithfully to do so. Near almost every house, they have small flower gardens. A platform is built about 10 feet high and fenced in. Inside, soil brought from far inland and from the coast is piled to a depth of about 2 feet. Many kinds of plants grow there, though tobacco is the most common. I believe these gardens are further proof that there is a measure of civilization among these people, and that their love of beauty can be used for much good. I grow tired of walking on the logs that form their streets and bridges, some of which are very shaky. At present, the tide is high, and water is everywhere, with not a single patch of dry ground to be seen. Inside, the houses are roomy, and each wife has her own space, with a fireplace and all the tools needed for cooking. I was pleased by how clean their houses were. At last, I am in the canoe on the journey back. As I was about to leave, a very old man came to me with a broken piece of an euro and said, "Will you not pity us and send Motu to visit us? I have only this to cook food in, and others have nothing at all." Their last cannibal feast, he said, was much spoiled because they had no proper supplies of gravy. We made a fine start in a large canoe, with an escort of 9 other canoes. As we left the village, the tide was running out, and we floated gently downstream, asking questions and answering them in turn. Our friends from Vailala were very glad to be leaving, as they were terribly afraid of being killed, cooked, and eaten. Aruako tells me it was almost daylight before he managed to get a little sleep, for they spent the whole night repeating again and again the great story of God's love. The sun was extremely hot, but thankfully there was frequent shade. I had to sing constantly for the people. We met 2 large canoes full of women, and willingly or not, I had to sing for them too, so that, as they said, when Tamate's face is gone, they may still hear his voice and weep that he has left Maipua so soon. They were delighted when I showed them my sewing tools, and they will not soon forget my pocket knife, with its many blades. Now one last request came. Would you mind unbuttoning your shirt and showing us your chest, so we can see and feel it before you leave? Everyone who hadn't seen it before was speechless with surprise. The other canoes gathered around, and I let anyone who wanted to touch me. This made them very happy. Then they said their goodbyes. Tamate, come back soon, very soon. Don't disappoint us. If you return, we'll take you everywhere on the rivers. Orokolo. We spent an hour on the west bank of the Alele River with our cannibal friends. They gave us cooked sago and coconuts. They truly seemed sad to see us go. They planned to come to Vailala soon to meet the Motuans and, if possible, get a few euros. Before I got into the canoe, the chief tied 2 strings with 9 knots. He kept one and gave me the other, so I would know he planned to be in Vailala after 9 nights, if the weather allowed. October 17th. Around 4 a.m., we were ready to leave for Vailala. We walked along the beach in the cool of early morning with Apohe and others and reached Parau around 8. Johnny and I crossed the river in a very old and unstable canoe, and I got soaked for the first time on the trip. I didn't mind the soaking, but I was scared of the crocodiles and was very relieved when we reached the other side. Everyone was well and very glad to see us return. Our belongings were just as we had left them. The old chief placed a taboo on our section of the Dubu, keeping away wanderers and thieves. A successful mission has been carried on among these fierce cannibals for many years, first by Tamate and his native teachers, and later by his friend and fellow worker, Mr. Holmes. Chapter 13. How New Guinea Came Under the Flag. The annexation of New Guinea was discussed long before it actually happened, and before the Union Jack was raised. Even then, the decision was cancelled several times before the final and official act took place. Tamate took an active part throughout this process. He gave great help to the government officials by explaining matters to the native chiefs, winning their goodwill and friendship, and persuading them to come on board the warships to meet Commodore Erskine and the other officers in charge of this important task. Dr. Laws gave very valuable help at Port Moresby and nearby areas. Tamate's influence among the natives was so strong that he achieved what no other man could in the Gulf of Papua at the eastern end, and along the northeastern coasts of New Guinea. What follows is an account of this important public service in Tamate's own words. I was in the Gulf, busy placing teachers and visiting the different mission stations, when I received a letter from Mr. Laws. He suggested that I should return to Port Moresby so that I would be there in time for a great display of British power. I was eager to see this display, with the full Australian squadron led by the Commodore aboard the largest ship in Pacific waters. I also wanted to witness the final raising of the British Union Jack on New Guinea soil. So I hurried back to Port Moresby. We found the Harrier and the Raven already in the harbor, still waiting for the others and expecting the Commodore in the battleship Nelson each day. On Saturday, on November 1st, 1884, the Swinger arrived from Cooktown. On Sunday, around midday, the Nelson arrived, followed soon after by the Espiegel, and some days later by the Dart. It was a very busy and exciting time. Native chiefs from about 60 miles of coastline had gathered to witness the raising of the flag. On the afternoon of November 5th, all the chiefs were brought on board the Nelson. After a feast, which is essential in any dealings with natives, the Commodore, surrounded by his officers, read the official address. This was interpreted for the chiefs by the Reverend W.G. Laws. When the explanation was finished, the chiefs were asked whether they understood its meaning, and all said that they did. Another important part of the meeting followed, as each chief received a suitable gift from the Commodore. Several shots were fired from 2 of the large guns, greatly astonishing the natives. At night, the electric searchlight was shown, blue lights were burned, and rockets were fired. All these displays were greatly admired by the crowds on shore. But when the climax came, the strange, fierce, and unearthly sound of the siren, both people and animals were terrified. At times it seemed to come from far back in the hills, then from the village, then from the reef, and finally from a great distance, only to scream again suddenly close by. Dogs ran wildly about before hiding wherever they felt safe. People asked one another what it meant and became frightened, fearing that evil spirits had been summoned to this place. They too rushed into their houses for safety. Thus ended the events of that day, and for at least one night, peace returned to the village of Port Moresby. November 6th was the great day for Port Moresby, and for all who witnessed the sight of New Guinea, or rather its southeastern part, being taken under the powerful protection of Her Most Gracious Majesty, Queen Victoria, her heirs and successors for all time. Although earlier acts of possession may have been more thorough and to some more statesmanlike, this act was specially ordered to replace all that had gone before. Soon after breakfast, boats landed officers and men, bluejackets and Marines. They were followed by Commodore Erskine, who was met on the beach by many of his officers, and the band from the Nelson. Together they marched from the beach to the mission grounds, the band playing as they went. The bluejackets and Marines formed up around the flagstaff, while the Commodore, his officers, and the missionaries took their places on the veranda of the mission house. When everything was ready, the Commodore stood forward and read the proclamation. Mr. Laws then translated it at once for the native chiefs. Salutes were fired and cheering followed, and so the final and complete annexation of New Guinea was carried out. It would be hard to imagine it being done better, and few men could have been better chosen than Commodore Erskine to perform the ceremony. The next day, the warships weighed anchor and sailed west. That night, they anchored in Hull Sound, and on Saturday, November 8th, the flag was raised there in the presence of chiefs from all the surrounding districts. The flagstaff had been put up that morning by the bluejackets on a hill overlooking the village. Just as at Port Moresby, the Commodore took great care that everyone clearly understood what was being done and why. Queen Koloka of Nara, who calls herself Queen Victoria's sister, was present. She said that everything the Commodore said was good. She received gifts, as did the other chiefs. After Hull Sound, the squadron visited Motu Motu and Freshwater Bay. The chiefs spent one night on board the Nelson. Feeling safe and at home, the next morning they went ashore with the Commodore and his party to see the flag raised and to hear the proclamation. Men, women, and children gathered closely around the flagstaff and showed no fear at all. At each place, a stick topped with a silver coin bearing the Queen's head was given to the chief. At Motu Motu it was given to Simis, an old warrior who looked exactly like what an old savage might be imagined to be. His fighting days were over, but he still walked proudly and upright through the village, seeing with his one good eye as much as most men could with two. He enjoyed the warlike spirit of the younger men, but he had come to believe that peace was better and used his influence to support it. On Tuesday, all the ships returned to Port Moresby, where they stayed for a few days. During that time, the officers made several trips inland in search of game. On Monday afternoon, November 17th, a meeting of chiefs from Hood Bay and Aroma was held on board the Nelson. They were pleased with their welcome and fully approved of the address and its purpose. Some chiefs asked questions to make sure they understood their position, and when these were answered, they said that everything was good. On the morning of November 18th, the Commodore, officers, and a party went ashore at Karapunu. In a square in front of the main chief's house, later called Espiegel Square, the Union Jack was raised on a flagstaff built that morning by the carpenter and a few bluejackets from the Espiegel. On Wednesday, November 19th, the Espiegel stopped at Toulon, where Captain Bridge read an address to the chiefs and people and warned them to caution the Cloudy Bay natives against troubling white men. At Argyle Bay, near Dufour Island, the ships met the Nelson again. Chiefs from the surrounding area were brought on board, and the same formal ceremonies were carried out as elsewhere. On Thursday morning, November 20th, the flag was raised before a large crowd of natives, many of whom ran away when the guns were fired. That afternoon, all the ships anchored in front of the mission station on Stacy Island. On the next day, the flag was raised at Suau. Here, the chiefs spoke to the Commodore about 2 young men from their village who had stayed for a time on Moresby Island and were then taken to Queensland for 3 moons. Nearly a year had passed, and they had not returned. The Commodore promised to do everything he could to have them sent back. This pleased the chiefs greatly, and, if carried out, would help show the natives that the promises of the Protectorate were real. While the squadron lay at anchor at Suau, a party was formed from the different ships to climb Cloudy Mountain. A fine and healthy group gathered on the beach. Captain Bridge of the Espiegel was the senior officer, followed by Captain Henderson of the Nelson. Several other officers, bluejackets, Marines, and some missionaries joined them. About 30 natives came as guides and carriers. The climb was steep and, in places, difficult because of the thick bush. Before reaching the top, some were calling out Excelsior, while others were probably thinking of the comfort of their ships and wishing they had never begun such a hard and seemingly useless task. Around 4 in the afternoon, we reached the summit. Everyone immediately set to work making a camp, cooking food, and getting ready for the night. A thick mountain mist settled around us and heavy rain fell. Blankets were stretched over sticks to form tents and keep us dry. It was a cheerful group, and since most people could not sleep, much of the night was spent smoking and singing. The natives enjoyed it greatly and joined in with their own songs, determined not to be outdone by the Beritani dim-dims. Around midnight, the man sharing my blanket turned to me and said, "Just think of the comfortable bed at the mission house, and how foolish it is to be here." The next morning, the Union Jack was tied to a long pole cut from a tree and set up as a sign that, whether in lonely places or busy settlements, Britain's voice was to be heard. Some Britons believed the world was made for the Anglo-Saxon. 3 loud cheers were given beneath the old flag, and we began our descent, leaving it flying alone, a marvel to every living creature in those quiet heights. We came down quickly, and at the foot of the mountain breakfast was prepared. Everyone gathered eagerly for food. Feeling refreshed and lively again, we set off for Bertha Lagoon, where boats were waiting. By 1 o'clock we were all back on our ships, and the natives had returned home, pleased with what they considered good payment for their work. On Sunday, the Espiegel arrived at Moresby Island with natives from that island who had been taken to Queensland under false promises. They had escaped from their plantations and had risked their lives in a small canoe, during a strong southeast gale. They chose this danger rather than remain in slavery. By good fortune, they reached Murray Island, where they were kindly treated. Their friends on Moresby Island had believed them dead. They had mourned for them, blackened their bodies, worn signs of grief, and prepared food for their spirits. When news spread that some of the lost men had returned, friends came on board the ship, and the scenes that followed were deeply moving. When they landed, they were met with loud weeping. Many questions were asked about others who were still missing. One chief who had returned landed in our boat and tried to remain calm when he reached the shore. Several women threw themselves at his feet, crying, then moved away, sobbing bitterly, while he stood at the water's edge, staring into the distance. At last, it became too much for him. His self-control broke down, and he sat down. The women gathered around him, and he openly gave way to his grief. The natives were deeply grateful for the kindness shown to them. That evening, they brought a pig and a large amount of food as a gift for Captain Bridge. Many came on board, begging him to bring back the others who were still missing. They said, "You have brought light and joy to some homes, but what about the darkness and sorrow in others? We thought they were all dead, and our mourning is great. We have no joyful tears, not until you bring our people back." They wept bitterly and promised that if the captain would go at once and recover the others, they would fill his ship with pigs and food. Captain Bridge asked them, or at least some of their chiefs, to go with him in the Espiegel to meet the Commodore at Dinner Island. But the answer was always the same: "No, we will not go. Bring back our boys." The squadron met on Monday, November the 24th, at Dinner Island. There the flag was raised, and the same ceremony was carried out as at the other places. When it was finished, the flagship and one or two others sailed on toward Killerton Island, near East Cape. The swinger called at Discovery Bay and at Kabi, both in Milne Bay. We had no trouble persuading my old friend from Vaga Vaga to come on board. At Kabi, however, the old chief, who had just come from a cannibal feast, was much less certain. I linked my arm in his and walked him into the boat with his son. Before he had time to think about what was happening, we were already on our way to the ship. The people on shore cried out to him to return, but that was no longer possible. After spending some time on board, he began to relax and felt everything was all right. He told us that earlier that day his people had killed 3 people from a neighboring village, 1 man and 2 women. The women were left for their friends to take away, but the man was taken and eaten. That night he went with the Vaga Vaga chiefs on board the Nelson. The next morning they were all present at the ceremony on shore, which must have been very frightening for them. They too complained about men who had been taken to Queensland for 3 moons and never returned. When the shore ceremony ended, the ships set sail soon after breakfast for Teste Island, the westernmost of the Louisiade group. There the work of proclaiming and explaining came to an end. On the following morning, Wednesday, November 26th, there was great excitement on board the ships. Everyone knew the task was finished and that Sydney was not far away. Some were disappointed, however, because they had been ordered to remain longer on the New Guinea coast. A flagstaff was raised on the northwest side of the island, and at 9 o'clock the final ceremony took place. When the party returned to the Nelson, there was a lively scene alongside the ship. Many canoes had gathered nearby, and their occupants were given large amounts of tobacco, which they had to dive for. Tobacco was thrown overboard freely, without concern for how much was used, since it was known that no more would be needed to obtain curios. I believe it would have been impossible for the work to be carried out better than it was by Commodore Erskine. Everywhere the address and proclamation were carefully explained to the natives, and it was clear that they understood them from the questions they asked and the comments they made. I do not know of a single problem throughout the whole undertaking. About midday I went on board the Raven, while the Nelson, with Mr. and Mrs. Laws on board, steamed southward. The next morning the Raven returned to South Cape, and I continued my mission work there, placing New Guinea natives as teachers among their own people. The previous weeks had been full of excitement, with much travel by ship and boat, day and night, and I was glad to have some rest and a change of work. In December 1884, HMS Raven received orders at Cooktown to sail at once, take me on board, and proceed with all speed to Huon Gulf to raise the British flag there. The Raven reached Port Moresby on December 26th, after picking up the Ellengowan and towing her in. Commander Ross was eager to carry out his orders and knew that without the Ellengowan there would be no Chalmers. Once the ship arrived, I was ready to go. There was some trouble finding natives to coal the Raven, but this too was overcome, and by December 27th she was ready for sea. This great haste amazed the New Guinea natives, who for generations had lived by seasons and never hurried time. Early on Sunday morning we set off, with Tamate on board as interpreter. The purpose of the Raven was to proclaim a protectorate over all the newly annexed and little-known parts of New Guinea. With tide and wind in our favor, we reached South Cape before noon instead of by evening. 3 weeks earlier the Raven had been there and had left a London Missionary Society teacher, a cheerful and kind-hearted man who was loved by the natives and had given faithful service. The first words spoken to us on the beach were, "Matayo is dead." He had died suddenly of yellow fever. Natives, led by a capable young New Guinea teacher, were sent to cut spars for flagstaffs. Before sunset they returned with 6 fine poles, suitable for raising our old flag. At daybreak the next morning we left for Dinner Island. I wanted to find Paulo, a local chief, and learning that he had gone to Heath Island, we steamed there and soon took him on board. We found Heath Island and Hater Island at war with each other. Captain Ross told them there must be no fighting until he returned, met the chiefs, and settled the matter. I was pleased with this and felt proud of our British protectorate. We then went on to Killerton. The mission station there was an excellent farm, well planned and large enough for all needs. The kindness of the South Sea Island teachers was remarkable. When we returned to the ship, we were loaded with gifts, and our commander was troubled about what he could give in return. On the last day of 1884, we left Killerton and steamed toward East Cape. Soon our way was blocked by countless reefs, so we had to turn back, work around them, pass close to Lydia and the smaller islands, and then steam at full speed through Goshen Straits. It was a magnificent sight. On the left rose the high mountains at the eastern end of New Guinea, their peaks hidden in cloud. On the right stood the bold heights of Normanby Island, rising even higher, great outposts of one of the finest islands in the world. There was little flat land on either side, but much country that may one day support large tea, coffee, and cinchona plantations. All night we pressed on, our commander determined to carry out his orders fully and, if possible, reach Huon Gulf the next day. Fortune favors the bold. At daybreak we were among countless reefs and sharp rocks. Orders rang out. Back, slow, ahead, back. Again and again, as for hours, we slowly made our way through these dangers of the sea. In the afternoon we anchored in Porlock Bay, and preparations were quickly made to land. The orders were given. Lower the boats, lash the spar to the gig, embark bluejackets and Marines. Captain Ross, his officers, myself, and the native interpreters then followed. A few natives were seen on the beach, but as the boats approached, all except 2 ran into the bush, and those 2 also fled when we drew nearer. Our interpreters immediately jumped out in the surf and chased them, catching up with one man about a mile inland. They said he was terribly frightened and would not return with them. They gave him gifts and, though they could not speak his language, begged him by signs to come back. He replied by signs that he would go inland, gather his friends, and return. He left and was never seen again. The captain, anxious about the party in the bush, walked inland some distance. Meeting them, he returned to find the flagstaff already set up. The flag was then raised, and from the Raven 21 guns were fired. The bluejackets and Marines fired 3 rounds, and finally 3 loud English cheers were given for the Queen. The captain buried a bottle containing the proclamation and left a large gift near the flagstaff. That evening, we saw about a dozen natives near the place where the gifts had been left. They were carrying sugar cane, so we landed at once. As we neared the shore, all disappeared. We found the gifts untouched. The present given to the man in the bush had been returned and placed beside the others, along with a large bundle of fine sugar cane and 18 cooked breadfruit. Our interpreters searched the bush but found no one. We left, taking their gift and leaving ours behind. We rowed around part of the bay, hoping to meet someone, but night and rain came on, and we returned to the ship. On January 3rd, we left early and steamed slowly along the coast. We anchored near Caution Point and were glad to see many natives on the beach. At sunrise the next morning, we went ashore and were met by a large crowd who helped us through the surf. They danced wildly around us, each looking for a friend. They dug the hole, carried up the flagstaff, and helped set it in place. But when the bluejackets and Marines formed up and marched toward the staff, and the doctor began setting up his camera, something alarmed them. There was a sudden rush into the bush. By persuasion, we managed to keep about a dozen natives with us, including the old chief, whom we all liked. To avoid frightening them further, no guns were fired. After the proclamation was read, arms were presented to the flag, and 3 strong British cheers were given. A few more natives ran off. We handed out gifts, and to the old chief several, including a tomahawk, which he clearly did not know how to use or what it was for. Most of the people then returned and saw the old chief receive the proclamation and take responsibility for the flag. Similar events took place as we sailed back, and these marked the close of proclaiming the protectorate over all the country between Huon Gulf and East Cape, as well as all the islands of the d'Entrecasteaux group. The work was well done, and Captain Ross and his officers did not avoid any difficulty in carrying it out thoroughly. In his official report, dated Sydney, December 1884, Commodore Erskine wrote, It will easily be understood that I could not have carried out this program without the help of the Revs of Messrs. Chalmers and Laws, whose knowledge of the people and their ways is well known and fully recognized. From the moment of my arrival, these gentlemen placed their invaluable services entirely at my disposal. They were ready day and night to assist me in every possible way. They spared no effort in translating and explaining the proclamation and my addresses, and in gathering together the many chiefs who, without their help, would never have come near the ship. These gentlemen, who first came and settled alone among these wild and cannibal tribes about 10 years ago, have by firm, fair, and kindly conduct gained such influence over the natives as many a crowned ruler might envy. I have been filled with admiration for the authority they hold over these fierce yet intelligent people. Under these circumstances, I wish to bear witness to the invaluable help given to me by Messrs. Chalmers and Laws, and to express the hope that their services will be properly recognized by Her Majesty's government. The remarkable confidence shown by the natives must be entirely credited to their influence. It hardly needs to be said that the government took no notice of the Commodore's hope that some official recognition would be given. Many difficulties could be avoided, and bloodshed and expense often prevented, if British officials representing a nation that claims to be Christian could bring themselves to believe that missionaries are intelligent men. They love their country no less because they devote themselves to raising the condition of the savage or heathen peoples among whom they live. It should be remembered that the last thing a true missionary seeks is government reward. All over the world, missionaries willingly place their services at the disposal of the authorities whenever they can do so without interfering with their proper work. They do this freely, without asking or expecting any payment. Still, the ordinary Christian Englishman sometimes feels indignant when British officials make serious mistakes in dealing with foreign peoples, mistakes that could often be avoided if they were as ready to consult missionaries as they are to consult globetrotters or traders. Not for the missionaries' sake, but for the credit of our government, it would be a great improvement if leaders in the foreign and colonial offices could recognize that a man who has given his life to the work, who knows the language and understands the thinking of the people, is at least as trustworthy an adviser as a consul who knows little about them and cares even less, or as a man whose only aim is to make money and then leave. Officers like Commodore Erskine often express their gratitude to missionaries in the warmest terms, but in official speech and action, the British government has not always treated missionaries as men of sound judgment and practical sense whose experience should be wisely used. We cannot close this chapter in Chalmers's life better than by recording the testimony given to his character and to the exceptional value of his service to the nation by Vice Admiral Bridge. Writing to the Times on May 4th, 1901, Admiral Bridge said, "I first met Mr. Chalmers in 1884 when the British flag was raised in southern New Guinea by the present Sir James Erskine, who then commanded the Australian squadron. At that time I was serving under Sir James's orders, and I am sure that my distinguished chief would gladly confirm the great value of the help given to him in a difficult operation by Mr. Chalmers and his colleague, Dr. Laws." Mr. Chalmers accompanied me in the ship I then commanded on an expedition to Kapakapat and Kelo, undertaken by order of Sir James Erskine. At my earnest request, Mr. Chalmers again went with me early in 1885 on a special expedition in HMS Dart. accompanied by the present Captain W. Usborne Moore, to northeastern New Guinea and Rook Island. His watchfulness, good spirits, quick thinking, and extraordinary influence over native peoples made his help absolutely invaluable. I can honestly say I do not know how I could have managed without him. He had a remarkable ability to win the trust of natives who were completely unused to strangers, and at the same time to gain the respect and even the affection of white sailors. Although giving his services caused him great inconvenience and, I fear, considerable personal expense, he firmly refused to allow his name to be put forward for any official claim for payment, or even to accept the proper compensation to which he was entitled. It is hard to do justice in writing to the character of this truly great Englishman. Anyone who knew him and lived with him in remote lands could not fail to see that he possessed the noble qualities that marked our greatest explorers and pioneers. Another officer who took part in these events wrote some years later, "New Guinea is a remote tropical corner of our empire and, from a commercial point of view, of comparatively little value. Yet the pioneering work done by James Chalmers in opening up communication with the natives, and so making European activity possible, was clearly imperial in its importance. As an explorer and pioneer, his name deserves a high place in the records of our imperial history. As for the man himself, I count it a great privilege that I was able, in a small way, to share in his work and to be regarded by him as a friend. He will always be remembered as a man of deep feeling, joined with the finest courage and fighting spirit of our Saxon race, and as one who carried out difficult and often discouraging work with noble sympathy and great bravery." Chapter 14. Boys whom Tamate trained. Tamate had all the qualities of a great leader. When danger made others hesitate, his courage and strength pushed them forward. The native teachers, whom he trained or led, did noble work in New Guinea. To the full extent of their knowledge and ability, they labored faithfully to teach the New Guinea people all that they themselves had learned. Many of them died bravely at lonely stations while carrying out the work Tamate had given them. He has described the character and service of some of these men, who may be taken as examples of the courage and devotion shown by many others whose names are now unknown. Peary, who was in charge of the station at Bora when I first landed in New Guinea, was a remarkable man. He was very strong, stronger than any New Guinean I ever met. He was born at Avarua about the year 1835, 12 years after Papeha first brought the gospel to the islands. Peary went to the village school and learned to read and write there. As he grew toward manhood, he threw off restraint and gave himself to the sinful desires common among young natives. Around this time, orange beer was introduced from Tahiti and spread through the island. Peary became one of the leaders in making and drinking this beer, and was often fined for it. In 1857, the law was enforced more strictly, and Peary was punished several times. He blamed the white missionary for this, and decided to kill him with his own hands. One day, when drunk, Peary took a spade and rushed toward the mission house. He was seen, and a group of men armed with sticks and carrying a rope chased after him. Just as he was stepping onto the veranda, they seized him. With great difficulty, they tied him and led him back to the coast. He was kept under guard for several days. When he became sober, he realized how terrible the crime was, that he had nearly committed. He saw that he had been saved from it, and vowed, with God's help, never to drink again. He began to attend worship and was truly converted. Peary became a man filled with the Holy Spirit. He earnestly desired the salvation of others and felt called to go to the heathen. He joined the institution, and after 4 years of training was sent to Samoa to take charge of a settlement of Cook Islanders. He hoped this would bring him closer to fulfilling his great desire. He did good work in Samoa, but while there, his wife died. Sometime later, Maki, the widow of a teacher who had died in the New Hebrides, arrived at Apia on her way home to Mangaia. Peary asked her to marry him, and she agreed. They were married. Maki was a very fine woman. Peary was her second husband. In the New Hebrides, fever struck the missionary party, and all died except 2 women, one of whom was Maki. At first, they feared they would be taken by the chiefs and kept as wives. Instead, one elderly chief took them in and treated them like his daughters. For a long time they waited for rescue. Every morning they climbed a small hill behind the house to look for a sail on the horizon. Even when sick with fever, they crawled up the hill. The waiting was long and painful. At last one of the women died, leaving Maki alone. She gave up all hope of escape, but after nearly 2 years, one morning, she saw a tiny speck far out at sea. As it grew larger and the ship drew near, she was filled with joy and wept freely. The old chief was sad to lose his daughter. When the ship, later known to be the John Williams, anchored near the island and sent a boat ashore, he walked with her to the boat, weeping bitterly. The John Williams had been to England during that time, which explained the long delay. In 1872, Mr. Murray and Mr. Wyatt Gill were appointed to take the first group of teachers to New Guinea and land them safely somewhere on that savage coast. In July of that year, they left Rarotonga in the John Williams, stopping at Samoa on the way. There, Peary and his wife urged Mr. Gill so strongly to take them along that he agreed. In this way, they became the 6th couple among the native teachers. Peary was a splendid example of a man. He stood about 6 feet 2 inches tall and was strongly built in proportion. When they reached Red Scar Bay, Mr. Murray and Mr. Gill decided to land all the teachers at Manu Manu. Peary came ashore wearing a bright red shirt, which the older natives remembered for many years. The people respected him greatly and also feared him. He was slow to anger, but when once stirred, it was wise to keep out of his way. I remember arriving at Bowera one night and going up to Peary's house to sleep. Everything had been left in the boat, so that we could start quickly when the tide suited us, as at that time we had no fear of thieves. After breakfast, when the boat was afloat, I went on board with the crew and found that not a single rowlock remained. Peary was on the beach with his wife, so I landed and told them what had happened. His wife became very angry, but no one paid much attention to her as she went through the village, demanding the return of the rowlocks. We then sent for the chief and the headmen and met them in Peary's house. Peary quietly told them that the rowlocks must be returned to the boat. The chief and headmen ran through the village, but without success. Peary was now fully aroused. He walked to the far end of the village and demanded the rowlocks. He said no one was to leave the village until they were returned, and that every house would be searched. He looked as though he meant every word. Soon afterward, in a very strange way, the rowlocks were brought back by a woman who said she had found them in the street. I never again lost anything while staying at Boera. From Manu Manu, Piri and his wife were moved with the others because of serious illness, as fever was very severe there. One man had died, and 3 of the women also. At last, all were taken to Somerset, near Mr. Murray. In November 1873, when they were much improved, the teachers were sent back to New Guinea and stationed at Port Moresby. For 16 years, Piri and his wife served faithfully at Bora, and their work was richly blessed. Piri went with me on many journeys, especially westward into the Gulf. Several people from the Gulf who had stayed at Bora and received many kindnesses from Piri and his wife welcomed us warmly to their villages. Because of this, our time among the people was far more pleasant than it might otherwise have been. Piri is said to have introduced the large potato, and for many years along both of the east and west coasts it was known by his name. In 1878 he and his wife spent a few months with us at Suau, and during that time I saw much of him. He was a good man and a man of prayer. When speaking to new teachers, he always urged them to live much in prayer and to remember that Jesus, our Master, was never far away but always near. In 1887, he and his wife traveled with us to Motumotu. While there, he was struck with dysentery. He recovered, and as soon as he was able to travel, he left us. We hoped to meet him again at Bora, but his work was finished. They reached Bora safely, but he suffered a relapse. While they were taking him to Port Moresby to see Mr. Lawes, he died on the way in January 1888. In May of the same year, his wife followed him in death. She had planned to return to Mangaya, but I was glad she was called to higher service, where her husband had gone before her. They both rest side by side at Boera, near the house on the hill above the village. What can I say of Rarotonga? As a young man, we were very fond of him and his wife. He was born at Tamarua, Mangaya in 1846. His parents dedicated him to God's work when he was still young. As a boy, he attended Mr. Wyatt Gill's school and made good progress. He joined the church and later came to live with the missionary in order to prepare for entrance into the Rarotonga institution. He married Tungeni, the daughter of a devoted Christian couple. Her father had long been the missionary's chief helper. Rarotonga and his wife came to the institution together. As a young man, he was very tall and very thin, and I feared he might not be strong. Yet he proved to be all that could be desired. I never once heard anything spoken against him or his wife, and we grew very attached to them. The year before the first group of teachers was sent to New Guinea, before any had been chosen, Rarotonga's health failed badly. I feared he would never be able to go. When he recovered somewhat, I appointed him to the pioneer band, even though many in Rarotonga strongly objected. They believed I was wasting a valuable life. Rarotonga and his wife were overjoyed at the thought of going, yet they were deeply afraid that I might change my mind and keep them back. Traveling among the villages suited him well, and he grew stronger. Even in the final week, those opposed to his going said it was a sin to send him, believing he would soon die after reaching New Guinea. But I felt certain I was right, and for many years he was the only one left alive from that first band, and from several groups sent afterward. In the early years, Rarotonga and his wife passed through very hard times. There was much sickness, frequent hunger, and constant danger to their lives. Often they had to keep watch all night, so that they would not be attacked by surprise, for the natives everywhere preferred that way of fighting. All later groups of teachers were landed at Port Moresby and then taken to their stations by the white missionary. To these newcomers, Rarotonga and his wife were like a father and mother. When sick teachers were brought to Port Moresby, they nursed them day and night. Many died, and Rarotonga and his wife made their coffins, oversaw the digging of the graves, and gave them Christian burial. In 1878, a large number of gold prospectors came to New Guinea and made Port Moresby their headquarters. Many of them fell sick, and many died, but to all of them Rua and his wife showed constant kindness. Rarotonga did much for them. On one occasion he heard that the prospectors were about to be attacked by inland tribes, and he resolved, if possible, to prevent it. He gathered a few natives from Port Moresby, along with Motuan and Koitapuan men, and marched inland. He visited the prospectors and warned them of what he had heard. They already feared trouble because of the secret movements of the natives nearby. At night, some had come close to the camp, and one prospector had been badly injured. Rua learned that the tribes planned to meet at Mumeri, so he decided to go straight among them. The prospectors chose some of their own men, all armed, to go with him and to fight if needed, but Rua firmly refused. He went with his native companions into Mumeri, where a large crowd of armed men from all the surrounding area had gathered. At first, the natives threatened him, but he paid little attention and simply said, "Why do you want to kill me? What have I done?" He then reasoned with them, preached to them, and prayed for them. In the end, they all went back to their homes. When Rua returned, the prospectors thanked him, as they were eager to remain on friendly terms with the natives, and they succeeded in doing so. On 2 occasions, Rarotonga carried prospectors a long distance on his own back, and so saved their lives. One of these was Neville, a gentleman by birth and a former army officer. He had begged the prospectors in Sydney to let him go with them for the sake of adventure. While traveling from the Larogi to Port Moresby, he became very ill and lay down expecting to die. Natives found him, but as night was near and he appeared close to death, they were afraid to touch him. When they reached Port Moresby, they told Rua what they had seen. He begged them to return with him and help him, but no New Guinea native would do so, as they feared the man's spirit might haunt them afterward. Rarotonga took a long piece of cloth, a small lantern, and a bottle of water, and set out in the dark. About 5 miles from home, while searching through the tall grass, he heard faint groaning. Following the sound, he found poor Neville almost dead and completely unconscious. He gave him a little water, then tied the cloth around him. Bending down, he grasped the 2 ends, used all his strength, lifted the sick man onto his back, and began the journey home. He had to cross a range of hills more than 300 feet high. As daylight was breaking, he reached his house and laid the sick man on their only bed, where his wife cared for him. Rarotonga then lay down, utterly exhausted. Neville was nursed back to life and was later able to return inland, where some time afterward he died from another attack of fever. Rua was a strict keeper of the Sabbath, and it troubled him deeply to see that sacred day misused. Not a single Sabbath passed without Rua speaking about it to the few natives who attended worship. It was hoped that gold would be found in large amounts, and a German believed that a store would be a profitable business. He built one just behind the mission grounds. When the store was finished, he wanted a cookhouse built, and he hired a Scotsman who had come in from the river to do the work. The roof was put on, and on the Sabbath, while Rua was leading the morning service, the loud sound of hammering iron could be heard. For a while he endured it, but at last he told his listeners to go home. He went to his house, took an English Bible, and found the chapter and verses containing the fourth commandment. Then he walked to the place where the cookhouse was being built. The German and a friend were sitting on the store's doorstep and saw the teacher coming toward them. They wondered what was wrong, for he looked very serious. The Scotsman was on top of the cookhouse. Rua stood below him, and, knowing only a little pidgin English, said, pointing upward, "Come down." The white man was surprised to receive such a firm command from a native teacher, and did not reply. Rua said again, "You hear me? Come down." At this, the man burst into angry and violent curses. Rua answered, "Why do you talk like that? You white men sent missionaries to my country, and my country became good and learned to love the Sabbath. Before that, my people would have eaten you, but not now. I come to New Guinea and tell the people the Sabbath is sacred. No work, no fishing, no hunting, no building on the Sabbath. And now the New Guinea people say, 'Ruatoka, you lie. White men work on the Sabbath.' Why do you make them think that? Come down." Again there was angry language, and Rua's own anger rose. At last he made as if he would climb the ladder himself. Seeing what was about to happen, the German shouted, "Rua, my friend, stop." Then, turning to the Scotsman, he said, "You fool, come down at once. Can't you see this is our friend the teacher, and that we are in the wrong?" When the man came down, Rua handed him the Bible and told him to read the verses he pointed out, and to read them immediately. The man did so. Then the teacher said, "God has spoken. You must not work now. Put down your hammer." The rest of the day was kept quietly as a Sabbath. I traveled many times with Rua along the coast and inland, and always found him an excellent companion. Once, while we were away searching for a suitable inland site for a main station, his wife was left entirely in charge. She conducted the schools and services, just as she did when Rua was at home. One Sabbath morning, she spoke about God's love in giving Jesus, and the services were well attended. In the afternoon, she spoke about the need for the Holy Spirit to work in their hearts, and said that when He did, they would be changed and would love Jesus. Near midnight, long after she and the girls had gone to bed, there was a knock at the door. She called out, "Who is there?" The answer came, "I." She asked again, "Who are you?" And again the reply was, "I." No native liked to give his name. The girls woke, and one of them recognized the voice and said it was Aruadera. The teacher's wife then called out, "Is it you, Aruadera?" He answered, "It is." "What do you want?" she asked. "Open the door and let me in, and I will tell you," he replied. He sounded deeply troubled. She answered, "It is very late, and we are all in bed. Come in the morning." "No, now," he said. "I cannot wait until morning." She had to strike a match, light the lamp, and let him in. "Now, what is it?" she asked. He replied, "I do not know what it is, but I am afraid. I think it must be the spirit you spoke of working in my heart. I am afraid to lie down in case I die, for I know I am bad." Right then, she told him about Jesus, prayed with him, and advised him to go home and return in the morning. But he insisted on hearing more and asked that she pray again. He left, yet before daylight he returned and sat outside the door waiting for it to be opened. He received forgiveness through Christ and was completely changed. He became the first native baptized in New Guinea. For many years he served as a deacon in the Port Moresby church and lived as a sincere Christian. Though he was already old when converted, he learned to read and write. 3 of his daughters later became wives of teachers and did excellent work. He helped Rarotonga greatly in many ways. In December 1885, Rarotonga lost his wife after a very short illness. She had shared the hardships of the mission's earliest years and was the first to teach girls to read, sew, and iron. Sometime later, Rarotonga married the widow of another teacher, and she became a great help to him in all his work. Through the many changes of white missionaries at Port Moresby, Rarotonga remained faithful to his post. For 26 years, he had only one break from his work, and that was a short visit to Cooktown. He was deeply respected by everyone. The governor, government officials, and all the white residents spoke well of him, and the natives looked to him as a father. His was a noble life. He did not long outlive his beloved leader, Tamate. After hearing of Tamate's death at Dopima, Rarotonga asked to be allowed to go and preach the gospel to the people who had unknowingly killed their best friend. Though this request showed his spirit and courage, it could not be granted. His long and useful life ended in 1903. He died at Port Moresby at a great age, respected by all who knew him and dearly loved by those who had worked beside him and witnessed the beauty and power of his life. We give 2 or 3 more examples of how the love of Christ can transform even the most savage lives into joyful and useful Christian service. Tamate wrote of another, "He was the first of the Rarotongan boys raised under my care who wished to become a teacher. He was quiet and well-behaved, and though not quick, he was steady and made good progress. His father, Paniani, was a strange mixture, a man with good intentions but weak in character, always stepping forward and then falling back again. Still, he gladly gave his son to the work of Christ and spoke with pride of him as one preparing for foreign service. After some years, Pai wished to prepare for work in New Guinea. He married a quiet and intelligent girl, and they both lived happily with us. After 4 years of training, Pai and his wife were sent to New Guinea. No one could ever speak ill of either of them. During all the years Pai was with us, I never once heard his name linked with any wrongdoing. He remained with us for some time at Suau, and then I placed him at Leokadi. Soon afterward, so many teachers died that I was forced to bring Pai back to take charge of Suau, and he carried out his work very well. There he lost his wife. After some time he married the widow of one of our teachers, but she also died, leaving him once more a widower. For a long while after this he devoted himself entirely to his work. In 1885 he married the widow of one of the teachers, who had been murdered at Kalo, but she lived only a short time. In 1887, while visiting Port Moresby, Pai died. He was deeply mourned by the natives of the eastern end of New Guinea, among whom he had labored faithfully for 10 years. He was gentle and kind, yet firm. These qualities were rare among the New Guinea people, but they valued them greatly. In 1878, while at Suau, I translated a few hymns and 2 chapters of the Gospel of Mark. For a long time, this was all the written material we had to support our work. Pai gained a remarkably accurate knowledge of the language, and I urged him to translate the Gospel of Mark with the help of the most capable natives. After much time and effort, he completed the translation. He revised it again and again, and then, with the natives who had assisted him, brought the manuscript to me at Port Moresby. We reviewed it together once more, and then sent it to Sydney, where it was printed. The New Guinea mission could greatly benefit from many more men like Phi. When Tamate returned to begin work at Toaripi, he had relied heavily on the help of a young and devoted native teacher named Tauraki. But shortly before his return, Tauraki was murdered by the people of the Movav district. Tauraki was the son of Elikana, a native of Rakayanga in the Penryn group. Elikana was the man who, through a series of remarkable adventures, became the means of introducing Christianity to the Ellis Islands. Tauraki had been a favorite pupil in Chalmers's boys' school in Rarotonga, and later followed him to New Guinea, where he settled at Toaripi. In a letter dated September 28, 1887, Chalmers described the manner of his death. Tauraki, his wife and child, and 10 natives left their homes one Sunday night about 10 o'clock and went some distance to a small island at the mouth of a river. They slept there so they could make an early start the next morning. Their purpose was to go up the river and collect the bulb used to make the best arrow root. Monday and Tuesday were spent gathering it. On Tuesday afternoon they were returning down the river when, as they approached a bend, they saw many canoes, each with the fighting emblem in front. They tried to escape by another route, but that way was also blocked. They then allowed themselves to drift with the current, and the canoes closed in around them. Tauraki's wife begged him to fire his gun to frighten the attackers, but he refused. There was argument among the enemy. Some wished to avoid fighting. Others were determined to kill the whole party. Hoping to make peace, the wife handed out tobacco, but soon arrows began to fly. The child was wounded, and the wife was also struck. 2 of the natives were killed. The wife then took the gun and fired, frightening those nearby. Tauraki's group had 2 canoes tied together, and some of their people jumped into the water and sheltered between them. The wife followed with the child. Tauraki stood upright, with several arrows in his body, and began firing his rifle. This caused the attackers to scatter and leap into the river. The survivors, along with the wife and child, re-entered the canoe and paddled away. It was now dark, and they were far from home. They greatly needed water, but they continued on and reached the shore near their home around midnight. When they landed, the child died. Tauraki and his wife were taken to the house of Mr. Edelfelt at Toaripi, where he and his wife did all they could for them. On Saturday morning, Tauraki died, though his wife recovered. 5 natives from Motumotu who had been with Tauraki were killed. The attack was really aimed at those natives. If Tauraki had agreed to go aboard one of the attackers' canoes with his wife and child, they would have been spared. But he refused, saying he would stand by his friends and die with them if necessary. It is a deeply sad story. He was our very best teacher, and we had hoped much from him. In another letter written around the same time, Chalmers added, "We had another teacher and his wife at Motumotu. In January of this year, the husband died of fever, and a few months later the wife followed. Yet there is light in the darkness, lives given to Christ and to others. Following in his steps, they do not count their lives as precious. As he went to Calvary, Knowing all, so they go also, trusting in him and following his example. Christ teaches us how to live and also how to die. And there are still Calvaries where lives are nobly laid down. Chapter 15. Life at Toaripi. In 1886, Tamate returned to Great Britain for the first time in 21 years. He made a great many friends. He spoke at meetings large and small, and wherever he went, he inspired those who heard him. His influence reached far beyond ordinary religious circles, because his sympathy with people was so wide. The secret of his power could be seen in speeches, such as the one he gave at a large meeting in Exeter Hall. I have had 21 years of experience among native peoples. I have seen those who are partly civilized, and those who are not civilized at all. I have lived with Christian natives, and I have lived, eaten, and slept with cannibals. I have visited the New Hebrides and the Loyalty Islands. I have seen mission work in Samoa. I know all the Society Islands. I lived 10 years in the Hervey Group. I know some of the islands near the equator, and for at least 9 years of my life I have lived among the savages of New Guinea. But I have never yet met a single man, woman, or people whom civilization without Christianity has truly civilized. For God's sake, let the work be done at once. Give us the gospel and commerce, but remember this: it must be the gospel first. Wherever there has been even the smallest sign of civilization in the South Seas, it has been because the gospel was preached there. Wherever you find friendly people in New Guinea, people who welcome you, there the missionaries of the cross have been preaching Christ. Civilization. That fortress can only be taken by those who carry the cross. Give me back those 21 years. Give me back the shipwrecks, the moments face to face with death, the times when I stood surrounded by savages with spears and clubs, with spears flying and clubs striking me to the ground. Give it all back to me, and I would still choose to be your missionary. How do we preach the gospel? We do not stand in a boat wearing a black coat and white tie, holding a Bible in our hand. We go as one man to another, trying to live the gospel before them. Tamate returned to New Guinea in June 1887. He had decided to make Motu, more correctly called Toaripi, his new headquarters. This station lay some distance west of Port Moresby, and the people there were wild and unruly. For that very reason, the place strongly attracted Tamate. While in Britain, he became engaged to marry a close and long-time friend of his first wife. In 1888, she joined him overseas, and they were married at Cooktown. Together they went to Toaripi, hoping to establish a Christian home and to make it a center of light and help for the wild people, who until then had taken pleasure only in robbery and bloodshed. The following description of the place, the people, and the conditions of life there was written by Mrs. Chalmers. There are many creeks around Toaripi near the coast. Often when the Port Moresby people came up while the tide was high, they found the creeks full of water, so that the land looked like a group of islands. Because of this, they named the district Motu, for in their language, Motu means island, and Motu means many islands. I first arrived at Toaripi in the middle of the night, and could see nothing except dark, wild-looking figures waving burning torches and dancing excitedly, with showers of bright sparks flying around them. The next morning I woke early and heard loud chattering outside. For a moment I could not remember where I was. I will describe our room. and you can imagine how strange it looked when I opened my eyes. The walls were made of dark, very rough boards. The planks did not fit closely, so daylight shone through in many places. The roof was high and neatly thatched. There were no windows. There were 3 doorways, but no doors. Only native mats hung in front of the 2 outer openings, and a blanket hung before the doorway to the other room. The partition between the rooms was about 7 feet high. Half the floor was covered with a native mat, and on it lay our mattress. 2 boxes and an empty packing case with a bowl placed on top served as a washstand. A little light came over the partition from the open doorways of the next room. The voices outside sounded very close, and when I looked down where the mat did not cover the floor, I saw dark figures moving beneath the house between the floor planks. You must remember that the house was built on piles about 6 feet above the ground. When I was dressed, I drew aside the mat that served as a door. The sunshine was glorious, and great sea waves rolled in to within a few yards of the house. On the strip of sand in front stood a large crowd of natives waiting to see me. There were many children, bright, happy-looking boys and girls. Some were full of mischief and playfulness, and all were eager to see the white woman. When I appeared, they shouted a welcome, and all called me by the name Tamate Hahin, which means Tamate's wife. How I longed to be able to speak to them and understand what they were saying about me. I wanted to ask and answer many questions, but of course, I could not. I was clearly a great curiosity to them. The bolder ones came up, took my hands, touched my hair, and examined my clothes. They were especially interested in my shoes and stockings. As I sat on the veranda, they could reach my slippers. First, they stroked them. Then they dared to pull them on and off. You might think the children very strange, and at first you might even say, "How ugly these New Guinea children are." But when you look closely at their faces, many of them are quite pretty. Their heads were shaved, with only a small tuft of hair left on the crown and another near the front. They wore no clothes and had brown skins, the color of rich chocolate. Tamate joined me outside, and we tried to speak with them. You would have been amused. We did not know a word of their language, and they did not know a word of ours. They were quick to understand, and some began to tell me the names of the things I touched. In this way, we slowly began to learn. We made many funny mistakes on both sides, and there was much laughter. I gave them beads and small fish hooks, and we soon became good friends. Later, they took me through their village and showed me their homes, their fathers, and their mothers. Parents are very fond of their children. They nurse them, kiss them, and play with them just as loving white parents do. They have a curious way of kissing. Instead of touching lips, they press their noses together and gently rub them. I have seen little ones run to their father or mother, climb into their arms, and rub noses in this loving way, and they clearly enjoy it. All the children love playing cat's cradle, and they are much better at it than we are. The boys have many lively games, and like British boys, they have different games for different seasons. Fathers and older brothers help them make neat little canoes with sails and paddles. Some are large enough for a small child to sit in and paddle in shallow water. Others are only toys. They also enjoy pretend fighting and have toy bows and arrows, clubs, and throwing sticks shaped like spears. The older men take great interest in these games and teach the boys how to move and use their arms like warriors. The girls have fewer games. They like to play and dance on the beach, care for their little brothers and sisters, and help with planting food, fishing, and other work. The sea is a splendid playmate for the young people, and they spend more than half of their free time in or on the water. Even the smallest children can swim, and the boys especially enjoy practicing surf swimming. We have very heavy surf. When wave after wave breaks, sometimes 3 or more lines at once, sending up great clouds of white spray. Then the boys are in their joy. They take a small wooden board, about 1 foot wide and 2 feet long, with a hollow at one end for the arm. They swim far out, beyond the breaking waves. When a great wave comes, they throw themselves onto it, resting one arm on the board, and ride on the very crest of the wave through the white foam and spray. Often I lose sight of them altogether, and can see nothing but foam and spray, and I fear they have been swept away. But they always appear again safe on the beach, give themselves a good shake, and after a few minutes in the hot sun are dry, refreshed, and ready to start again. I imagine it must be a wonderful feeling to be carried in on the top of those great waves. One afternoon I saw a line of boys standing on the firm sand. Each had a large bamboo hoop and a long pointed stick, sharpened like a spear. Suddenly there was a shout, and the hoops were rolled away. Instead of running after them, as I expected, the boys stepped forward and each threw his stick at his own hoop. The aim was to make the stick pass through the moving hoop and fix itself in the sand, so that the hoop would fall around it. Many of them succeeded, and I am sure it was not easy. It would make a good game for boys at home to try on a sandy beach. Very often the children go to the lagoon or the river to bathe, but they always go in groups because it is not safe to go alone on account of crocodiles. At the lagoon they gather large quantities of shellfish, like cockles and oysters. After bathing, they light fires on the sand, roast the shellfish, and enjoy themselves. I have seen 12 little fires at once, each with a happy group around it. I used to wonder why they made such a deafening noise when bathing. So much yelling, splashing, shouting, and screaming. I was told it was to frighten away crocodiles, which dislike loud noise and will not attack a crowd. They are terrible creatures, and often lie just below the surface near the riverbank, waiting to seize anyone who becomes separated from the others. I once had a native boy with me, a dear, bright little fellow about 7 years old. He had been with me for some time and was quick to learn and very affectionate. I grew very fond of little Peary. One day he and 2 or 3 friends were playing on the beach near the mouth of the river. Hand in hand, shouting and splashing, they ran to meet and jump over the waves as they broke on the sand. Suddenly, little Peary ran ahead of the others to leap over a larger wave farther from shore. Poor child, he was never seen again. Only one cry, and the blood on the water told of his terrible end. It was very sad. His poor father and mother were almost broken-hearted over the loss of their eldest son, and I shed many tears for our dear little Peary. His parents were Christians, and they looked forward to meeting their little boy again in heaven, knowing he was safe and happy there. The house in which Tamate and his wife lived was about 50 feet long and divided into 3 rooms. The partitions rose only to the height of the outer walls, leaving the high, pointed thatched roof open from end to end. At night it was very lively. Rats and mice ran about, and lizards covered the roof in great numbers. Mrs. Chalmers tells us that the lizards were quite tame. They made a cheerful chirping sound and hunted spiders, tarantulas, cockroaches, crickets, and beetles of every kind. The district of Toaripi was home to about 3,000 wild people, strong, tall, and handsome men, dressed in truly savage fashion. Every day around 5 o'clock, some of the leading men visited the house, fully dressed for display. They looked striking, with their hair standing out in great masses and their bodies carefully adorned. Some wore plumes a yard long, made of tiny white feathers, with leaves and flowers tucked into their belts and armlets. Some faces were beautifully painted in patterns and bright colors like fine netting, while others were thickly smeared with paint. Their bodies were greased and polished until they shone. The only clothing the men wore was a tight belt around the waist. Tamate and his wife felt that this was a rich field for work, that these wild people were worth helping. When they settled at Toaripi, they expected to spend the rest of their working lives there. From the very beginning of life at Toaripi, Mrs. Chalmers had to grow accustomed to being left alone. Tamate's journeys, taken in pursuit of his work, sometimes lasted only 3 or 4 days, but at other times stretched to 6 or 7 weeks. For him, these trips meant hard labor, storms, and dangerous landings. For his wife, they meant loneliness, frequent worries with the boys and girls, and in the early days, times of real danger. Yet she bore all this bravely and without complaint, as the following letter shows. Here I am, quite alone. Tamate left this morning. I think I ought to have gone with him, but since my attack of fever 3 weeks ago, I have been so weak and unwell that I did not think it wise to risk it. Tamate said nothing about leaving until after breakfast, and then suddenly, at 9 o'clock, he said, "Lassie, there is a good wind and sea, so I must go." Naimi found a crew, and by 10 o'clock they were really off, bags and all. The wind has been good, so I hope all is well with them. I have been very busy, and the day has passed quickly. I had all our boys for lessons, and they enjoyed it. I could not hear their reading and spelling, but we did counting tables, sums, and then writing. Somehow we managed to understand one another, and they think it great fun. I shall take them every day if I keep well. Many natives have been coming to see me and to tell me that Tamate has a good wind. In truth, they came to beg for tobacco, but I only gave some to our old pensioners. In a place like Toaripi, life was never dull. Mrs. Chalmers often recorded events such as these in her journal. The people here are quiet just now, but there has been fighting at Maipua and Kivori, with very cruel spearing to death. The other day, Tamate suddenly said, "Listen, there is the death wail." Again and again it sounded, so strange and mournful. Then 2 women, the wife and daughter of the dead man, came out of the house, completely unclothed, each leading a group of women. They went in opposite directions along the paths the man had often used. Each leader sang a sad solo, and at certain stopping places, all the women joined together in chorus. It was a strange sight, and terribly sorrowful. We have lost 3 teachers here in less than 6 weeks. 2 were ill with fever and confinement at the same time, and 1 with fever alone. When sick, they are very hard to manage and do not give themselves a fair chance to recover. There have been 2 fights here lately, and some were badly injured. The last fight came unpleasantly close to the mission house, as one group was in the bush near our fence. I was on the veranda, and some coconut shells and a few sticks flew over close to me, so I went inside. Tamate went out and sent one group, about 200 men, I think, back to their own village. Then he went into the bush and drove off the other group. They were angry at being stopped, but at last they went away. They will likely fight again somewhere farther off. It is a quarrel among the young men of different dubis. In earlier times it would have led to a fierce tribal war. But now that we are here, the chiefs will not take part and try to prevent it. The young men have been shut up in the dubis for 18 months, only coming out rarely, and then only at night to get some air on the beach. Most of them are strong, fine fellows, eager to test their strength against one another. They have only just come out this month, and their new freedom has made them rather wild. I do not think I have ever felt myself among savages as much as I have during this past week. The excitement has been so great. The Feast of Semez has been held. I believe it is only celebrated at long intervals of many years. Now that we are here and gaining influence over the people, it will likely never again be held in all its wild savagery. I am glad I have seen it, for no description could ever fully explain it. Yesterday we went inland. Tamate wished me to see Muvav while it was still in its wild state. It is tiring to reach it by boat. The canoes take a short route through narrow winding creeks, but we went by boat up some beautiful streams that feed into the great river. The journey was very lovely. The banks were lined with nipa, sago, and coconut palms, and even the mangrove swamps looked beautiful, though they are so deadly. On the way we disturbed 2 crocodiles, one at least 20 feet long, but they slipped into the water so quickly that I could not get a clear look. They move with wonderful speed, and because they are the same color as the muddy banks, it is hard to see them clearly. At the first small village we stopped, as I was very hot and tired. Huari carried my folding chair, and I sat down, thinking to rest comfortably, while the chief sent a boy up a tall tree to get fresh coconuts. The milk was delicious, but the rest was not. The chair was low, and the natives crowded closely around me, men, women, and children, so that I could not feel a breath of air. I gave up the idea of eating there, and was glad to move on soon. It was very hot in the bush, and I was thankful to reach Movav, hoping to rest and eat there. The village was much larger than I expected, and the houses stood on a wide open plain, which felt refreshing after the close bush. But the first sight was a sad one. An old chief had died a fortnight earlier, and we had to stop at his house. In front of it was his grave, enclosed in a space about 9 feet square. Inside this enclosure, the whole family, the widow, children, and grandchildren, were living, sleeping, cooking, and eating. The widow did not leave the enclosure at all for 3 months. She came to me naked and covered with clay, looking miserable and very dirty, for during the first period of mourning they do not bathe. We passed on into the village. There were many dubus, some of them much higher than any Tamate had seen before. I longed to climb up into one, but did not think it possible. The steps were made of tree trunks tied across 2 long poles 2 feet apart or more, and they were seldom straight. I was terribly tired, hot, hungry, and thirsty. Many strangers were in the village, as a great feast was taking place. The houses were half hidden by enormous piles of food. Fine bunches of bananas hung around the platforms, and on them were stacked taro, sweet potatoes, yams, coconuts at every stage of growth, and bundles of sago. Cooking was going on everywhere in front of the houses, and there seemed no place at all where I could rest and cool down. On one dubu, we saw some of our people who had come by canoe. To please them, Tamate walked with me around the village. The noise and excitement were beyond description. The people crowded so close that I felt almost suffocated. When we returned to the open center of the village, near a large new dubu, more than 22 feet high, my chair was placed underneath it for shade and coolness. But even there it was no use, as they stood around me and shut out the air. Ka, Naimi, and some of the men set to work and added extra cross pieces to the ladder, and I resolved to try climbing. I shall never forget that climb as long as I live. At last I reached the top safely, and there it was, delightfully cool and shady, far above the crowd. I unpacked the food, and we drank coconut milk. The climb down was terrible. Suddenly there was a misunderstanding between some of our teachers and the natives. In a moment, everyone seemed armed, with bows, arrows, and those dreadful clubs. Fortunately, I did not see the beginning of the quarrel, and when the natives suddenly appeared armed and surrounding us, I thought it was part of some display meant for us. I had only just time to realize the danger before it was over. We had a very narrow escape. 5 minutes more might have meant the death of us all, with no one left to tell the story. Tamate, however, always seems equal to any emergency, and everything was soon put right. The trouble arose from lack of tact and nervousness on the part of one of the new teachers. We now give a few letters not previously published, written by Tamate and Mrs. Chalmers. They show the kind of life he lived, the work he tried to do, and the experiences through which he passed at Toaripi between 1888 and 1895. The first is a letter Tamate sometimes wrote to young people. For him, it was an unusually long one. Motu Motu, December 10th, 1888. My dear young friends, it is a very long time since I last wrote to my old Sunday school, the school of my youth. It is not easy to find enough free time to write a letter worth the postage. How different our letters are from those written by the natives. Yesterday I sent up the river for sago, and in the afternoon the double canoe returned with only 45 bundles. They also brought me a native letter, which I will try to send to you. It reads, To Tamate. Let Tamate know that we are making sago, and in 3 sleeps it will be ready. On the 4th, let him send for it. I have also received invitations to feasts and dances by means of knotted strings. If the string could speak, it would say, Know, Tamate, that in 14 sleeps you are to come. The pigs will be ready, there will be plenty of food, and the dancing will begin before sunset and continue until long after sunrise. Some years ago, before the Port Moresby people understood our way of counting time, and when they only knew the Sabbath by the bell on Saturday night, I sent a native in one of the large trading canoes to the west. I told him to hold services and teach the people about Jesus, who came to show us our Father's love. Some weeks later, I went down in my boat. As we entered the river at night, a small canoe met us. In it was the Christian native I had sent. He told me all was well, and that the people were interested. I asked him what day it was, and he answered correctly. I then asked when the Sabbath would be, and again he answered correctly. I was surprised, because many of our teachers lose track of the days. Sometimes I have arrived on a Saturday or Monday and found them holding services, believing it to be the Sabbath. Fever often causes them to lose count by 2 days. I asked him how he knew the time so well. He replied, "Feel that." I felt a piece of string tied to a small bag, like those all natives carry. The string had knots in it, small knots and larger ones. The small knots marked the days, and the large knots marked the Sabbaths. Every morning he tied a knot, and on the 7th day he made a larger one. In this way he kept correct time for several months. The people here are a fine, wild, independent group. Some time ago, during one of our services, a boy was noisy during the closing prayer. When the service ended, I kept him back to speak to him and told the others to go. They left slowly, only a few running ahead to the village. I wanted to speak to the boy alone and would not let him go. When I looked outside, I saw a crowd gathering, armed with clubs and sticks. I knew what that meant. They were coming to attack us and take the boy away. I decided they would do neither. I went quickly to the door and met the leader just as he was entering, his club raised. With one hand I seized him, and with the other I tore the club from him. He turned, and in one leap cleared the steps and fled. I was now armed myself and not feeling particularly gentle, and I am sure I did not look so either. You should have seen that crowd scatter. They ran in all directions into the bush. In the confusion, the boy thought he could escape, but that was not to be. I caught him, cleared the house, and spoke to him firmly. Afterward, I walked through the village carrying the club, and I still have it. We often receive messages from nearby villages saying that we are to be murdered. I usually send word back or take the message myself, saying, "It is very wrong to speak such evil things, and you must never say them again. As for doing it, you are not children, and you will not." This week I am going away to try to bring peace between two tribes who have been killing one another for some time. Both now say they want peace and friendship. Some of their murders are terribly cruel, and knowing the men who commit them, I often wonder how they can do such things. Sometimes the murders are done by small, sneaking fellows for whom you would feel nothing but contempt and would think not worth noticing at all. These are the very men to watch carefully and keep your eyes and ears open about, without letting them know it. We have begun 3 new stations. One is at Vailala on the Ani. It is a dreadful place for crocodiles, and often a native is taken. While we were anchoring there, a shout was raised, and all the canoes rushed out. But it was useless. A fine young woman had been seized, and was never seen again. That afternoon it was very sad to stand near the house and hear her poor mother, with all her relatives and the girls of her own age, wailing for her. She had gone with a dish to the river near the house to fetch water, and as she bent down she was seized and carried off. There was one loud scream, and then nothing, gone forever. A few days later a man was taken, and so it went on. Here we also have crocodiles, but they are not so fierce. At Lycée, near here, a few days ago, a young woman who was soon to be married was seized. She screamed, and several men nearby rushed into the water and killed the crocodile. But the poor girl was so badly torn that she died a few minutes after they brought her to the village. I suppose most of you belong to the Band of Hope. If not, You ought to. Think what it would be to say when you are old, I do not know the taste of strong drink. Our natives can say that, and our new and excellent governor is determined that they shall continue to be able to say it. Pray with us that they may be kept from that destroying enemy. Their great luxury is the areca nut and beetle pepper, which they chew constantly with lime. They always tell us it is a fine cure for fever. When I first came to New Guinea, I tried it, and at first rather liked it. But one day I took too much. I chewed almost all day long, a regular spree. It was a calm day. I was in a small vessel. There was nothing else to do, and we lay like a painted ship on a painted ocean. I remember it well, a blazing sun overhead, little shade, and endless chewing. That night I had a splitting headache, the first such headache I can remember having. I slept, and next morning felt strange, and from that day I gave up beetle altogether. I was cured. Nearly all our teachers like it. If I had had the headache first, I should never have touched beetle. We have 8 students here now being taught, so that in a few years they may go to their own people and tell them that God is love. We also have a few boys who are learning English. You would laugh to hear their first attempts. Still, they are making progress, and some of them may one day become teachers. They all dearly love stories, and they never tire of Bible stories. I have sent for my magic lantern so that they may see some pictures. There will be great excitement, and I only hope they will not rush the table. At Port Moresby they greatly enjoy the comic slides, and they also like seeing David standing on Goliath and cutting off his head. Here everything will be new, and I am sure it will be much enjoyed. We have 2 village schools, one for the east and one for the west. Some of the boys are doing well, but unless there is plenty of fun, only a few attend. I'm afraid no school inspector would approve of us. We are such a noisy, unruly group. The children love to have me with them for an hour. Then we sing, we march. We learn tables and geography while marching. You should hear them sing. I have never heard anything like it. I sometimes wonder if they will ever learn to sing properly. They are very irregular in attendance and often play truant. I did that once myself, only once, and it was enough. It is a memory. There were 2 of us. We heard there was to be blasting near Mr. Blair's farm, and the temptation was too strong. We had breakfast, pretended to go to school, crossed the river at Low Ballantyre, and went through the woods to watch the blasting. It was not half a day's pleasure. All day longs we felt as if ghosts were following us, and we had to hide much of the time. There was some fine blasting, but it did not make up for the fear of being found out. Never mind how it ended. I have already said, it is a memory. In Rarotonga I have often mounted my horse and chased truants in. I must now close, or you will all be saying, "Stop, that's enough talking." Some day we may meet, and then I can talk on. I have men sawing wood, others cleaning boats, and others repairing fences, so I must stop. Hello. I nearly forgot the real reason for my writing. Thank you all very much for your kind box of gifts for the natives. One would think you had been here and knew exactly what was needed. It was very good of you to remember us, and how pleased the natives will be to use and wear the things. I will finish now, and not give even a little sermon, and you may all shout, "Hurrah! Hurrah! Goodbye. God bless you. Your old friend, Tamate." July 15th, 1890. We held the communion service on Sunday, and many natives came to watch. They were very quiet and attentive, and Tamate tried to explain its meaning to them. We have no church members here yet, but with teachers from other stations, ourselves, the new teachers, Naimi Ikupu, one of the Harrier crew, and 4 natives from Perry, we formed a good-sized group. It was a solemn and unusual service in such a wild place. I could not help comparing it with services at home. Here outside, the bright sun was shining. On one side, the dazzling sea broke in heavy waves, almost up to the church steps. On the other side were sandy beach, native houses like haystacks raised on posts, coconut palms, and glimpses of the wide river beyond, with many dogs and pigs running about. Inside, my table was covered with a white cloth. On it were a jug of coconut milk, 2 glasses, and 2 plates of bread. Tamate stood at the table, with a teacher on each side. I sat at his right. On the floor beside me sat the native members. On the left were the teachers and their wives. In front was a quiet, interested group of natives, many brightly painted and feathered, with dark faces peering in through the 6 doorways. Can you picture it? The church was built by the natives. Walls of nipa palm ribs, a roof of palm leaves, and a floor of bark. There are 2 doorways on each side, and 1 at each end, with many square openings for windows. We have no church members here yet, but we think of the Moffats and take courage. They worked 15 years at one station without a single member, and yet when Mrs. Moffat asked a friend to send her an ordinary service, it arrived just when it was needed. Motu Motu, April 26, 1890. My dear Pastor, I returned from the Fly River a few weeks ago, and since then I have been very busy with classes, writing, and supervising house building. I was away for 9 weeks. When I returned, Tamate Vine was fairly well, though during my absence she had 2 severe attacks of fever. Mr. Savage had been here, but had left some weeks before I returned. Tamate Vine carried on the work wonderfully and managed well with everyone. The people caused her no trouble. She kept the teachers and students working faithfully. My journey to the west was long, and we covered much ground, some familiar and much that was new. The governor was very kind and gave me every chance to see mission stations and other places suitable for mission work. I am sorry to report that our work near the Fly River is poor. The few teachers there seem discouraged and do little more than exist. Their houses are the worst I have seen among our teachers. I feel sorry for them, for I believe more might have been done. I think I told you of the request from Blomfield Street that I should go to Torres Straits and take charge of the Fly Mission. We plan to go and make Dawan our headquarters, working along the coast and river with a steam launch. We both hope to leave here in July for the colonies and the South Seas. Our aim is to obtain a good number of teachers from Samoa and Rarotonga. The country we visited is not attractive, but it is new. It is terribly wet, with swamps everywhere, and I did not see a single piece of land for which I would give even a penny an acre. The population is small and, I think, very suspicious. On the island of Kiwai there is a fairly large population, but all the other islands at the mouth of the Fly River are uninhabited. About 60 miles up the river is the island of Domoro, with a small population. And there I hope soon to start a station. It would be a central place for working on both sides of the river. We know nothing of what lies beyond the river scrub. The population may be large, but I suspect it is small. The few people I saw were as timid as startled hares. At Kauai, they speak pidgin English, and all day long one hears no savi, my word, no gammon, mixed freely with strong words that many white men think very effective and which the natives quickly copy. I once received a gift from a native in the kindest and most cheerful way, and he swore constantly without knowing what he was saying. Would you believe it? There are white men who deliberately teach natives to curse, swear, and use the filthiest language. They mean white is a low creature. Our kind of white man is a good fellow. Our visit to Saibai was very interesting. Many years ago I had been there before, when the people were a wild, rough group who repeatedly threatened the teacher and his wife. They were the fiercest skull hunters on the whole coast, and piles of skulls lay under their sacred trees. All that is now changed. They are a quiet, law-abiding people, and many of them, I believe, are sincere Christian men and women. The king is a small, stout, active man, very intelligent, and a strong leader in the church. Here is a good example for elders. The king is a deacon and carries a small wand. With sharp eyes, he watches the congregation during worship. Any poor person whose head droops or nods, or whose eyes close at the wrong time, is quickly noticed. Away goes the king, straightens the head, or lightly touches the offender with the wand, making it clear that there must be no sleeping in church. How heartily he sings. He reminds me of Mrs. Mackay and the Orkneys, whom you once spoke of long ago, and how sorry you were when the regular precentor returned to his duties. It is the same here. It is a pity when the regular leader takes over, for the king sings with such spirit. They all sing well. God's gospel of love to humanity is truly powerful. Nothing but that blessed gospel could have brought about such a change. We also met the Tugeri and became quite friendly with them. They are Dutch subjects. They are a fine-looking people, and if they are won to Christ, they will make excellent pioneers. We had hoped to meet them in British territory, so that we might teach them to give up skull hunting. I believe the governor would have insisted on their returning home. We went up a new river through swampy land. In some places we had an endless supply of wild geese, so much so that I grew tired of eating goose. One day we had a small explosion in the steam launch, and some of us went over the stern in great haste, preferring cool water to boiling. Here is Mrs. Chalmers' account of the same period, written from the very different position of one left at home to manage the daily work, while her husband carried out the equally necessary task of exploring new districts and visiting isolated native teachers. Motu Motu, April 6th, 1890. You cannot imagine how gladly I welcomed Tamate home after his 9 weeks away, 5 of which I spent here entirely alone. I had 1 or 2 amusing adventures with the natives. On the whole, I managed very well, and Tamate is delighted that I was able to carry on all the work, college, schools, and building. The strain and anxiety were so great that now it is over, I am quite worn out, and content to be nursed and cared for. Being independent has its place, but it is very pleasant to be looked after again. I get on well with these people, and Tamate is much amused at the way I order these big wild men about, and even take their clubs away if they bring them to the house. The men themselves laugh and pat me on the shoulder, but they do exactly as I tell them. They will accept more from me than they would from a man, and they see that I am not in the least afraid of them, or of their sorcerers either. A lady who visited Mrs. Chalmers 2 or 3 years after the home at Toaripi was established, has left a deeply interesting account of her visit. With a few extracts from it, we close this part of Tamate's life. Let me tell you what a brave woman Mrs. Chalmers is, and what a missionary's wife in New Guinea has to endure. She has often been left entirely alone among these wild people for weeks at a time, while her husband was away on duty, settling teachers in new stations or exploring new regions. To understand what this means, you must remember that there are no roads in New Guinea and no way of sending messages, however urgent, to any civilized person nearer than Port Moresby, 150 miles away. During one of Tamate's absences, his wife lay for weeks dangerously ill with fever, alone and completely dependent on the natives, with no care except what the teachers' wives could give. She lived in constant fear that she might die before her husband returned, or worse still, fall into a coma and be buried alive. By the good providence of God, her husband arrived just in time and, through tender care and wise nursing, drew her back from the very edge of death. She faced many dangers, more than she herself could count, but one story of her bravery stands out. One night, while she was alone in the mission house, she was awakened by a quiet sound on the veranda. She got up to investigate and found that the house was surrounded by armed young warriors crouching in the dark. But instead of being afraid, she walked straight out among them. She asked them how they dared come there at that time of night, and gave them a firm scolding for disturbing her. No one knows whether it was her calmness that stopped them, or something else, but an old chief came forward, gently patted her on the shoulder, and told her not to be afraid. He said he would make the others leave, and she should go back inside and rest. True to his word, she heard him pacing the veranda for the rest of that sleepless night, keeping watch. And so the danger passed. But it's almost certain they had come to kill her. Only her courage and composure saved her. The day after we arrived, we were taken through the native villages. Mr. Chalmers had me climb into 2 houses, as usual built on posts 10 to 12 feet off the ground. They were reached by a rough ladder made from tree branches, spaced 1 or 2 feet apart. I had to climb up on my own, as it wasn't proper in New Guinea for Mr. Chalmers to help me. At the top, the women and children greeted me kindly. Since we couldn't speak to each other, we exchanged plenty of smiles and handshakes. They showed me their homes, each with a platform shaded by a roof like a porch, where they usually sit, followed by a long, dim room and another that was even darker. Later, during our walk, we saw a strange ghost-like figure covered in pale ash. It was a widow in deep mourning, and her only clothing was the clay she had rubbed over her whole body. The next morning, we began a canoe journey up the Williams River to a place called Maipua. The people there are still fierce and untouched by change. The only teacher ever sent there was killed, and Mr. and Mrs. Chalmers had only recently escaped with their lives. Our canoe journey was full of wonder. Soon after leaving the main river, we turned into a smaller creek, and the scenery became like something out of a fairy tale. The canoe moved slowly through a passage lined with beautiful ferns, sago palms, nipa palms, and tall coconut trees. Their large, feathery leaves drooped down and touched over the water, forming a canopy. The leaves of the sago palms hung so low we often had to lie almost flat in the canoe to avoid being scratched by their sharp stems. After 2 or 3 hours, sometimes crossing wide streams and then slipping into narrow creeks, we began to spot people along the banks and signs that a native village was nearby. When we finally landed at the end of one creek, the scene was troubling. No women were among those who came to meet us, which was a bad sign. The men were all armed with clubs and bows and arrows and looked angry and suspicious. We had to act with great care. One small mistake or misunderstanding could have cost us our lives. Our time there was short because the creek at Mouveave was affected by the tide. The tide had already turned, and staying too long could have meant waiting for hours. Something dangerous with the people in such a tense mood. Possibly the presence of a white woman in our group helped prevent violence. I was only the third white woman they had ever seen, so they were very curious about me. The houses here were built even higher off the ground than any we had seen so far, and the people looked especially fierce. Their frightening appearance was made worse by their habit of chewing betel nut, which stained their teeth black and their gums bright red. Even though the welcome had been unsettling, we walked through the village. I stayed close to Mr. Chalmers, who was scolding the men for greeting us while fully armed. For the first time, I noticed he looked uneasy, and that made me feel alarmed too, though I managed not to show it. By now, a large crowd had gathered around us. My brother and one of the other missionaries joined us and took photographs of our group. The 3 men nearest me were terrifying to look at, though by their own standards, they were highly decorated, with painted faces, elaborate ornaments, and frizzed-out hair. After that, we headed toward the canoe. A large group followed us, which slowed us down. When we finally boarded, we were immediately surrounded by the armed natives, still looking angry and talking quickly in a language I couldn't understand. At that moment, I truly believed we were doomed. I thought I'd never see my home or loved ones again. But there was nothing to be done, so I sat still, watching their faces and gestures, trying to guess what would happen next. There was a lot of loud talking and movement, and then, after we gave them some tobacco, they let us go. We paddled away, though they followed us along both riverbanks, still armed, until we reached the main river. There, they finally stopped. Nothing was said aloud, but I believe every one of us silently thanked God for keeping us alive. We returned safely to Motu, where we stayed through Sunday. We witnessed several moving worship services, especially a communion service. The people who took part were mostly teachers, students, and their wives. Mr. Chalmers is very careful not to allow anyone to take part in the Lord's Supper, unless they truly understand its meaning. Chapter 16. The Wreck of the Harrier. In 1891, after spending a few days at Port Moresby on their return from a visit to Karapunu, Tamate and Mrs. Chalmers, along with all the Rarotongan teachers and their wives, sailed from Port Moresby to Motu in the Harrier on June 30th. They arrived on July 4th. As they could not land that night, they were forced to remain on board, rolling through a long night in a heavy swell. Mrs. Chalmers later described the experience. Oh, what a dreadful night it was. The ship rolled heavily and lay almost broadsided to the sea, and with every roll, a wave broke over one side or the other. The men tied me firmly to a seat fixed near the companionway, and I rolled with the ship. Each time she dipped on my side, I felt sure the great wall of water would come over us. I have never known such a night, and there, just opposite us, was our own home. Every time the ship righted herself, I could see the lantern our people had hung on the flagstaff. Of course, no one slept. Tamate stayed below. He could not stand on deck, but neither could he remain in his bunk. 2 or 3 times he struggled up and looked over at me. I was securely fastened and could move only as the ship moved. The next morning we landed, and we were all delighted with the work that had been done, especially during our absence. At Motu Motu, Mr. Chalmers writes, I left my students in the care of an excellent Tahitian who has done his work well. During my absence, they sawed a large amount of timber for a house for the Fly River. They also cut timber and built a very fine schoolroom, the best in the mission. The teacher Tarai has built for himself a house well suited to Motu Motu and very comfortable. The teachers report that the people now attend services much more regularly. I was pleased to find that several children can truly read. The students work arithmetic up to simple division entirely in English, and they read the Motuan Gospels well. What I once thought impossible now seems likely. The young people will soon sing, and do so with understanding. On July 10th, I left Motu Motu for Port Moresby. Everyone was well and strong at that time. Because of light winds and calm seas, we did not reach Port Moresby until Monday, July 13th. We took on wood and water, cleared customs, and on Saturday, July 18th, sailed for Cooktown. Our passengers included 3 teachers who needed a change of air, a young Irishman eager to leave Port Moresby, and Belford, often mentioned in the governor's reports, who also wanted a change. The weather worsened soon after we left. Still, with a southerly wind, we reached Kerepunu on Sunday afternoon. We found Mr. and Mrs. Pierce well. Their station's a pleasant one, and much good work is being done there. Their steady and faithful efforts will soon show results and be felt throughout the area. On Monday, July 20th, we weighed anchor and set out for Cooktown. The wind was strong and the weather very thick. On Thursday, July 24th, we entered the barrier through Cook's Passage, just north of Lizard Island. We all hoped to reach Cooktown the next morning, but it was a rough night. At daylight, we found ourselves only a little south of Lizard Island. We pressed on all day, tearing our head sails several times and breaking 2 forestays. To make repairs, we anchored briefly to leeward of the 3 islands. At 4 in the afternoon, we raised anchor again and pushed straight into a heavy-head sea. At 8 that evening, off Cape Bedford, we turned the ship and stood out on the starboard tack, hoping that when we turned again, we would sail directly into Cooktown. Several of the crew were married, with their wives living there, so homeward bound was often spoken and sung. The night was wet, dark, and stormy, and I went to my bunk a little before 9 o'clock. I was half asleep when the captain, wearing his oilskins, came down into the saloon, glanced at his chart, and then went back on deck. Soon after, there was a scraping sound, a sudden lurch, and then a terrible crash. I knew at once that we had run aground. I jumped up, pulled on my coat and slippers, and rushed on deck. As I went up the companionway, I looked at the clock. It was 9:15. Everyone was already on deck. Orders were quickly given to lower the head sails, the foresail, and the mainsail. Then the second officer and some of the crew were sent off in the whaleboat with a kedge anchor to find deep water and drop it. This was done, and we all began hauling on the line, hoping to pull our ship free. but she was firmly stuck, and we could not move her towards deeper water. As the tide went out, the ship settled over on her side, which made things very uncomfortable. All through the night she kept pounding, and by morning some of us felt there was little hope of saving her. The kedge anchor was moved farther aft into deeper water, and the rope was brought in over the starboard side and fastened to the windlass, then hauled tight. During the day, some of the iron ballast was brought up on deck so it could be thrown overboard if the ship lifted with the night tide. This was done in the hope that she might yet be freed. We flew distress flags all day, but no ship saw us. After dark, we burned blue lights, fired rockets, and made a great fire using tow soaked in kerosene. We hoped these signals might be seen from Grassy Hill near Cooktown, and that help would be sent in the morning. Shortly after 10 o'clock that night, the ship lifted upright. At once everyone rushed to work. Some threw ballast overboard, others hauled hard at the windlass until the rope was almost breaking. But it was no use. The ship was too firmly stuck. As the tide went out again, she settled back on her side. During the night, the wind and sea grew worse, and by morning it was clear something had to be done to save our lives. The ship leaned even more, and the heavy seas crashing against her made us fear she might roll over completely. Clinging to her was exhausting and painful. Up until 4 o'clock on Sunday morning, the pumps kept her fairly dry. After that, pumping was useless, as the water flowed freely in and out. Between 7 and 8 o'clock, it was decided that the masts must be cut away to relieve the strain on the wreck. Before long, the rigging on the sheltered side hung loose. The forestays were cut. The masts were partly cut through on the port side, and then the rigging on the starboard side was severed. When everything was free, the distress signals were lowered from the mainmast. Then came one huge crashing wave, a loud crack as the masts gave way, a swing to starboard, and down went the masts. It was a sad, sad sight to see our lovely Harrier then. Orders were now given to prepare the whaleboat. The sea was running very high, and I admit I dreaded the thought of crossing to the 3 islands. Still, there was no other hope of rescue. Those islands lay near the main shipping route, and we also knew that a steamer was due that night from Normanton to Cooktown. The water was now flooding the ship. Food for the boat and for those who would stay on the wreck was gathered, along with the few belongings we could save. The second mate, MacDougall, a young man from Stornoway, was put in charge of the boat with 3 crew members. He handled it well, keeping it steady under the jibboom, while food and our belongings were passed down and lowered into it. The cook, who was lame, went next. Then we passengers followed, lowering ourselves by a rope, waiting for the boat to rise with the waves, and then carefully letting go and taking our seats. As I moved along the deck, I saw one of the sailors diving into the hold. I called out, "What are you doing?" He replied, "I'm looking for the poor cat to save him and take him into the boat." He found Master Tom, and so he too escaped. When I reached the windlass, I found a young cockatoo there, almost lifeless and screeching. I asked, "What about Cocky?" One of the men answered, "Oh, we save him. He go in boat." There were 11 of us in the boat altogether, along with our food and belongings. Many of us, myself included, did not expect to reach land. The boat was heavily loaded, a strong wind was blowing, and the sea was very rough. But with constant bailing and MacDougall's excellent handling of the steering oar, we rounded the reef, found shelter, and landed safely on the 3 islands. I believe every heart truly thanked our Heavenly Father for his care over us. We took shelter in a bêche de mer station. Soon we had a fire burning, changed our clothes, and laid out our wet things to dry. Tom was a true ship's cat, and when he touched the sand, it was amusing to watch him shake his paws, as cats do after getting wet. Then it was all too much for him. He ran straight back into the water and climbed into the boat again. Cocky looked pitiful, and when set down could be heard calling for his sailor friend. He was picked up, placed near the fire, and soon recovered, but he refused to be left alone. There was a large patch of dry grass on the island, which we set alight to signal to those still on the ship that we had arrived safely, and to show passing vessels that the island was inhabited. We were all eager to see a ship. About 2 hours after landing, a small lugger passed to the north, but did not notice our distress signals. Around 5 o'clock, another vessel came into view from the north and was watched anxiously. But she stayed close to the mainland, did not see our signals, and the sun went down. After dark, we burned 2 blue lights and fired a rocket, hoping to attract the attention of the ship we had seen before sunset. We were sore, exhausted, and glad to lie down on the sand and rest, though we kept watch. More than once during the night, we thought we saw a steamer's light approaching, but it was only our imagination. After sunrise, we saw the lugger that had sailed north now turning back toward us, and shortly after, another vessel coming down to the sheltered side of the island. We soon recognized the second vessel as the Queensland government ship Governor Cairns. Once she anchored, we all boarded her. The lugger let out her mainsail and headed north with the wind behind her. Captain Cole of the Governor Cairns welcomed us warmly. When he heard there were still people on the wreck, he raised anchor right away and sailed to the sheltered side of the reef. By 1 p.m., we anchored near the reef, and by 4 o'clock everyone who had been left on the wreck was safely aboard. We then lifted anchor and set sail for Cooktown, arriving later that night. When we landed at 3 Islands, the cook walked ahead of us up the beach. As he neared the old huts once used by the Bêche de Mer fishermen, he turned around, pulled out a cake of pear soap, and said, "If any of you want a wash, here's the soap. But no towels. How he got the soap is still a mystery." Chapter 17. How Tamate Made Friends with Savages. Mr. C.W. Abel of Kwato, New Guinea, an old friend and the younger colleague of Chalmers, has given a vivid picture of Tamate as he appeared when making friends with new tribes. At the time of this incident, Mr. Abel and his wife were on board a ship anchored near the mouth of the Pureri River. The officer who had gone ashore brought me a note written in pencil. I opened it, and to my surprise and pleasure, found that it was from Tamate. He said he was at the mouth of the river with his small steam launch, the Miro. An ill wind, he reminded me, blows nobody good, and he intended to come and see me, and later to make my wife's acquaintance. He ended by saying that he had something important to suggest. Before long, the little launch steamed out of the river, and within half an hour Tamate was with us. He was in very high spirits. This was not always the case with him. At times he was quiet and withdrawn, almost hard to reach. On Sundays, especially, he was very serious, spending much time alone in thought. These thoughtful moods stood in strong contrast to his usual nature. When he was cheerful, Gray hairs seemed out of place, for his energy and enthusiasm never failed. He came on board the steam yacht full of life and joy. Soon he drew me aside and spoke about the matter he had mentioned in his note. He had learned from the governor that the steamer would have to remain anchored for 10 days. We might be annoyed by this delay, he said, but it was wiser to accept it calmly and make good use of the time. Here, he believed, was a fine chance for a trip up the Evi River together. There was a large and powerful tribe living there whom he wished to visit. They had never yet seen a white man. I could use my forced leisure well, he said, by helping to open the way for future contact with these people. He spoke with the eagerness of a schoolboy who has suddenly been given a holiday. Yet I would be unfair to Tamate if I did not add that his joy did not come merely from a love of excitement and adventure, though this was strong in him. It came from a deep and sincere belief that he was taking part in a noble work for Christ. When I told him how glad I should be to go, but added that, like the man in the parable, I might have to excuse myself because of my recent marriage, his face showed disappointment. I left him on deck while I went to speak with my wife, to ask whether she would allow me to leave her alone on board for a day or two. My wife looked at the matter quite differently, and I had to return to Tamate with a suggestion that I was not sure he would accept. "If I may go with you," said my wife, "then you certainly may go." Tamate received this news in silence. Then he slowly shook his head. After a pause, he said, "It's very rough work for a woman, you know. We may get into serious danger. It's hardly the place to take a young lady, is it?" Then his face suddenly changed. "Come along," he cried, carried away by a new idea. "Splendid, splendid. We'll make it the white woman's peace. Bravo." And he warmly praised my wife for the decision she had made. By 9 o'clock the next morning, we were steaming up the Evi River in the Miro. There was something strange in the thought that we were the first people from the civilized world to travel along that swift river. This kind of life had been familiar to Tamate for many years, yet that morning he seemed to enjoy it as fully as if it were something entirely new. For mile after mile, there was nothing to be seen but flat stretches of mangroves and thick bush lining both banks of the river. We had only a very vague idea of how far we still had to go. Iala, the village we were about to surprise, was known to only one man among us. Iko was to introduce us to this new tribe. We questioned him constantly about the distance still ahead, and he answered each time with great confidence. He measured the miles by the joints of his forefinger. Tamate always spoke to him through an interpreter. He spoke in Motuan to old Vaburi, and Vaburi passed the message on in another dialect to Iko. Then Iko's forefinger would come into use. At first we were uncertain whether the whole length of that important finger meant 10, 20, or 50 miles. But it was a comfort to discover that after midday we were drawing near to Iko's claw-like fingernail. Tamate always traveled with a group of old men. They were not chosen because they were strong Christians. More often, they were men who had attached themselves to him of their own choice. Vaburi, though friendly to the mission, was not a strong character, but Tamate had a powerful hold over him. It was amusing to watch Tamate's playful teasing of this shifty-eyed follower. Vaburi's delight knew no bounds when his master stood before him and spoke sternly in English, a language of which he did not understand a single word. telling him what a terrible rogue he was and how his presence seriously endangered the mission. "You old humbug," Tamate would say at the end, and Vaburi would be filled with joy. About 3 o'clock, after we had been steaming for 6 hours, Iko had reached the middle of his fingernail. As we rounded each bend of the river, we looked eagerly ahead for some sign of Iala. The excitement grew with every minute. Somewhere just in front of us, a large native community was quietly going about its daily work, completely unaware of our approach. What a day this would be for them to remember, when for the first time they would see white-skinned people, and when their first meeting with civilization would come in the sudden appearance of our steam launch. At last we rounded a sharp bend in the river, and a long straight stretch lay before us. Iko exclaimed something that immediately caught our attention. There was no doubt about what he meant. We looked ahead, and far in the distance we saw the clustered houses of Iala on both sides of the narrow river. "Slow!" Tamate shouted to the West Indian who was in charge of the engine. The Miro reduced speed, and for a while could barely hold its way against the strong current. "It will be a shock to them," said Tamate, "to see this thing. We'll give them time to pull themselves together." A little later the order was given to go full speed ahead. As the distance between us and our astonished hosts grew smaller, we could see through our glasses the confusion we were causing. Men were running about in wild excitement, while canoes crossed and recrossed the river in frantic disorder. It was much like the stir you see when you accidentally step on an anthill. "Go slow," Tamate ordered again, and the engines were slowed for the second time. "It would never do," he said, "to drop in on them while they are in that state. They'll calm down soon enough." He looked up at the narrow strip of sky visible between the thickly wooded riverbanks. "We've got a good 2 hours of daylight yet," he said. "There's plenty of time." I have often watched a motu-motu whaleboat coxswain waiting patiently offshore for the right moment to bring his boat safely through heavy surf. His trained eye would study the sea while he kept his crew ready, oars poised. Then he would notice a slight easing of the waves. His chance. At his command, the oars would bend, the boat would rush shoreward, and a breaker would lift her, carry her forward in foaming water, and set her safely on the beach. The wave before or after would have swamped her. Tamate had this same rare gift of knowing the right moment. He knew how to wait. He knew exactly when to act, and, just as important for a pioneer, he knew when to stop and withdraw. When the excitement had died down somewhat, Tamate again ordered the engines ahead. We moved slowly up the river, drawing closer and closer to Iala. We passed the first houses, then continued between villages on both banks until we reached the center of this strange settlement. Hundreds of men stood along the river banks, silent and motionless, like the trees of the ancient forest around them. Their canoes were pulled part way up the bank, ready to be launched at a moment's notice, and the men stood upright in rows along the bottoms of their boats. Not a woman or child could be seen among the crowd. These were the fighting men of Iala, stunned but ready to defend themselves against whatever it was, gods, spirits, or men, that had come upon them. Iko took his place in the bow of the Miro. Tamate stood a few feet behind him. Neither of them spoke as we slowly reached our anchorage, stopped, and dropped the anchor. Not a sound came from the hundreds of men around us. As soon as the West Indian engineer heard the anchor chain running out, he expressed his excitement by blowing the steam whistle. A small mistake like this might easily have cost us our lives. The sharp shriek had hardly sounded when a sudden murmur rose from the crowd, and every man was instantly armed, ready to send an arrow at us. Until then, we had seen no weapons. They had carefully hidden their long bows along the sides of their bodies turned away from us, and their arrows were held between their toes. When the whistle blew, they lifted the arrows with their feet without bending down, fixed them in a flash, and, standing boldly, drew their bows and aimed at our exposed and helpless position. The old man Iko climbed onto the low rail of the boat and shouted a single word with all his strength. That word reached every ear in Yala. He paused, then shouted it again. Peace. Peace. Then he called out, Puta. This was the name of the chief of the people, who now held our lives in their hands. After a short silence, a voice answered from the eastern bank of the river. At once, with the order and discipline of trained soldiers, the men returned to their former positions, and not a weapon could be seen. A quick exchange of words followed between Iko and his friend Puta, Tamate supplying the thoughts through his interpreter. We had no way of landing, since our small boat had been left at the mouth of the river. After some hesitation, a canoe was launched and slowly paddled toward the Miro. As it approached, Tamate left his place at the front and came to stand with us amidships. It would be untrue to say that he felt no anxiety. He clearly saw the danger we were in, yet he remained calm, steady, and fully in control. This was his special strength. For a moment he relaxed and, standing beside my wife, congratulated her on her calmness. "You see," he said, "you have the honor of being the only woman here. Nothing will give these people greater confidence in us than your presence." The canoe came alongside. We all stepped in and pushed off, and were soon being paddled toward the landing place where the crowd was thickest. When we touched the bank, Tamate, who was at the front of the canoe, stepped out. Iko followed and led him to Puta, whom Tamate warmly embraced. Pauta then stepped forward and spoke loudly to his men for about 2 minutes. He returned to where we were standing. None of us understood his words, but their effect was clear. Not a man moved. Where we stood, we were completely surrounded by a great crowd of bewildered men. Their faces showed little expression. They stood as if frozen, staring at the strange sight of our presence. Tamate began his work at once. Speaking through Vaburi and Iko, he addressed Pauta and his men. He told them that we had come to find them so that we might become their friends. We were unarmed. We had brought a woman with us. They were not to think of us as enemies simply because we were strangers. We had great truths to share with them, things they did not yet know. One day we would return, stay with them, and tell them our message. At Tamate's request, Iko closed his eyes and offered a short prayer to God. "God of all mercy, save this people." That must have been the prayer Tamate placed on his lips. When the prayer was finished, Tamate said to me, "Now, Abel, we must get back on board as quickly as possible. 10 minutes of this strain is as much as these people can bear. My plan for a first visit," he went on, "is to arrive, make friends, and leave again before the people fully understand what has happened. Everything now depends on speed. After we are gone, they can think calmly about us, and next time we come, we shall return as friends." We got back into the canoe and were paddled to the Miro. Within a minute of our arrival, the anchor was raised. With some effort, the Miro swung around, the engine started, and with the strong current carrying us along, we quickly passed the silent men lining the river banks. Iala was left behind, and our work for Christ that day was finished. Tamate's influence over these people was partly personal. To describe it fully would be to describe the man himself. It lay in his presence, his bearing, his eyes, and his voice. He did not only move wild men, he affected everyone. There was something almost compelling about him, whether his listeners were savages or saints. Tamate told us we must give up cannibalism, and we did. In those few words of old Manurewa lies a brief biography of the pioneer. His judgment, shaped by long experience in dangerous situations, was remarkably sure. He sensed danger where an untrained eye would see none, and he was equally confident when all was safe, even where a beginner would have been full of fear. His fearlessness was another great source of his success in such risky work. He disarmed men by going among them without weapons. Even fierce people hesitate before striking someone who is not only defenseless, but calm in the presence of raised spears. Run away, and they will chase you. Tremble before them, and they will soon make your fears real. But face them, if you can, as though their weapons were harmless, and they were your friends, and they will hold back. By delaying their violence, you are saved. Tamate was not only brave, he was also remarkably cool-headed. These qualities do not always go together, yet both were essential for work like his. It surprised me to see this steadiness in him, for in everyday life he could be impulsive and easily excited. His calmness, judgment, tact, and fearlessness, humanly speaking, saved our party from disaster at Iala. The same rare combination of qualities must have carried him safely through many similar dangers during his long service for Christ in New Guinea. Chapter 18. Up and Down the Fly River. For many years, the Great Fly River had drawn Tamate's attention. He believed it would provide the easiest route into the vast and little-known interior of New Guinea. He was eager to bring the Christian message to the wild tribes living along its banks. The London Missionary Society was also keen to establish mission stations near the river's mouth and far up its course. For such work, a steam launch was essential, and in 1891, the gifts of friends in New Zealand and Australia enabled Tamate to obtain a boat, which he named the Miro. With this launch, new stations were opened on the island of Kauai, in the Fly River Delta, at Ipisia and Saguane. On January 5, 1892, the Miro reached Thursday Island and was immediately placed under Tamate's charge. On January 12th, she set out on her first voyage, traveling by way of Darnley Island, Murray Island, and Dawan to Saguane, and then crossing to Vailala. From there, Tamate visited all the main stations along the coast as far as Tupusale, calling at each both on the outward and return journeys. The Miro's next voyage was up the great river itself. Between 1873 and 1893, 4 expeditions had gone up the Fly River, and each time the natives had come out in large numbers of canoes, advancing as if to attack, so that the expeditions had been forced to fire on them. Tamate was strongly advised not to approach these people, but he felt he could not return to Britain, leaving them still unvisited and hostile. He therefore steamed up the mighty river, landing wherever possible, hoping to make friends with the people. It was difficult and dangerous work. A few examples will show how it was done and what it involved. After leaving Sumai to visit the unfriendly tribes of the Fly River, Tamate steamed some distance upstream against the current and anchored opposite an opening in the bush. When he went ashore, he was taken charge of and led into the bush to a spot where several small temporary buildings stood. A very large house had recently been burned down, and these huts had taken its place. The excitement was intense. These people had never before seen white men except at the distance of rifle fire, and now they were seeing and touching one. The noise and shouting were loud, and to a nervous imagination it might have seemed that the end had come. As always, Tamate and his companions were unarmed. He himself carried only a walking stick, useful for crossing native bridges and for long walks. Some of the men looked very fierce, and the women gathered inside the houses were not attractive in appearance. A few of the men had previously been to Sumai, where they had exchanged yams, taro, bows, and arrows for old, dirty shirts. Wearing these, they looked strange and alarming. Tamate held a service in front of the houses, during which his interpreters spoke and prayed. The people seemed to understand, and they showed approval of what was said. How strange it must have been for such tribes to hear for the first time that the Great Spirit is love, and that he loved them. Tamate climbed onto the small veranda of one of the houses and, with difficulty, handed presents to the women and children inside. Soon, however, there were suspicious signs, men gathering in groups, others going into the houses, and the sound of arrows being handled. After a short time, it was thought wise to return to the launch. The next morning, after weighing anchor, the Miro steamed along the riverbank for a few miles until she reached shallow water, where she anchored some distance from the village of Aduru, which consisted of one large communal house. Soon more than 150 canoes surrounded the launch, with about 4 men in each, all shouting at the top of their voices. The people crowded on board, and at one point the situation became very uncomfortable, as they appeared threatening. Tamate was suffering from fever and did not feel able to go ashore. He also thought it best to remain on the launch so that he could deal with any trouble if it arose. The engineer and the interpreters went ashore and stayed for some time. When they returned, they reported that the place was swampy and full of strong smells. Tamate made friends with a young man named Zagai, whom they regarded as a chief, by giving him a present. He persuaded Zagai to accompany them up the river. Zagai's people, however, strongly objected, and as savages often do, they became loud and angry about it on board the launch. At last, Tamate let them think he would not take Zagai after all. Then Zagai himself became angry with his people and declared that he would go with the white man. A few days later, the Miro steamed several miles farther up the river, pushing against a strong current until it reached a place where 2 creeks met, one flowing south, the other west. Tamate went ashore and found one long house and 5 smaller ones. In the smaller houses, all the women and children were crowded together, with the doors blocked by pieces of wood. Nothing would persuade the men to allow the women and children to come out to receive the gifts of beads. After weighing anchor again, the Miro went farther upstream until it reached another large creek. She anchored at its mouth. Soon those on board, saw many armed men among the banana trees at the point. Some laid down their weapons and came to the water's edge, while many more remained behind with bows and arrows in their hands, ready for anything that might happen. Very cautiously, a canoe appeared, coming down the creek. After much shouting and calling to invite them closer, we persuaded them to come alongside. Then another canoe followed, and soon several were gathered around us. Tamate got into one of the canoes and told his interpreters to come with him. The small boat was to follow later. As they paddled up the creek, Tamate saw the men on the banks handling their bows and fitting arrows. Through the interpreters, he protested against being welcomed in this way by people who claimed to be friends. There was much shouting and hurried paddling until they reached the village. Tamate landed, had the chief's name called, and in his presence strongly objected to the armed men lining the bank. Ona, one of the interpreters, supported him, explaining that Tamate was a close friend of the Domori chiefs, that he was a man of peace, and that his fire canoe was a canoe of peace. Tamate's time was now at an end, and he decided to return down the river. He had achieved the purpose for which he had come, to make friendly contact with the people along the Fly River, and so prepare the way for the gospel to be brought to them later. Sadly, closer experience of the Fly River soon made two things clear. First, the engines of the Miro were far too weak to cope with the immense volume of water. Second, the difficulties of reaching the people in any effective way were greater and more serious than even Tamate had expected. The following account shows how the Fly River treated the Miro. Dawan, September 22nd, 1893. A few hours ago, I arrived here by whaleboat from the Fly River. That one word, river, has been the trouble of my life since I came here. Everyone imagines a fine stream of fresh water flowing gently through tropical country and emptying into the Papuan Gulf. Until this season, I thought much the same, perhaps rough at the mouth, but farther up a broad, calm, peaceful river. I now know it to be a dangerous place, with fierce gales and heavy seas, and farther upstream a treacherous bore during the spring tides. At Domori, I got the chief on board and, anxious to take him away at once, set off for a nearby island where I had been before. As we crossed to the island, we had a good fathom of water beneath us all the way, when suddenly we ran hard aground on a mud bank. About 6:30, the tide rose a little, and we pulled on a kedge anchor that I had laid out astern. We got free, but almost at once we heard a strange roaring sound, like an express train, and soon we were aground again. Everyone on board thought our end had come. A great tidal bore rushed down on us and lifted the Miro, carrying her bodily, anchor and all, onto the bank and across it. Although we dropped the bow anchor, that too was dragged along with us. At last we came to rest in 6 fathoms of water, only to discover that the rudder would no longer work. The next morning, we hauled her ashore onto a bank on the mainland. When the tide went out and left her high and dry, we found the rudder post bent and cracked, and the lower part of the stern post completely torn away. We stayed on that bank for 2 nights, but then had to move to a safer place. There is no point in hiding the truth. We need more powerful engines, a different boiler, and a longer keel to protect the propeller and to hold the rudder firmly. The river is full of banks, countless and unknown, and we must be prepared for them. No one really knows the Fly River. Even now, new tribes and villages are only just being discovered, and to every one of them we want to bring the gospel. There is no use blaming anyone. The Fly River is a river, but a bad, bad river, unknown to all. I think about these things and am troubled by the cost, but I look ahead with clear vision, and I see savage tribes, now unknown, sitting and being taught about Jesus. The centenary celebrations of the London Missionary Society were to begin in 1895. With this great event in view, the directors felt it important to secure Tamate's powerful and inspiring support at the large meetings planned throughout the country. When he reached Thursday Island in March 1894, he found a telegram waiting for him. Short and direct. Directors want you home. By the middle of May, he was on his way to England. Chalmers returned to Tilbury in 1894 with feelings very different from those he had known in 1887. Then he had felt like a stranger, more at home in a canoe than on a train, far more comfortable in a native meeting house than in a church. He dreaded speaking to audiences and looked forward to escaping back to the freedom of mission life. In 1894, however, he looked forward eagerly to meeting many loving friends. He had proved his ability to move audiences. His passion for his life's work burned more strongly than ever, and he felt sure that God still had work for him to do and would give him the strength to do it. During the latter half of 1894 and the first half of 1895, Chalmers became the one indispensable speaker at nearly every major missionary gathering, as well as at countless smaller meetings. He traveled constantly throughout Britain, speaking and preaching with tireless energy. Those who met him personally felt their hearts set on fire by his strong, sympathetic, Christ-filled humanity, while large crowds were held spellbound by his rugged eloquence and unquenchable zeal for the uplift of mankind. Chalmers was powerful on the platform and in the pulpit, but it was in the quiet home after the day's meetings were over, among friends, that his true greatness shone most clearly. Then his simplicity, sincerity, devotion, and likeness to Christ were most evident. As he talked, you seemed to see the fierce face of the cannibal softened by the story of the cross. You walked with the fearless missionary across the beach to a chief's hut, unsure whether you would return alive. You sat at the Lord's table with men and women who only a few years earlier had eaten their enemies. You clung to the boat as it surged back and forth until the wave came that lifted you safely over the reef and into the calm lagoon beyond the crashing surf. Early in June 1895, while in Birmingham, Chalmers suffered a serious physical breakdown and for a time was dangerously ill. The strain he had endured for months was more than almost any man could bear. His own eagerness to do all he could, combined with the constant demands for his presence, brought about this collapse. Happily, rest and his strong constitution soon restored him to health. By this time, the town of Inverary was deeply proud of its distinguished son, and the citizens of that ancient burg bestowed upon Chalmers the highest honor they could give, the freedom of the burg. Tamate returned to New Guinea at the end of 1895. He had decided to make Saguane in the Fly River Delta his new home. At this time, his work was to oversee the mission stations scattered through the Torres Strait, on islands stretching from Murray Island in the south to Bampton Island in the north. These communities were small and widely separated. To visit them often and this was the only way to support and strengthen the work of the native teachers, meant constant travel, either in the small mission schooner or in an even smaller and very cramped whaleboat. The whole region was extremely difficult to navigate. Stormy weather was common. Sudden squalls were very violent, and landing on the islands was often hard and dangerous. To this kind of pastoral work, the final years of Tamate's life were given. Saguane, on the island of Kauai, right at the mouth of the Fly River Delta, was chosen as his base. This followed Chalmers's guiding principle of living as close as possible to the key point of his work. If this choice meant hardship and danger, so much the better in his eyes. Few places in the region were less inviting. It was low, bleak, swampy land, only a few feet above sea level, and in time it had to be abandoned because the sea steadily encroached upon it. When he was not away on his journeys, Chalmers spent days and weeks at Saguana, patiently teaching savage children the simplest elements of learning and leading plain daily services of prayer and praise with small groups of natives. These people were very slow to understand the meaning of what they were doing. He was always seeking and steadily gaining a stronger hold on them. At first, they came because of his presence and strong personality, often hoping to get something from the white man or to steal it. In the end, under his steady influence, they were compelled to give up the worst habits of their savage life. It would be hard to find anywhere in the mission field a clearer example of devotion to duty than this. Chalmers, the fearless explorer, happiest when studying the faces of tribes never before seen by Europeans. Chalmers, whose advice was valued by learned societies around the world, and who could move huge crowds by the force of his personality and burning enthusiasm. This same man gave himself patiently to the work of an infant school teacher among the savage children of Saguane. In August 1897, Mrs. Chalmers arrived at Saguane, more than 3 years after ill health had forced her to leave Toaripi. She found both the place and the people very different from the stormy shore and fierce savages she had learned to love at Toaripi. Yet she soon set herself, for Christ's sake, to the task of caring for and loving the degraded children and people around her. On December 1st, 1897, she wrote, "My children are only a handful, perfect young savages. If anything goes wrong, they fight fiercely, using their teeth more than anything else. At times I hear screams and yells as if someone were being murdered, and I find that one child has bitten another. We have good attendance at school, though most parents discourage their children from coming. Church attendance is fairly good. I look around and long to see some sign of real interest. It is early days, and we must simply go on working patiently. I want you to pray that I may grow to love these people. I do not feel the same love for them as I did for my Toaripians. They are a much lower type, mean, dirty, and selfish. But Jesus loves them all, and how much they need his love, and ours as well. Tamate, dear man, seems to like them well. He shakes hands with them, puts his arm around their shoulders, and never minds dirt or disease." In May 1898, Chalmers set out in the Niue to visit his teachers in the Torres Strait, and, as it proved, Mrs. Chalmers went with him. Scarcely had they begun the journey when one of the worst series of gales ever known in that region broke upon them. They were forced to seek shelter at Thursday Island. There Mrs. Chalmers was first laid aside by illness, and then Tamate himself was struck down with a dangerous sickness, caused partly by a fall and partly by the exposure, exhaustion, and repeated soakings endured during the terrible weather through which the Niue had passed. On June 13th, Mrs. Chalmers wrote home, describing this time of danger and suffering. We left Saguane on May 19th and had a dreadful time in the straits. They are dangerous at all times outside the main ship channel, and every island is surrounded by reefs, besides the many hidden reefs and sandbanks. For more than a fortnight we were at sea, battling day and night with heavy seas and constant squalls. The little Niue is always what we call a wet boat, but during this time the seas swept over her from bow to stern, and often the water poured into the cabin, soaking our mattresses, pillows, and ourselves. We were beating and tacking the whole time, anchoring at night under the shelter of islands or reefs, and pitching, rolling, and tossing all night long. Only twice did we find a quieter anchorage. Tamate was on deck almost the whole day, drenched through and through, but obliged to remain there in such stormy weather. Gradually, signs of success appeared in this difficult field. Chalmers wrote, "God is blessing our work very richly, and many are asking for baptism. Last month I baptized 64 at Parama and 32 at Giavi, besides many children at each place. Last Sunday I baptized 14 here and 7 children. We need more teachers in many places. Those we have hold services and do their best. The Master sees it all and will bless them. Now that the hard uphill pull is easier and the long weary waiting is over, I would gladly hand the work over to a younger man." Mrs. Chalmers's health, which had been steadily failing, now made a visit to Australia necessary. Tamate joined her there toward the end of her stay. He was always quick to make use of such visits, taking every opportunity to speak at meetings and to consult friends and officials who could help forward his work. An old college friend who visited Tamate at this time gave a vivid picture of his life and labor. "I once saw him in his Fly River home, the loneliest mission station I have ever known. To live at Saguane among the mangrove swamps of the Fly River Delta would have been an unbearable exile to most men. But there, on an island in midstream, which he regarded as a key position for his work, he made his home. There was no permanent village nearby, but he gathered a few friendly natives around him and formed the beginnings of a Christian community. At daybreak I went with him to the rough schoolhouse he had built on the sand, just above high water mark. 23 boys and girls were gathered there. He knew their language, but he was teaching them English, with a small bamboo stick for a pointer, which I later kept as a reminder of the scene. He led them as they sang the first verse of God Save the Queen, and all hail the power of Jesus' name. I do not think Chalmers ever seemed to me so truly great as when I saw him teaching that little group of Fly River children. In July 1900, Mrs. Chalmers became seriously ill, and as the weeks passed with no improvement, it slowly became clear to them both that her suffering would end only in death. During the long, lonely months that followed at Daru, Chalmers wrote a brief account of his wife's life. The latter part of it gently tells the story of those last sorrowful weeks. "Lizzie came out to me in 1897 and at first greatly enjoyed life at Saguane. With her old spirit, she threw herself into teaching, and her children made good progress. Early in 1899, she went to the colonies, where she soon regained her health. I went to Sydney to meet her and stayed 4 weeks, after which we returned to Sagwani. Toward the end of the year, her illness returned, and she suffered much inwardly. In 1900, she still kept up her classes. In May, we went to Thursday Island, where I left her. When I returned, I found her much better and eager to resume her work, especially to prepare for our move to Daru, which had become necessary because the sea was washing away the land at Sagwane. Soon after our return, she and the boys packed away her small belongings. She continued teaching, and on July 23rd, she held her evening class. When I went to see her afterward, she said she felt very unwell. I helped her to bed, and from that time, she never again rose without help. For 14 weeks, she was ill. Yet all the while she was growing stronger in Christ. She was thankful for the long illness, painful though it was, because it gave her time to understand more clearly and to gain a firmer faith. Often I heard her praising God and saying, "Peace, perfect peace. In my Father's house are many mansions, and Jesus is near, very near." She loved to listen to the children singing. One thing she feared was that she might die at Sagwane and have to be buried in the swamp. She prayed earnestly that she might be spared to reach Daru and be laid to rest there. On October 24th, we carried her on board the Niua. We had a very smooth passage, and at 10:30 we anchored off Daru. As the anchor went down, I said, "Daru, dear," and she answered with deep satisfaction, "Yes." I hoped to take her on to Thursday Island and then to Sydney. But that night she grew much worse. At times she was unconscious and slept a great deal. It was clear that she would soon pass on. She knew me until 9 o'clock on the morning of October 25th, and at 10:40 she quietly went home. She rests in the native cemetery. The few Europeans there were all most kind and sympathetic, helping me in every way. The teachers were like sons to me and did all they could. Thank God for sympathy and love. The world is full of both, just as it is full of God. Chapter 19. The End of a Noble Life. After his wife died in October 1900, Tamate gave himself even more fully to mission work. He moved his headquarters from Sagwane to Daru. During the last weeks of 1900 and the early months of 1901, he worked hard to arrange and prepare his new station so it could serve the mission well. But before his plans were finished, his life came to an end. In April 1900, Chalmers was encouraged by the arrival of a young missionary, the Reverend Oliver F. Tompkins. Tompkins was to take charge of the Torres Straits mission, which would free Tamate to explore the Fly River and try to extend the mission eastward from there. He was exactly the kind of colleague Tamate valued, a strong man, gentle in spirit, and filled with missionary zeal like his own. From the beginning, Tamate loved him. "He will do. Send us 2 more like him," the older missionary wrote home. During the difficult days of Mrs. Chalmers's final illness, Tompkins was like a son to him. Dr. Laws later said of him at a large meeting in the Albert Hall in May 1901, "What can I say of him who shared in his martyrdom? He had won every heart, and we expected great things from him for many years. He was a man of faith and prayer, strong in his knowledge of Scripture. He was a great help, comfort, and joy to Tamate." The following letters were likely the last Tamate ever wrote. They were written the day before the Niue left Daru on the journey from which so many would never return. Daru, April 3rd, 1901. "We leave tomorrow for the east, Risk Point, and Cape Blackwood, and I expect to be away for more than 2 weeks. Our work here moves very slowly. At times, the size of it weighs heavily on me. But he keeps saying, "Be strong and courageous," and I know he is with us. So all is well. The John Williams was here 2 weeks ago, and we held committee meetings on this veranda. It was a very good time. I am keeping well. I had a slight touch of fever about 2 weeks ago, just after the John Williams left. I have become rather lazy and must shake it off, so I plan to be active for the next 6 weeks. Daru, April 3rd, 1901. Just a short note in case there is a chance to send it to Thursday Island. We leave tomorrow for the east, as far as Cape Blackwood, and expect to be away for more than 2 weeks. Many years ago I read Law's serious call to a devout and holy life, and I have taken it up again. We easily become formal and lukewarm and need fresh encouragement. The sun is shining, and a southeast wind has risen, and I feel encouraged. For more than 2 months we have not had such a day. The next day, Tamate began the voyage that ended so tragically at Guaribari Island. On April 4th, he sailed from Daru in the Niue to visit the district near Cape Blackwood. This part of the Papuan Gulf was home to some of the fiercest tribes in New Guinea. For many years, Chalmers had longed to begin mission work there. He loved these powerful and dangerous chiefs and their people, even though he knew they were headhunters. He understood that anyone who landed among them risked his life. Yet he believed that if they could be won for Christ and for civilization, it would open the whole Papuan Gulf to the gospel. So he set out on the journey from which he would never return. The terrible events of the next few days followed. The captain of the Niue, who escaped with his life, later gave this report. He left Daru on April 4th with Tamate and Tompkins, Hero, a teacher from Rarotonga, the chief of Ipizia, and 10 mission boys. They sailed to Risk Point and arrived there on April 7th at 4 in the afternoon. As soon as the ship anchored, many natives came out in canoes and stayed on board until sunset. Tamate persuaded them to return to shore, promising to visit their village the next day. At 5 o'clock the next morning, a large crowd of natives came out again and packed the decks so tightly that no one could move. Their canoes were filled with bows and arrows, clubs, bamboo knives, and spears. Those on board tried to persuade them to go back to shore, but they refused. Tamate then decided to go ashore himself, hoping that this would encourage the natives to leave the ship. Tompkins immediately said he would go with him. Tamate tried, but could not persuade him to stay behind. The 2 missionaries got into the whaleboat with the mission boys and the chief of Ipizia. Hero remained on board to assist the captain. Tamate said he would stay no more than half an hour. He planned to return to the Niue for breakfast, and then they would go on to another village. Those on board watched as the boat moved away, followed by about half of the natives, while the others remained on the ship. As the boat neared the village, they saw it go in, then come out again, and then go in once more. After that, it disappeared from sight. Around 7 o'clock, a breeze arose. The Niue was moved to an anchorage opposite the village of Dopima, where Tamate had gone. The ship waited there until noon, but there was no sign of the party. It sailed a little farther along the coast, but still saw nothing of the missionaries or the boat. The captain waited until sunset, but there was still no sign. The Niue was then taken outside the island and anchored for the night. Early the next morning, the crew searched along the coast again, but found no trace of their companions. At 8 o'clock on April 9th, the ship left for Daru to report the matter to the governor. Meanwhile, the natives who had remained on board when Tamate and Tompkins went ashore looted the vessel. They took all the trade goods, as well as the clothes and personal supplies belonging to the two missionaries. Tamate and Tompkins had taken no supplies with them when they landed. As soon as the sad news reached the governor, the ship Mary England was sent with an armed force to discover what had happened. One of the local men was captured, and he gave the following account. The plan to kill the party from the London Missionary Society began with the chief Garapo, near whose village Dopima the Niue had anchored. That night, messages were sent to nearby villages asking for help. It was their custom for people from surrounding villages to gather together when a large vessel was seen. Dopima, Turotere, and 8 other villages joined in the attack. The next morning, the canoes went out and persuaded Chalmers, Tompkins, and their party to come ashore in the whaleboat. Some of the natives stayed behind to plunder the Niue. When the missionaries landed, Chalmers, Tompkins, and a few of the boys entered the longhouse. The rest remained outside to guard the boat. These boys were soon called inside as well, under the excuse that food would be given to them. The signal for the massacre was given when both Chalmers and Tompkins were struck from behind at the same moment with stone clubs. Chalmers was struck by Iaki of Turotere, and Tompkins by Arau of the same village. After this, Kaichur of Dopima stabbed Chalmers in the side with a cassowary bone dagger. Muroroa then cut off his head. Emma cut off Tompkins's head. Both missionaries had fallen unconscious from the first blow. All the heads were cut off at once. The attackers reported that they lost one of their own men, Gahibai of Dopima. He had rushed to strike Naragi, the chief of Ipisia, but Naragi seized a stone club from someone nearby and killed him. Naragi was quickly overpowered. The other boys were too young and small to resist. Meanwhile, those who had stayed behind to loot the Niue returned in their canoes, led by Kautiri of Dopima. When they found the party already dead, they planned to return to the ship and kill those still on board. But the Niue had already set sail and was beyond their reach. Then Pakara of Aimaha called out to the people to destroy the whaleboat, which had been taken into a creek at high tide. They broke it apart, and the pieces were divided among the villages that had taken part in the attack. As soon as the heads were cut off, the bodies were cut up. Pieces were given to the women, who cooked the flesh with sago. It was eaten that same day. Gibai took Chalmers's head to Dopima, and Mahikaha took Tompkins's head to Turotere. The other heads were divided among different men. Anyone who had a newly taken head would hide it in the bush if strangers approached, leaving only old skulls in the houses. The same was done with goods taken from the Niue. The skulls kept in the houses could be identified. Those with artificial noses were of people who had died naturally. Those without noses were of people who had been killed. The government carried out punishment for the tragedy, not from a spirit of revenge, but to prevent such acts in the future. Tamate's friends and fellow workers did not seek vengeance. They had no desire to harm the people who, in their ignorance, had killed men who were truly their friends. The governor set out in a steam launch with 6 boats in tow. Near Dopima, 2 boats were sent off, while he went on with 4 boats about 1.5 miles farther to Turotere. As soon as he came opposite the village, the people rushed down and opened fire. Only then did he raise a white flag, the signal for his men to fire. A few rounds were shot. The party pushed through the mud, landed, and quickly took control of the village. At Dopima, fighting began after the attack on Turotere had started. The governor then went around the north end of the island to a village on the mainland, where he was again attacked. Heavy rain began as the parties from Dopima and Turotere joined together. In darkness and heavy rain, they landed and camped in the Dubu, the large communal house. A violent thunderstorm lasted for hours. In spite of this, the villagers attacked the camp twice during the night and wounded one of the native police. The next morning, the governor went on to Aimaha with 4 boats, leaving 2 behind to destroy the war canoes and the dubus. He gave strict orders that family houses were not to be touched. This command was followed, except where flames spread by the wind and burned much of a village. One of the dubus was about 300 yards long, and even the shortest was at least 150 yards. At Turotere, 4 of these large buildings were burned. As soon as smoke rose, the edges of the mangroves were lined with men in small canoes. A few tried to cross the water, but they quickly disappeared into the mangroves when the launch moved toward them. The governor had ordered that no more shots were to be fired unless necessary. This showed the spirit in which the whole action was carried out. During Friday and Saturday, 10 villages were visited, and in each one the fighting dubus were destroyed. The lieutenant governor of British New Guinea, who was present during these events, sent a full official report. The following are parts of his account. He wrote that the district had a very bad reputation. The population was large and fierce. As far as he knew, it had first been visited in 1845 by Captain Blackwood, after whom Cape Blackwood was named. Sir William MacGregor visited the area in 1892 and again in 1898. On one visit, he narrowly prevented violence when some natives tried to steal from his boat. He stopped one of his own men from striking a thief who had taken his shirt. The governor described walking through a long dubu, about 300 yards in length. On each side were small partitions or cubicles, screened off from a wide central passage that ran the entire length of the building. Inside were many bows and arrows. Many of the arrows were barbed and made of soft wood, likely so that they would break easily and be harder to remove from a wound. Most striking were carved and painted figures fixed to seat-like structures. In front of them were dozens of skulls, some carved and painted. Each skull was tied by a thick cord to the figure or frame, with a loop slipped over a peg. There were hundreds of skulls displayed before these figures, which were believed to be idols. Some skulls showed marks where a fatal blow had crushed part of the bone. Others were whole. Some had artificial noses and teeth made from gum and wool. They also found bamboo knives and daggers made from cassowary bone. The governor explained that when a victim was seized, the dagger was thrust downward into the throat, and the head was then cut off with the bamboo knife. He had to decide what punishment should be given to the villages involved in the tragedy. After careful thought, he chose to send parties to each village believed to be connected with the attack and to burn the dubus, but not to destroy the ordinary homes of married men and their families. He consulted officers who had experience and sympathy in dealing with native people. While he sought their advice, He alone made the final decision and accepted full responsibility. By burning only the dubus, the punishment would fall mainly on the fighting men. The buildings, made of sago palm, could be rebuilt, though only with time and effort. The greater loss would be to the village's pride and standing, which in such a culture was more serious than material damage. He believed it necessary to leave a clear warning, one that would not only affect those punished, but would also spread by report to neighboring districts. He also ordered several large war canoes to be destroyed. He concluded by reflecting on the setting in which the missionaries lost their lives. The pioneer missionary and one of the mission's newest workers, along with their faithful companions, had been killed by the very people they had come to help. Chalmers, he believed, may have sensed danger, since he had wished to leave Tompkins behind on the ship. But Tompkins refused to let him go alone. They were called away together and died side by side. The governor expressed the opinion that Chalmers had died the kind of death he would have chosen, serving New Guinea and dying in New Guinea. If this sacrifice helped to end such tragedies along that coast, he believed Chalmers and his fellow missionaries would have willingly accepted the cost for the sake of that result. His old friend and fellow worker, Dr. Laws, wrote about him. What most marked our beloved Tamate as a missionary and as a leader among his fellow workers was his spiritual power. He was a strong and healthy Christian who instinctively hated all hypocrisy and pretense. He was a man of great faith, powerful in prayer, and filled with the love of Christ. He understood, more than most, what it means to live in Christ. To him, Christ's presence was real, true, and constant. This spiritual strength was the secret of his remarkable influence over others, and of his great success as a missionary. By it, though he is dead, he still speaks. The memory of his life in Christ, his dedication, unselfishness, generosity, childlike faith, deep fellowship with God, tireless service, and joyful hope is the rich legacy he leaves wherever his name is known. So, in a sudden and, to us who read the story, terrible way, this noble life came to an end. In going ashore that day, Tamate took only the kind of risk he had taken many times before. Throughout his remarkable life, he had often stood close to death. Until then, God had preserved him. Now God allowed the blow to fall and called his faithful servant home. If Chalmers could have chosen the way he would die, it is likely he would not have chosen differently. He died at his post of duty. He died while seeking to help fierce people whom he truly loved. And he has left behind a powerful example of faithfulness to the very end, an example for all who read his story to follow in their own calling and duty.